The story today is about a beautiful, intelligent, and spirited girl named Arasela Hugo. She foresaw a future 5 years from now, where her older sister met a tragic end due to a political marriage. To change that fate, she decided to take her sister's place and enter that marriage herself. The man she must marry is Damian, a knight and the younger brother of her sister's former fiancé. Arasela is a mage while Damian is a knight. The two have opposing personalities and frequent conflicts. For their mutual benefit and the goal of protecting their families, they must continue to walk the same path. From there, feelings begin to blossom, turning a dry contract into sincere love. Let us follow this bickering couple's journey to protect their loved ones with Lisa Manhwa. On a fresh morning, at the mansion of Marquis Hugo, there lies a noblewoman fast asleep, looking just like a sleeping beauty. Suddenly, she snaps her eyes open in horror and makes a loud noise. Her name is Arasela Hugo. Downstairs, everyone having breakfast together notices the commotion. Immediately, the girl who was just asleep flings the door open and shouts, "Everyone in the house, pay attention." She then brushes her hair back with pride and starts boasting, the top student at both entry and graduation of the Academy's magic department, and the most sought-after recruit for the magic tower. Sparkling images of gold coins appear as her voice echoes, a person of top talent and achievement. A wealthy young woman with personal assets of up to 3 billion gold. At this point, she acts charmingly, resting her hand against her chin to conclude, a candidate for the position of Tower Master, one of the 3 goddesses of the Academy with achievements that outshine even her beauty. I, Arasela Hugo, am getting married. Arasela swings her arm and continues, my fiancé is Lord Vandermeer. The entire Hugo family is stunned upon hearing those words, their faces contorted in shock. Then an image of the talented and glamorous Arasela appears. She is a genius mage famous for being eccentric. Flashback to 3 years ago, she was sitting at the dining table with a bored expression, I am not getting married. I will devote my entire life to the magic tower, so do not even think about it. Back then, hearing Arasela's declaration, everyone in the family had the same expression. In the past, Arasela had declared herself a celibate. Returning to the present, her mother holds a teacup and speaks with an angry look. Then why are you planning to cause more trouble? The father sitting next to her is dripping with sweat. Is our Ari still wandering in dreamland? Contrary to those expressions, Arasela looks innocent. What if I have completely made up my mind and want to cause trouble? The mother looks like she is going crazy, while the father holds her hand, pleading, honey, calm down. Her mother screams in rage, are you trying to give me a stroke? Right beside her, Arasela's sister asks, catching her attention, why did you suddenly say you are getting married, Ari? This person is Arasela's older sister, Iris Hugo. She places a hand on her chest anxiously and adds, everyone is worried because it is so sudden. Nothing is wrong, right? Seeing this, Arasela thinks deeply, what should I say to you now, sister? She stands still, unable to say that it is all for her sister's sake. The only reason Arasela declared she would marry is to prevent the death of her sister, Iris. Arasela has a secret she has never told her family. She can see prophetic dreams. In the dark of night, she sat up, panting in fear. At that moment, Arasela's body was covered in sweat, her eyes wide with terror. Her first prophetic dream was 5 years ago. An eerie scene appeared. Her sister was sitting right by the execution block. In that dream, she saw Iris get entangled in a political marriage that led to her death. In the dungeon, 2 dark figures carrying oil lamps approached. Arasela, carrying an oil lamp, went down and cried out when she saw Iris' sister. Iris, sitting in the cell with a haggard face, whispered, Ari, what are you doing here? As she approached and saw her sister in that state, she could not believe it. I am sorry, I should have come here sooner. Iris inside tried to lean out to talk. No, thank you for coming. Arasela slumped down in panic, sister. Then she reached out her trembling hand, wanting to touch her sister's rough, calloused hands. In that dream, Arasela's eyes welled with pity. I am sorry I can't get you out of here. Iris hung her head in deep sadness. No, this is my fault for not knowing anything. Hearing this, Arasela lost her composure even more, gripping the iron bars and shouting, you did nothing wrong. The only one at fault is your husband. Ignoring the 2 soldiers behind her, she screamed in vain with all her might. That bastard has lost his mind. What was he thinking, committing treason? Then her trembling hands clung to the bars as she asked, why does it have to end like this for you? Iris hesitantly spoke, if it were not for the will. If it were not for that, Lord Vandermeer would not have inherited the duchy. Arasela asked, feeling devastated. You mean that bastard's younger brother? Iris gripped the bars with a look of resignation. I only found out after we were married. My husband was at odds with his brother over the inheritance. The image of the powerful Vandermeer appeared through her narration. Lord Vandermeer is the commander of the Fire Hawk Knights, so naturally. At this point, she suddenly began to cough repeatedly. Arasela, sitting outside, was extremely worried. Sister, are you all right? After coughing for a while, Iris's hands and mouth were covered in blood. She could only hesitate. Ari, I have one last request. Tell father, mother, and our youngest brother that I am sorry. Hearing this, Arasela wept, trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Iris gave a gentle smile through her tears and instructed, please take care of our family. A few days later, Iris was executed for being the wife of a traitor. Numerous newspapers reported the news, and people throughout the kingdom were in an uproar. The execution of the traitors is over. Crazy, how dare they rebel? At that moment, Arasela could only sit dazed on a chair, holding a newspaper. She then tore the newspaper apart in deep regret, saying, it should have been me. Arasela gritted her teeth in bitterness and shouted, I was the one who should have married him. And now, back in the present, the room is still pin-drop silent. Arasela looks away, acting evasive, thinking, I can't say I am getting married because of something vague like a dream. Iris tries to press further, seemingly about to guess. Wait, Ari, do not tell me. Then, with blushing cheeks, Iris thinks of a romantic excuse. Have you been meeting him secretly behind the family's back? Faced with such a ridiculous reason, Arasela is stunned and replies, no, I do not even know his full name, let alone what he looks like. Hearing this, Iris is bewildered, with 1,000 questions in her mind. Then why on earth are you getting married? Meanwhile, behind them, their mother calls for the butler. Quickly, call a doctor here. Seeing the butler about to leave, Arasela raises her hand to stop him. Wait. She then assumes a serious demeanor. The political marriage with the Vandermeer family has been arranged. The parents are stunned once again by this statement. Oh, how do you know? Arasela, glowing with confidence, points at herself and replies, I have met Lord Vandermeer before, and I personally carried out that political marriage. She then skips out the door, turning her head back as she leaves. See you all later. Leaving behind a confused and gloomy atmosphere within the family. Arasela walks alone through the castle, deep in thought. Her face brightens in the sunlight as she ponders, father and mother know now. If it were me, I would not want to bring home such a rotten marriage either. She closes her eyes tightly. I still remember that dream clearly. A gloomy castle in the middle of a foggy, rainy night. The wedding took place on a day of heavy rain. The crowd inside the wedding was massive, but the atmosphere was incredibly somber. At that moment, Arasela vividly remembers her sister's sad face, a cold expression, focused intently on an unwanted marriage. She immediately shows a look of disgust. That bastard Vandermeer. Standing on the road with clenched fists, Arasela's current thoughts race. He carried out a political marriage just to solidify his position as heir. He dragged my sister into his power struggle with his brother. She quickly walks back to her room and flings the door open. As she walks to her desk, she thinks, there is no other way to cancel this marriage, and I won't let my sister marry that bastard. She picks up a quill. Now there is only one thing I must do. She writes long lines of text on a piece of paper. I must enter this political marriage before she does. While writing, Arasela suddenly pauses with sad eyes. Then maybe I can prevent my sister's death. But that alone is not enough. Standing alone in the room, harboring resentment, she thinks, the criminal who caused my sister's death deserves to be punished even more. Then she lets out a scheming smile. So I will marry Lord Vandermeer, not that bastard. Looking at the paper, Arasela opens her eyes with determination and says craftily, I will reverse this succession dispute first. Once finished, she folds the paper. Lord Vandermeer, whose full name I do not even know yet. With eyes full of inner thoughts, she adds, to be honest, I do not really like you yet, but I will come to see your face soon. At the gloomy estate of Lord Vandermeer. A subordinate comes to report, Commander, a letter has just arrived. I have placed it on your desk, sir. He calmly replies without turning around, let me see. Having said that, he quietly reaches out to touch the letter. Looking at the letter, he reads the name Arasela Hugo. This man is the commander of the Fire Hawk Knights, Damian Vandermeer. Damian then gently opens the letter, filled with doubt. Why would she send me a letter? Arasela's slender hand appears, carefully writing each word, Dear Lord Vandermeer. Then she is seen holding a bouquet of flowers, blowing a charming kiss. We will be married soon, so what do you think about meeting before the wedding? I have some important matters to discuss with you. Let us meet on a day when it is just the two of us. For the exchange of information, I will be free for 3 days. Arasela Hugo, of the house of Marquis Hugo. Damian looks at this love letter with a grey face, speechless. Then his face becomes gloomy and dejected. He is the second son of the Duchy of Vandermeer and Arasela's fiancé, Lord Damian Vandermeer. After a moment, Damian tosses the letter into the fire without hesitation. He then turns to walk away, thinking it seems those mages are all insane. He closes his eyes and frowns. I do not want to marry someone like that, never. Not even a second after reading the letter. He vows never to get involved with Arasela. But contrary to his wishes, Arasela has appeared at this very place. Wearing a radiant yellow dress, she greets him. Hello, Lord Vandermeer. I am Arasela Hugo. Her eyes take on an indifferent look as she asks, is your hand injured? Arasela smiles very naturally. Because you did not reply, I kept thinking you might be hurt. Faced with this scene, Damian's face is contorted and gray as he curses inwardly. Seriously, she is crazy. Seeing that Damian does not respond, she feels like she wants to snap at him. How dare he ignore me? They continue to meet in that situation as Damian resolutely drags it out for 3 days. 5 minutes before Damian's patience breaks, at the training grounds of the Firehawk Knights, a large crowd has gathered. Seeing them gathered, a man comes out and shouts sternly, "What are you all doing here during training hours?" The trainees frantically report loudly, "Vice Commander. A young lady is here to see the Lord." It turns out this man is Isaac Wind, the Vice Commander of the Firehawk Knights. Hearing that someone is looking for him, he feels somewhat anxious. Without waiting another second, a very elegant Arasela walks in from outside. Are you the Vice Commander? Just in time. She stands to the side in a charming pose. I have come to see Lord Vandermeer. I sent a letter here earlier. Where is he? Upon seeing her, everyone is instantly smitten. Isaac can't help but praise her in his mind. She is so beautiful. Then he speaks aloud. He has not been here for a while. It is a bit rude of me, but who are you? When asked, she answers coldly, Arasela Hugo. One of the best mages in the Empire, she says. Then gives a bright, cheerful smile. Isaac stands frozen in shock. A mage. Then the other trainees look at her and start whispering, I have heard of her. Isn't she one of those eccentric mages from the magic tower? What is a mage doing here? I knew something was strange. I thought she was just an impolite noble lady, but I guess this is just what a mage does. Hearing those words, Arasela puts on a very mocking face. Then Isaac steps forward and bows politely, Pardon me, Lady Hugo. Your presence is affecting the training, so please. Arasela calmly interrupts, sleeping while your subordinates are working. She glares upward with contempt. Your superior seems quite lazy, does not he? Being told that, his face turns gray. Please refrain from using disrespectful language about the commander. Seeing this, Arasela leans slightly and laughs it off. Does that bother you? It is nothing compared to the trouble your superior caused by making me come all the way here. The atmosphere becomes heavy, and the other soldiers feel somewhat wary of her. Suddenly, a footstep stomps firmly on the ground. A cloak flutters in the wind along with a stern voice. What is all this noise? Upon seeing him, Isaac greets him nervously, Commander. Followed by the other soldiers who all bow in unison. Greetings, Commander. Standing before everyone is an incredibly handsome Damian. He then opens his cold eyes and looks in their direction. At the same time, Arasela casually runs up and greets him familiarly. Hello there, Lord Vandermeer. I am Arasela Hugo. She leans in close and says, Is your hand injured? Since you did not reply, I thought you were hurt and came here quickly. Seeing this, Damian remains unmoved and responds calmly, Greetings, Lady Hugo. I am Damian Vandermeer. I am not injured anywhere. Arasela frowns slightly and asks, So you ignored my letter? Faced with that question, Damian feels somewhat annoyed and remains silent for a moment. Then he turns and calls Isaac. Hearing this, Isaac bows, Yes, Commander. Damian then turns to leave and gives a punishment. Since training has been delayed, everyone must run 50 laps around the training ground. Isaac bows in obedience. Understood. My apologies, sir. Finally, as the soldiers scramble to run, Damian suggests, My lady, please come to my study. She does not object. Fine. The two of them walk one after the other down the hallway. And so, this is the first time the engaged couple meets. Their hearts are both burning. They walk calmly, but inside, Arasela's inner demon has awakened. It is ridiculous for him to act so arrogant. Damian, walking in front, glances back slightly and wonders, is she mentally ill? In the study, sunlight shines beautifully outside. Sitting inside, he holds a teacup and closes his eyes in endurance. I apologize for not replying to your letter. I was too busy and then forgot. Hearing that, Arasela smiles politely and says sarcastically, oh, if your memory is not good, that is quite worrying. He tries to politely dismiss her. If that is why you came here, then please leave. I have no intention of marrying a young lady. She remains firm and asks, do you know this is a political marriage between our two families? Damian looks up with indifference. This is the first time I have heard of this. She speaks as if she understands the whole story. I see. I only found out not long ago myself. Regardless, because this was prearranged, we must get married. As soon as he hears this, he looks like he is going crazy and shouts with a frown, I refuse. At this point, Arasela sighs wearily. This is not something you can refuse without thinking. Her eyes are full of anger as she growls. And why are you refusing? A scene from the past appears in her mind. She was holding her magic staff, unleashing power against monsters. She recounts, last year I faced a large-scale legendary creature in the south and achieved the top rank. So I am very strong. After finishing her story, Arasela puts a hand to her forehead conceitedly. Furthermore, this beautiful appearance along with great achievements makes me a candidate for the position of Magic Tower Master. Damian looks at her, feeling pained. She continues, most of all you want to push your brother aside and take the position of Duke. Hearing this, Damian winces, feeling guilty. How does she? Then Arasela places a hand on her chest and smiles. I will help you. Damian then says softly, Lady Arasela Hugo. So it is you, he says. Hearing this, she gives an incomprehensible fake smile. Then his face turns grim as he speaks his ill thoughts. The despicable mage who took the credit from my team in the south last year during the monster extermination campaign. Arasela is stunned into silence. Then she immediately opens her eyes wide and screams with a contorted face, you call me despicable after I almost died. At the same time, Damian wears a look of contempt. I was just waiting to see where it was going and how it moved because I thought I had achieved my goal. Arasela is now livid. What on earth are you talking about? The teacup on the table trembles due to the heavy atmosphere. Arasela now radiates a massive aura of power, her face full of resentment as she asks, do knights have no sense of gratitude? Damian remains calm with a mocking smile. It is funny hearing this from a mage who can't control her emotions. The two of them face each other with gray, hostile expressions before the conversation turns into a challenge. The door suddenly bursts open. A maid stands at the door and shouts, my lady, please calm down. She then runs over and clings to Arasela's arm. This girl is Arasela's maid, Audrey. With a pale face she pleads, you promised you would not get physical with anyone anymore. But Arasela is still in a rage and asserts, I will teach that arrogant knight, who does not even recognize his savior, a lesson. Audrey still tries to argue back, you can teach him a lesson later. Damian speaks up coldly, leave her be. Stop interfering in your lady's business. She gets even angrier and points directly at his face, you dare to be so smug. She then decisively grabs the handle of her umbrella. She points the umbrella straight at his face like a magic staff, you will regret this. He remains calm, picking up his teacup to enjoy it, my lady, you should stop interfering in other people's family business before you regret it. I do not need your help. Immediately Arasela says firmly, no, you will definitely need me. Because your position as heir depends on this political marriage. At this point he loses his cool and freezes, startled. She tilts her head, looking extremely annoyed, and scolds him further, your grandfather left a will. He said he would grant the inheritance and the mansion to whichever grandson marries a daughter of the Hugo family. Damian starts to look worried and wonders, what kind of absurdity is this? Arasela, still angry, adds to wake him up, it is a promise verified by His Majesty the Emperor. You can check it yourself if you want. Once finished, she grips her umbrella and prepares to turn and leave. I have said everything I had to say. The choice is yours. Let us go, Audrey. Leaving him behind in the dark room, she and her maid walk out quickly in a rage. Sitting still in the room, Damian is still dazed, wondering, did he make a will about this political marriage at the end of his life? He then bows his head in utter despair, remembering Arasela's face. If that is true, then I will have to marry that crazy woman. Thinking of this, he scratches his head wearily and sighs. I have to investigate this to see if what she said is true or false. Meanwhile, Arasela and her maid walk under the bright sun. She ignores her umbrella and walks in the heat, feeling extremely irritating Vandermeer. A fearsome scene appears. Arasela holding her umbrella with a sharp gaze, intending to attack Damian. Previously, Arasela had succeeded in provoking her opponent but disguised it as a marriage proposal. Her mood is terrible as she angrily grips her umbrella. If it were not for Audrey, I would have ground him to a pulp. Finally, the scene shifts to the Hugo mansion. Arasela returns home with her heart pounding fiercely. Iris steps out from inside and calls Ari. Seeing her, she asks, "What brings you here, sister?" A timid purple-haired boy is hiding behind her. Iris smiles politely and hesitates. Well, this purple-haired boy is Adrian Hugo, the heir of the Marquis Hugo family. He is currently crying so hard his nose is running. Crying, sister. Seeing this sight, Arasela laughs triumphantly. Adrian, you look terrible. Being teased like that, he cried even harder. Iris had to turn around and pinch Arasela's cheek to scold her. I told you not to mess with the boy. After laughing for a while, she turned to check on him. All right, tell me. Why is our little baby crying? Adrian whimpered. You are getting married. His tears kept falling as he sobbed. Mother said you will leave home after you get married. I do not like it. Why do you have to get married? Seeing this, Arasela rested her chin on her hand with a mischievous look. I am not. This made him cry even more. Iris approached with a gloomy, threatening face, while Arasela turned to explain, Sister, I am not teasing him. I am serious. She then turned to pat Adrian's head to comfort him. Adrian, getting married does not mean I am abandoning you. I will always be your big sister. Hearing this, he finally stopped crying and felt a bit better. Iris also stepped in with words that made him smile. Ari is right. We will always be the 3 Hugo siblings until we die. All 3 stood under the tree canopy, happily affirming, even if I get married and change my last name, the blood flowing through me will never change. Comforted by this, Adrian's cheeks flushed as he nodded happily, yes. Under Arasela's gentle gaze, he lowered his head and whispered, even so. He clenched his fists, squeezing out 2 more tears. I still do not like you getting married. I do not like Lord Vandermeer either. Seeing this, Arasela burst out laughing. You have never even seen him, so why hate him? And if it was not him, I would eventually have to marry a man I like even less. Hearing this, Iris stood nearby and repeated the phrase skeptically. A man you like even less. Arasela looked up, startled as if she had just slipped up. Realizing something, Iris asked Arasela, is what you are doing really just for a political alliance? When asked, Arasela panicked and looked away. No, it is not. Then Iris gently placed a hand on Arasela's shoulder and called her name. She looked at Arasela with gentle, advising eyes. You have always dreamed of becoming the master of the magic tower. So do not get entangled in things like political marriages. Just do what you want. Arasela looked up at her, filled with sadness. Iris stood before her, glowing with kindness. You have an older sister, after all. Then the image of a ravaged Iris in the dungeon flashed through Arasela's memory. Just thinking about it, Arasela immediately froze in sheer terror. She then stood up decisively to face the 2. I do not want to marry Lord Vandermeer because of this political marriage. Iris looked at her demeanor with concern. Arasela pretended to act shy and looked away. I simply like him. Iris saw right through the act and exposed her liar. You never like someone without a reason. Her face grew increasingly strained as she hesitated. Fine. Actually, At this point, Arasela swallowed her inner disgust, thought of his handsome face, and managed to blur out, I like his looks. Hearing this, both siblings had the same shocked expression. Just because of his face, that does not sound like you at all. Arasela wanted to blow up and shouted, what, I have everything else, so can't I choose a man based on his appearance? Iris pointed at her in disbelief. But Ari, you are the one who said you have a unique face and would never be interested in anyone else's. She placed her hand on her chest, acting innocent. This time is an exception. No, actually, I have fallen in love with Lord Vandermeer. The other 2 still could not believe it. But you said before you did not even know his face or full name. Cornered, she broke into a sweat and looked away in silence. Iris kept staring at her, looking for a loophole. Finally, unable to argue back, Arasela changed the subject and skipped away with her umbrella. He said he would send me a letter. I should head back and wait for it. The 2 left behind called out loudly, Ari. As Arasela walked away, Iris and Adrian sat back down to talk. So is big sister really getting married? I suppose so. Elsewhere, Arasela stomped on the ground and thought, I did the best I could. Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, she thought anxiously, now Damian Vandermeer, that bastard, better agree to this political marriage quickly. I need to move fast before sister gets suspicious. With a determined face, she looked forward and prayed internally, please reply this time. Damian's annoying, mocking face appeared. He had not sent a reply for an entire week. A week had passed since Damian received the letter. He sat in his study, leaning back in his chair, holding his head wearily. After finishing his investigation, he rubbed his tired face and realized, so what she said was true. His eyes grew sharp and frightening as he wondered, what the hell was going on when the will was being made? This whole family has always tried to cast me out. The scene of Damian being abandoned by his own family appeared. Then came a scene of his family and older brother standing in the light, happily. Everyone in the Duke's mansion knew the will would exclude me. The image of his scheming older brother appeared. His incompetent half-brother. Everyone was trying to give everything to Oscar Vandermeer. He leaned back in his chair, telling himself, I have to stop this. Damian recalled when Arasela said, furthermore, you have always wanted to kick your brother out and take the succession, have not you? He stared at the ceiling in deep thought, that woman. Thinking of this, he sat up and searched through papers, remembering, this engagement is presided over by the emperor. Therefore, no one in this empire can oppose it. As he thought, he picked up his pen to write a letter. The image of the two of them standing at their engagement under the emperor's power appeared. If I marry that woman, I will have everything of the Vandermeers. Finished, he stood up and spoke her name, Arasela Hugo. His face was filled with a murderous intensity. She does not seem completely insane. That evening at the Hugo mansion, a maid reported, my lady, a letter has arrived from Lord Vandermeer. Hearing the news, Arasela took it joyfully. Thank you, Audrey. Audrey stood at the door watching and thought, Our Lady has a secret romantic affair with Lord Vandermeer. She thought about Arasela's past rebellious phases and felt satisfied. Our troublemaker has finally grown up. But suddenly, as Arasela read the letter, she gritted her teeth and growled. Sensing the noise, Audrey popped her head in, my lady. Like a burning fire, Arasela turned and shouted, that rude Damian Vandermeer. Audrey read this. Audrey was confused by the scene. What is wrong? Audrey immediately took the letter and read every word carefully. As she read, she imagined Damian's indifferent, disgusted face. To Lady Arasela Hugo. Come here if you wish. I request that you meet me tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. at Café Foreign on 7th Street. Let us discuss further the matters we spoke of in my study the other day. Firehawk Knights, Damian Vandermeer. After reading, Audrey could only give a strained smile. Arasela was boiling with rage, clutching her head and screaming, look at the way he replies, only notifying me of the time and place. A week has passed and he certainly has some nerve. Audrey awkwardly tried to calm her. My lady, please be calm. Arasela replied with a darkened face. No, look, Audrey, do you know what is making me go crazy? She remembered his arrogant words in the letter, Firehawk Knights, Damian Vandermeer. She spoke mockingly. He introduces himself by his knight title, not his family title, as if everyone cares that he is from the Firehawk Association. Audrey looked at the letter innocently. Usually people write their family name, do not they? He is quite unique. Arasela did not stop fuming. That is not unique, that is just his massive ego. She turned and rushed back to her desk. That insolent bastard, Damian. She quickly wrote a confident letter. We will see who wins. Finished, Arasela held the letter out and ordered angrily, Audrey, send this to Lord Vandermeer. Audrey helplessly obeyed. Yes, my lady. Audrey held the letter, reading it over with a pale face. The letter to Lord Vandermeer, imagining her replying with a mocking face. Let us meet at 5:00 p.m. instead. Magic Tower Mage, Arasela Hugo. Audrey felt in her heart, both of them are so childish. Finally she left. Well then, sleep well, my lady. Arasela happily replied, you too, Audrey. Then she frowned as she looked through the window, that troublesome Vandermeer. In the quiet night, Damian was also standing by the window in contemplation. He looked at the sky and cursed under his breath, that crazy mage. Arasela had a look of disgust, thinking, once I achieve my goal. Damian's eyes also opened wide with a scheming look. On her end, she clenched her fist with determination. Then divorce. Damian also gritted his teeth in annoyance. And so the night deepened for the engaged couple as they arranged their first date. A beautiful morning at the Magic Tower. Inside, Arasela stood stroking her chin, looking at floating magic stones. If only these could float a bit higher. Standing opposite her, Sally, Arasela's junior, answered tiredly, making it float in the air without magic is very hard. Rudy, another junior, added, I will try to find a way to reduce the weight of the floating stones. Then she excitedly held both hands toward a stone. Since these floating stones can absorb mana, let us experiment with the original stones first. They cheered each other on in the lively atmosphere. Okay, I will keep researching. You are doing a great job. Suddenly she looked at the clock and panicked. I am going to be late. She rushed to the door. Coordinate the research with Rudy and put it on my desk before tomorrow morning. Seeing her in such a hurry, Sully asked, Senior, do you have to go already? Arasela stepped out and replied hurriedly, I have an appointment, good luck you guys. The two stood watching her, feeling it was strange. It has been a long time since she left work this early. I agree. Sully raised an eyebrow skeptically. And the way she is trying so hard not to be late. Who is she going to meet outside? The horse was being rushed into a frenzy. Go. Inside the carriage, everything was chaotic. Audrey panicked, my lady, I called for you an hour ago. Arasela, looking terrible sitting there, replied, sorry. The research results on the floating stones were quite interesting, so. The carriage sped down the street like the wind, startling everyone. Inside she shouted, anyway, faster. Soon they arrived in front of the cafe. The driver was exhausted. Arasela's hair was messy, but she was full of confidence. It is time to settle this once and for all. Audrey grabbed her shoulder to stop her. My lady, wait. Audrey put on a frightening, threatening face. I did not say this earlier because we were in a rush, but you are going in like this. This is your first official meeting. You should be wearing a pretty dress. Arasela had not realized the problem, still dreaming. It is fine. Does not matter what I look like. I will look better than him anyway. The two made a scene in front of the shop. Let me fix your hair first. Oh. After being tidied up, Arasela looked more decent and said, wait here for a bit. I will go in alone. Audrey reached out to stop her. My lady, wait, but Arasela did not hesitate to push the door open and walk in confidently. Watching her master's back disappear into the shop, Audrey stood outside, stunned and helpless. Her face turned pale as she prayed. Oh God, please let this happen without any bloodshed. Inside the luxurious shop, sunlight shone brilliantly. Arasela walked in with great elegance. When she reached the table, she put on a fake smile. Hello, Lord Vandermeer. Damian set his teacup down and reminded her, you are late, my lady. 3 minutes late. Arasela looked at his stern face, deeply annoyed. Can't you let it go? Did you forget how long you were late when I came to see you? Her eyes showed clear disgust. Seriously, is this guy still wearing his night uniform in a private place like this? She stood there looking at him with an ugly scowl, even though she herself was still wearing her magic tower uniform. Damian then gave a mocking reminder. What are you waiting for? Order something. Arasela snapped back. I know that, alright. The waiter came out politely. Enjoy your drinks. Then the two sat opposite each other in a gloomy atmosphere. Arasela crossed her arms and said crossly, you said you did not need me. Now look at yourself. He picked up his teacup, wanting to say something, but the words would not come out. He closed his eyes and frowned, admitting, fine, I admit it. I need you, Lady Hugo. Hearing that, Arasela looked away in disgust. He admitted it easier than I thought. Damian got straight to the point. So, let us make a deal. What do you want from this marriage? His face was very serious, as if he could see through everything. Arasela calmly stated her wishes. I want 2 things. My sister must not have to marry anyone from the Vandermeer family. Hearing this, Damian was silent and pensive. She continued, and you can also divorce me. Damian agreed comfortably. Fine. I have no interest in starting a family right now. He spoke as if asking for a little time. Let me arrange the terms. The terms were listed one by one. No children during the marriage. No unnecessary actions. Active cooperation for mutual benefit. No prying into each other's secrets. And a divorce once I secure the position of Duke. How about it? Arasela crossed her arms and smiled with satisfaction. Deal? I agree. Then let us go to the temple for the certification and the contract. Damian replied, sounds good. Outside, Audrey was worried sick because she could not hear anything. I can't hear a thing, but it seems things are going quite well. Inside the shop, Arasela made a serious suggestion. Then let us plan what to do next. By the way, I told my family we are marrying for love. It will be a bit troublesome if they find out the truth. Damian stated the situation. but the Vandermeer family won't know anything before the wedding. She was surprised and asked why. He looked down thoughtfully because they are trying to make my brother the next duke. In his head, he remembered that devilish family and his brother Oscar. If they know, they will try to interfere. Hearing the situation, Arasela asked more to find a solution. Is your brother's status secure? Damian shared openly. He is the son of the current duchess. I am the son of the late duchess. After gathering the information, she nodded. I see. So your brother's mother is the second wife and your mother was the first. Arasela made a sharp suggestion. Don't just sit around. Let us calculate a plan. Damian was confused. What do you mean? Arasela leaned on the table excitedly. Do you know the second prince is about to host a party, a large party for all the young nobles? A scene of a grand luxurious party appeared with countless couples dancing. Arasela tilted her head and gave an idea. That will be the place where we announce our engagement. Hearing this, Damian was stunned. Huh? Seeing his face, Arasela looked bored. Are you slow? I said we will announce our engagement at this party. He argued back angrily. It is not about being slow. If we make a mistake, we will be criticized for ruining the prince's party. Arasela scoffed conceitedly. Don't worry. His Highness is one of my friends. Damian was helplessly skeptical. She actually has friends. The two kept bickering anyway instead of hiding and making things messier. If we do this, no one can interfere anymore. Alright, let us do it. After the discussion, they both stood up to leave. Before leaving, Arasela held out her hand. Good. Let us discuss the rest step by step. Her face was full of commitment. I am counting on you from now on. Seeing this, Damian paused for a moment. Then he stepped forward decisively. He gave a cold reminder that snapped her back to reality. Condition 2. No unnecessary actions. Did you forget? Your memory is quite poor. She shouted in a rage. You bastard. She remembered her own words to him. It is a problem because your memory seems poor. A direct counterattack on Arasela. As they were leaving, Audrey stood outside feeling happy. I can sense the lady really liked this date. But suddenly Damian, with an expressionless face, pushed the door open hard. He walked away decisively without looking back. Watching his back, Audrey was worried. What? Why is Lord Vandermeer leaving alone? Suddenly, Arasela appeared behind her, radiating bloodlust, making her break into a sweat. She screamed, Damian Vandermeer. Her eyes were glowing with fire as she affirmed, I will have my revenge. Audrey grew even more terrified. My lady, what is wrong? Ignoring her, Arasela barked, Audrey, let us go. Audrey stammered back, where are we going? Arasela clenched her fists and shouted with burning spirit, to prepare a dress for next week's party. Hearing this, Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement. A dress for the lady. Thus, Arasela swallowed her rage toward Damian. Seeing them come out, the coachman asked, where are we going, my lady? She ordered coldly, I will drive. You get inside. The man was surprised. Huh? Audrey saw her lady sit down and reassured the old man, it is all right. Let us get in. After sitting down, Arasela powerfully gripped the reins. Let us go. She controlled the horse with a crazed look. Move. Her wild behavior made the horse scream in fear. Inside, the two passengers had to endure the violent shaking of the carriage. She sped through the streets like a madwoman, screaming, I will have my revenge. With the start of the political marriage, Arasela raced toward the party at full speed. Soon the day of the party arrived. Sunlight shone across the mansion. Inside, Arasela was almost ready and looked incredibly beautiful. A voice called her name and she answered yes. Iris stood before her asking anxiously, are you ready to announce your engagement today? Arasela sat in her chair, clenching her fists confidently. Of course. Tomorrow every newspaper will be writing about my marriage. Iris sat down and sighed, holding her cheeks, announcing an engagement at the Crown Prince's party. Did His Highness agree to this? Seeing her sister's worry, Arasela reassured her. Frederick said it was fine, sister. She then smiled brightly. After all, he is my best friend. The back of the powerful and handsome Highness appeared. Frederick, the second prince of the empire and Arasela's close friend from the academy. An image of him standing powerfully under the light and respect of many appeared. Not only a master of combat, but with his gentle nature and brilliant eloquence, Frederick held a strong position to inherit the throne, far surpassing the first prince. Suddenly, Audrey spoke up nervously, Arasela asked with concern, what is it, Audrey? When asked, she looked weary. I am just a bit worried that Lord Vandermeer is too popular. Arasela was shocked to her core. What? At the same time, Iris sitting nearby added, Lord Vandermeer is the dream of many young ladies. Everyone agrees he is incredibly handsome. An image of a cold and bloodthirsty Damian in his powerful armor appeared, and he went to study abroad at a very young age, becoming the youngest master swordsman. Everyone calls him the Lone Wolf, yet they all admire him. Then countless angry and jealous looks from other ladies were directed at her. Just marrying him will consolidate a lot of power in noble society. Arasela sat picking her ear, looking dismissive. Arasela then blew on her finger nonchalantly. Iris saw this and felt helpless. That face. She clearly does not even care. Suddenly she gripped Arasela's wrist. Anyway, Arasela, promise me. You won't cause any more trouble before this political marriage. Arasela was surprised by Iris's worry. Finally, she replied with nonchalant excitement, okay. Iris was finally relieved. The moment she heard Arasela's answer, her mood improved significantly. Arasela, the biggest troublemaker, was happily asking Audrey, how long will the hair take? Iris sat contemplating in a nearby chair, feeling happy. It seems she was not even listening to me. Night soon fell at the palace of the Citron Empire, where an incredibly luxurious banquet was being held. Inside, the dining tables were lavishly laid out, sparkling with opulence. Beautiful young ladies were raising their glasses together, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Amidst the bustling party, the two sisters entered through the doors to an announcement. Lady Iris Hugo and Lady Arasela Hugo are entering. Arasela, stunning in a prominent red dress, walked in and was overwhelmed by the scene. So many people. Then her expression turned calm and charming as she told herself, a palace banquet really is on a different level. Suddenly two ladies behind her spoke up, startling Arasela. Oh my, the two sisters are together, how rare. It has been quite a while since Lady Arasela made a public appearance, has not it? Arasela's expression became thoughtful as she glanced around, and so it begins the noble lady's gossip. Over there, they continued with looks of disdain. It seems the Hugo sisters will accept every dance invitation tonight. You know, not everyone here is a fool who only cares about appearances. Faced with these whispers, Arasela stood still with a darkened face. Then her expression shifted to one of frantic excitement internally. This is it. Her cheeks flushed as she gave those two ladies an eerie look. She thought about their sarcastic comments. Seeing that look, the two grew fearful. Let us go. Yeah. Suddenly Iris walked up and took Arasela's arm. Ari, look over there. She put on an uninterested face. Appearing before her was Damian in formal attire, looking incredibly handsome and polished. He held his head high, exuding an air of arrogance and a dashing charm. Upon seeing Damian, the young ladies screamed in excitement, it is Lord Vandermeer. Damian appeared in the spotlight of the protagonist, accompanied by praise. He looks like a sculpture. So handsome. His footsteps brought him right in front of Arasela's toes. He stood there calmly and greeted her. Good evening, Lady Hugo. She happily smiled back. Hello, Lord Vandermeer. Witnessing this, the ladies and princes were stunned. Wait, why did Lord Vandermeer only approach her? No way. What is going on between those two? Just like that, a crowd of people focused on them. The two engaged in intimate conversation. Damian spoke. I have been waiting, thinking for the announcement. She replied, I am so happy to see you, Lord Vandermeer. Thinking, because I am plotting my revenge on you. Others were so shocked their mouths hung open. Oh my God. People surrounded them and began to gossip. Are they lovers? Are Lady Arasela Hugo and Lord Vandermeer dating? Arasela realized all eyes are on us. The whispers continued, but he is a knight and she is a mage. Is love bridging the hatred? Suddenly her eyes widened and her face contorted. Now is my chance. Arasela proactively reached out a hand. Lord Vandermeer. May I have this dance with you? Her appearance at that moment was incredibly gentle and alluring. This action caused the emotions of those around them to fluctuate between helplessness and admiration. Iris, standing nearby, began to feel excited. Faced with this, Damian's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Could it be? He remembered the scene at the cafe, the moment he had sternly reminded her, Condition 2, no unnecessary actions. Did you forget? At this moment, Arasela wore a horrifying expression along with a silent threat. Try rejecting me again and see what happens. The crowd grew even larger and the noise louder. Oh my, Lady Arasela invited him first. As a gentleman, how could he refuse? Damian gritted his teeth in annoyance. He immediately took her hand and replied, very well. Damian then acted very gallantly, closing his eyes as he added, Allow me to escort you to the dance floor. At that instant, his gaze was incredibly tender, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Arasela also felt a bit shy. From Iris's perspective, it was a scene of admiration and happiness. They really are dating. The two walked away, leaving behind the heartbreak of other ladies. Have fun, Lord Vandermeer. And that was how Arasela and Damian successfully deceived everyone. After all that effort, they finally reached the final step. As they walked together, they silently felt disgusted by each other. I do not feel so good about this. Soon the music started, and they danced happily together among the other couples. Their hands gripped each other very awkwardly. While dancing, they whispered about the plan. When will you announce the engagement? She replied, after the music ends. They started bickering. Are you really doing all this just to get back at me? How petty. Relax, people will think we are about to start a fight. They kept moving to the rhythm, performing the play perfectly while still sniping at each other. I am not frowning because of that. Then what for? At that moment, Damian slid his hand behind her waist. It is just. I do not like dancing. After saying that, he clenched his hand, not wanting to touch Arasela. Soon the music stopped, and the couples finished their dance with a bow to one another. The MC held up a piece of paper and announced, His Highness the Prince has a message for everyone. Lady Arasela Hugo will now announce some important news. Hearing this, Iris looked over, startled and worried. The other young ladies also snapped their attention toward them. Immediately after, Arasela and Damian stood together on stage, politely facing the audience. Standing up there, his face remained cold as he thought. Finally, the marriage announcement. Now Arasela suddenly put on a proud, coquettish face and declared, I am getting married. The person I am marrying is none other than Lord Damian Vandermeer. We will be sending out invitations soon. Please share in our joy. The princes and ladies below were hit with another wave of shock. The entire hall erupted. What? Lady Arasela and Lord Damian Vandermeer? Seeing this, Damian's face turned pale as he looked at her in horror. Is that all she is going to say? She is not even going to explain. She is truly insane. Arasela just giggled innocently. That is all I wanted to say. Now everyone, please continue enjoying the party. Suddenly from below, Frederick ran up and shouted, Wait! Arasela, hearing him, she turned around and recognized him. She called out, Frederick. He stood below, panting, and demanded, Explain everything. This man was the second prince of the Citron Empire, Frederick. With a dazed and weary expression, he continued, What do you mean, announcing a marriage? Flashback to the entrance ceremony 7 years ago at the magic school. In a corner, Frederick was looking around in a panic. I am doomed. At this rate, I will be late for the ceremony. Then he saw Arasela from a distance and called out, Excuse me, do you know where the entrance ceremony hall is? She very kindly pointed the way, over there. Back then, Arasela looked incredibly cool and possessed a mysterious beauty. At that moment, Frederick blushed, captivated by her looks, and praised her inwardly, so beautiful. Frederick had liked Arasela from the first moment. Back at the party, she was standing on stage confidently declaring, I am getting married to Lord Damian Vandermeer. Invitations are coming soon. Celebrate with us. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Frederick stood in a corner, his heart shattered. His expression became utterly miserable. Frederick was enduring a tragic one-sided love. Frederick then stepped forward, asking skeptically, Be clearer. Marriage, what do you mean by that? Arasela was a bit confused and remained silent for a moment, while Damian hid behind her, feeling anxious. Frederick became more frantic. You never mentioned this marriage to me. A lady at the party saw this and called out, Prince Frederick. Everyone simultaneously bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Frederick stood there alone as everyone bowed to him. Realizing the situation, Frederick panicked internally. I forgot. There are so many eyes watching us right now. He had created an embarrassing scene, followed by countless judgmental gazes. While he was worrying, Arasela called from behind, Prince Frederick. She gave a soft smile and added, Let us move somewhere else to talk. Frederick looked at her with a sad face and said nothing. Soon, the two of them moved to a secluded alcove. Standing there, Arasela spoke gently, Why are you acting so weak? Didn't you always say you needed to be a perfect prince? Frederick said anxiously, Because you suddenly said you are getting married. He grew more worried and added, Are you really marrying Lord Vandermeer? He is a knight and you are a mage. Arasela calmly turned her head and countered, I know, but that is not an issue. Frederick argued irritably, But you once said you would never get married. She stood facing him and replied, He changed my mind. His eyes were filled with devotion. Don't you remember? Our promise in the library during our first year. Back then they sat next to each other in the library and he had said, Arasela. Frederick, resting his chin on his hand innocently, made a proposal. If we both turn 40 and are still unmarried, then let us marry each other. Okay, the atmosphere then was incredibly poetic and romantic. He was currently dreaming with his eyes closed, our marriage promise. Arasela's face turned pale in shock. Why do you still remember that? That was 7 years ago when we were just freshmen. Frederick looked sad and then flustered as he explained. But you said back then that we would marry. She put her hands on her hips, helpless. You were joking then. So I just went along with it. Why are you being so serious? But he argued back, feeling very let down. But you decided to get married without saying a word to me. Do you know how much I care about you? Arasela's brow furrowed with regret. She knew her best friend cared for her deeply. She bowed her head slightly. I am sorry if I upset you by not telling you beforehand. But Frederick. Then Arasela placed her hand on her chest with total seriousness. This marriage is my choice after thinking it over for a long time. So please respect it. Hearing this, Frederick froze in place. He lowered his head and gave a bitter laugh. Respect it, huh? Frederick turned to look outside. I am sorry, Arasela. Finally, he walked away without looking back. Arasela still did not understand his feelings and tilted her head in confusion. He can get angry over just this. Upstairs, Damian silently watched Frederick leave. He stared intently, as if he understood everything. And so, the dreamy evening at the palace came to an end. The next day, after the party ended with a bang, a series of newspapers broke the news: the alliance of the century, a marriage between the young swordmaster and the magic genius. On the streets, people read the papers and gossiped. A mage and a knight are marrying. This is going to cause a massive stir. The news of Arasela and Damian's marriage spread rapidly across the empire. The two of them appeared together at Marquis Hugo's mansion. Arasela asked, ready? Damian looked coldly at the mansion and replied, not exactly. He wore a slightly fearful expression. You only told me about meeting your parents last night via a letter. What were you thinking? Arasela replied nonchalantly and innocently, isn't sooner better than later. Damian sighed and asked, anyway, is there anything I should be aware of when meeting your family? Arasela replied, just one thing. She winked and gave a light smile. Are you prepared to take away their beloved second daughter? At that moment her father stepped out with a terrifying face. Welcome, Lord Vandermeer. In front of him was Adrian, wearing the same expression. The two of them were like wild beasts radiating bloodlust at him. Damian bit his lip nervously. It looks like he is ready to swallow me whole. In this situation her mother stepped out with a kind smile. Thank you for coming. Seeing this, he calmed down and bowed. It is an honor to meet you all, Marquis Hugo, Marchioness Hugo. But immediately Adrian ran out and blocked Arasela, shouting, I oppose this marriage. His whole body trembled with fear as he added, don't take big sister away. Iris walked out worriedly Adrian, but he lowered his head and tried to shout, you are both too young to get married. Even if you are the youngest swordmaster or Lord Vandermeer, the god of monster conquest, it is still a no. Arasela watched him from behind with an awkward face, wondering, this kid. How does he know so much? Damian looked at this scene hesitantly. Young Master Adrian. He then knelt down to face him. Damian's gaze was incredibly intimidating, as if threatening him. I will marry Lady Hugo even if a sword is at my throat. Do you still want to stop me? Faced with this, Adrian broke into a sweat and became terrified. He then gritted his teeth in anger until his face turned red and he coughed. Immediately, Adrian ran to hug his mother, sobbing loudly. Marquis Hugo stood frozen, looking at Damian with murderous intent. Arasela also panicked and called out, Sir. Damian, sweating nervously, asked, didn't you say to be prepared to take away their second daughter? She sighed helplessly. I never told you to do that to an 11-year-old kid. Soon, everyone sat down at a lavish dining table. The couple sat opposite the family in a silent, suffocating atmosphere. Marquis Hugo picked up his wine glass and spoke, I will ask plainly. He spoke with a serious face, why did you decide to marry Arasela? I heard it was not for political reasons. And our second daughter is a bit special, is not she? Asked this, Damian bowed politely and replied, Lady Hugo is indeed a remarkable person. He tilted his head to observe her expression and continued, that is why I like her. I think if I marry her, there won't be a single dull moment. Suddenly, her mother spoke up skeptically, did you decide to marry for such an ordinary reason? Anxiety was clear on her face. What will you do if you find married life suffocating? Damian's emotions remained steady as he replied calmly, I will talk to Lady Hugo and resolve the issue if we both agree. Suddenly, her mother slammed her fork onto the table and said, Marriage is the most important event in one's life. It is equivalent to preparing to spend a lifetime together. Both of them grew anxious as they listened to her. So I want to ask both Lord Vandermeer and Arasela. Her mother used a serious face, unlike her usual self, to ask, Are you two ready to spend your lives together? To the surprise of the young couple, she asked, So I want to ask both Lord Vandermeer and Arasela, are you two truly ready to live together for the rest of your lives? At this question, Arasela was stunned and thought to herself, a lifetime. Damian also paused for a moment together. Immediately, both of them showed expressions of absolute disgust and loathing. Seeing them silent for a long time, the Marchioness pouted. Then she opened her eyes wide and shouted in anger, If you are not sure, then do not get married. Hearing that, both of them panicked and rushed to explain, It is not like that, Marchioness, I just needed a moment to envision the coming future. That is right, Mother, we have discussed everything thoroughly. Arasela's cheeks turned red as she gave a fake smile. This marriage is very important to us. We will prepare carefully. Then her mother returned to her original worried look. Then allow me to say one more thing. A series of heartfelt words followed. Don't expect Arasela to be a wife who stays quietly at home. You know, Arasela wants to be the master of the magic tower. It is best not to force her to do things she can't do. Hearing this, Damian accepted and bowed. I am not so lowly as to use my wife for my own advancement. He looked up uprightly and said, Whatever Arasela wants to do after marriage, I will not interfere. I will live my life and she will live hers. Her mother was surprised, meaning you won't forbid her from working at the magic tower after marriage, right? Damian replied as if it were obvious, I have no right to forbid her. It is entirely her choice. Immediately, the family members' faces contorted in shock as they looked at each other. The reason the Hugo family was shocked by Damian's words was because even the mages of the tower were only second in terms of conservatism. An image of her and her juniors looking exhausted appeared, followed by insane mages. Ridiculous, if women use wands the world will be destroyed. A lowly commoner wants to learn magic. But even more rigid than them were the knights. A scene of brutal knights acting without mercy appeared. So, that simple statement from Damian was enough to move the Hugo family. Currently, her family was laughing happily. Who would have thought a knight would have such an open-minded view? Seeing this, Arasela also felt glad and praised him inwardly. Well done, very impressive. After a while, Marquis Hugo wiped away his tears. It seems you two really have thought this through. I thought no other man would understand my daughter as I do. Arasela watched this helplessly. All right, father. He does not understand me that well. Anyway, mother and father, do not worry about me. Just supporting me is enough. Damian, sitting next to her, nodded repeatedly, indeed. I hope the Marquis and Marchioness can rest easy, as well as the lady and the young master. Sitting on the other side, Adrian was moved to tears, which caught Iris's attention. He cried until his eyes were swollen like a poor puppy. I have one question. Damian immediately paid attention. What is it? His eyes barely open, he asked timidly, Is Lord Vandermeer the cheesy type? Hearing that, Arasela could not stop laughing and almost spat out her wine. Damian also wore an awkward face and asked, Cheesy? Adrian then said calmly, Big sister always said she likes men who are sweet and charming. Iris, sitting next to him, turned away to suppress her laughter. In the past, Arasela always whispered to him, If he is not romantic, I won't like him. So, little one, he has to work hard. Of course that was a lie. Arasela just wanted Adrian to give up. At this point he started trembling and his voice grew softer. Please. Damian sat there dazed. Then his face turned completely red as a tear fell, conveying his sincerity. Please be very cheesy with her. I entrust her to you. Hearing that, Arasela was laughing so hard her stomach hurt, while his face was dark with disbelief at what he had just heard. And so, in the twilight at the castle, the two said to each other, My lady, stop laughing. I can't help it, it is too funny. Thanks to Adrian's final blow, the formal meeting became warm and ended perfectly. Afterward, the whole family went outside to see him off. Her father called out, Lord Vandermeer. He replied, Yes, Marquis. His gaze was gentle as he prepared to give a word of advice. I want to say this. He then reached out his hand. Placing his full trust in him, Marquis Hugo said, "Please take good care of my daughter." He gave a slight smile. "I had hoped I would always be the one to protect her." He looked at the three siblings under the sunset and added happily, "To let her freely pursue her dreams and achieve her goals." But children never live exactly as their parents wish. Hearing these words, Damian stood in a daze, deep in thought. Marquis Hugo continued, "So I only want to say, keep the words you spoke at dinner. Respect her freedom." Finally, the two shook hands firmly. Damian reassured him, "Don't worry." He bowed his head with a thoughtful look, "I will certainly do so." Her father laughed with satisfaction. "Well then, thank you." Arasela then urged from behind, "Lord Vandermeer, let me escort you to the carriage." He bowed. "Then I will take my leave." The two left together as her family stood watching. Adrian shouted a reminder, "Sister, come back quickly." Hearing him, she smiled and turned her head. "I know, go inside now." In the twilight, the two walked together in silence. While walking, Damian suddenly stopped with a pensive look and asked, "My lady, you must have grown up surrounded by family love, right?" Seeing him stop and turn his head, she was a bit surprised. "What?" Then Arasela looked at him with gentle eyes. "It was not just love. It was very full and deep." Damian felt a bit sad and sighed. "Is that why you are always so full of confidence?" Asked that, she skipped ahead and looked at him with a happy smile. "No, that is just my nature. But it is true, my family is the support that makes me stronger." Then she tilted her head curiously, "But why do you ask?" At the question, Damian's eyes widened and he paused. Dark memories surfaced of his mother always pampering his older brother. "Oh, my Oscar. You are so adorable." In that situation, Damian was the abandoned child no one cared about. He had watched the scene alone, filled with self-pity. After remembering those things, Damian spoke softly, "It is just." Then he acted indifferent. "I was just curious where your eccentric personality came from." Arasela looked back at him with disdain. "Are you crazy?" After stepping out to the door, Arasela spoke up, "By the way, Lord Vandermeer." She looked up and reminded him, "We still have to arrange a meeting with the ducal family." "Do not we?" Damian replied. "I assume the rumors have already reached their ears. And they must be in an uproar." He tilted his head and added, "They will be in the capital soon. They might even be here the day after tomorrow." Arasela nodded in agreement. "Very well. Just remember to send me a letter to notify me." As Damian stepped into the carriage to leave, she stood there with her arms crossed and asked further, "Is there anything I need to prepare or be aware of?" Without turning his head, he gave a cold instruction, "Just prepare your spirit to welcome that troublesome eldest son." Finally, he turned back with a slight smile, "I will notify you later." With that, his carriage rolled away. Arasela stood still and watched for a while. As the wind blew through her hair, she stood watching the carriage with a pensive look. A troublesome eldest son, I would better prepare myself. Soon, night fell at the Vandermeer mansion, which was thick with a gloomy and silent atmosphere. Inside, a vase was smashed, accompanied by a furious scream. Damian Vandermeer. Sophie Vandermeer was screaming in a fit of rage, "That wretched little brat." She continued to hurl insults that made the maids tremble in fear. "How dare you in my son's position? Who do you think you are to cause this mess?" She then held her head high, speechless with anger unforgivable. Damian Vandermeer. In the dark mansion, Sophie's room was a total mess, with furniture destroyed everywhere. After a while, she gritted her teeth until her veins showed and ordered, "Prepare the carriage." Immediately, the maid obediently replied, "Yes, Duchess." This person was Damian Vandermeer's stepmother, Sophie Vandermeer. She wore a horrifying expression. "It is time to pay my second son a visit." In the early morning with radiant sunlight, Arasela stood before Damian's mansion in a pink dress. She stood there looking inside with irritation, thinking, finally, today marks the formal meeting with the ducal family. I have steeled my nerves for this. Upon seeing her, the butler politely invited her, "Lady Hugo, this way." She gave a cheerful smile, yes. Just as she stepped inside, a echoing shout made her startle. "Lord Vandermeer is a complete fool." Immediately after, a girl brushed past, colliding forcefully with Arasela. This girl was Nora White, the eldest daughter of the White family. Upon the collision, she turned her tear-filled eyes to question her. "Did you hit me on purpose?" Accused out of nowhere, Arasela stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. Then she explained tiredly, "I apologize, but from my perspective I could not even see you." Since Arasela was 172 centimeters tall and Nora only 156 centimeters, Nora felt insulted by the height remark and argued back, "Do you think you can just say whatever you want?" Nora contorted her face as if she were deeply aggrieved. "I will never forgive you, Lady Hugo." She clenched her fists and screamed with all her might, "You always steal the men I like, and now you are making a mockery of me like this." Hearing this, Arasela was confused. "I do not even know who you are, so how could I?" While the two were arguing, Damian walked down from upstairs and called out, "Lady White." His brow was slightly furrowed, but his handsome face shone as he asked, "Why are you still here?" Seeing him, Nora was helplessly smitten and acted coquettishly, "My lord." Arasela, standing by, looked bored as she remembered, now I recall. Images of two powerful, hidden men appeared, the White family. Right, they once competed with my family for the ownership of a manna stone mine and failed. I remember father saying that since then, they have hated us bitterly. Meanwhile, Nora ran toward Damian wailing, "My lord." He stood there calmly, looking at her wearily. "If you plan to come any closer, I will take legal action." Hearing that, she stopped immediately and cursed, "You are so heartless." Arasela stood by and commented silently, "Finally she listens." Nora then put on a pitiful face and asked softly, "Do you really not know how much I love you?" But Damian only frowned in annoyance. "You mean that one-sided obsession you have for me, Lady White." Finally, he turned his back to go upstairs. "Butler, please escort her out." The butler followed the order. "Yes, young master." Nora panicked, "My lord." Damian then politely invited Arasela, "Lady Hugo, please come this way." Seeing this, Nora screamed while being held back by the helpless butler, "Just you wait, Lady Hugo." Arasela turned back and made a cute face just to provoke her. "Feel free to admire my beauty." That made Nora even more furious, causing a scene. "Infuriating, I will make you pay for this." Walking upstairs, Arasela looked down with concern. "How could Lady White get in here and cause such a mess?" Damian, walking beside her, explained awkwardly, "A mess. She just suddenly appeared and started acting like that." Hearing that, she understood and sympathized. "On the day of the formal meeting, too. It is lucky she made a scene before your family arrived." But then he said dejectedly, "Actually, they are already here." Hearing the truth, Arasela panicked to the point her face contorted. "What, did they not see that scene just now?" Damian, with a darkened face, was also a bit fearful. "Luckily not. We almost fell into a disaster." She quickly hurried up. "What a relief. Then let us go in and settle this properly." Seeing her in a rush, Damian called out, "Wait, my lady. The ducal family will do everything to stop this marriage." Arasela turned back in surprise at his words. Standing below her, he clenched his fists and continued, "They will do everything to ensure you receive nothing from the Vandermeer family." At that moment, Damian's eyes were full of a pitiful vulnerability. "Are you sure you want to continue?" But then Arasela gave a mocking and ugly expression as she asked, "So what are you telling me to do now? Do you want to suggest I cancel the engagement?" Damian panicked innocently. "It is not that." Despite his worry, she closed her eyes and gave a light, serene smile. "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself." Her whole body radiated positive energy as she laughed. "I plan to do whatever it takes, so prepare to deal with me." Arasela quickly walked to the door and knocked a few times. Without waiting, she flung the door open, radiating a brilliant aura. "It is an honor to meet everyone. I am Arasela Hugo, daughter of Marquis Hugo." She then touched her cheek, acting incredibly charming. "Thank you for so thoughtfully inviting me here today. It is truly an honor to meet the Vandermeer family." But inside the room, the atmosphere was dark and gloomy. Alex Vandermeer turned to look at her and asked, "You are the one who is to marry Damian?" Arasela bowed politely, "Yes, sir." This man was Damian's father, Alex Vandermeer. His face was contorted with a hint of disdain. Then Sophie Vandermeer, sitting calmly drinking tea, spoke up, a woman who always thought of staying single. "Why does she want to get married now?" She glared with a wicked face. "Surely Lady Hugo does not have bad intentions toward my son, does she?" Sophie held her teacup with an air of high nobility and power, speaking sarcastically. "Many women have approached that boy with impure motives already. That is quite enough. You must understand it is only natural that I question your true intentions." Hearing those words, Damian's face darkened with irritation. "Bad intentions? What an insulting accusation." But Arasela was calmer, bowing gently. "Yes, my lady, I completely understand. But please do not worry." At this, her eyes sparkled, and her voice was so full of love that Damian froze. "I am marrying Lord Vandermeer for one reason only, his face." As you can see, this face is a truly rare treasure. Exactly, this is why I cannot miss this opportunity. At this, the gloomy Sophie froze, not knowing what to say. She then frowned and began to lecture, Lady Hugo, marriage is no small matter. Are you being serious? Arasela remained unmoved and affirmed calmly, I am very serious. She put on an act of being love-struck and listed her own merits, wealth, beauty, talent, noble title, I have it all. But above all else it is the appearance. Arasela closed her eyes and looked up, utterly conceited. As she spoke she was immersed in a dream, forget what is deep inside. Looks, handsomeness, elegance, those are the things that truly matter. She stood there radiating her light and dreamy energy, while the others in their dark moods were helpless. Arasela's shameless and shocking declaration of beauty worship. Thus, Damian's family was left stunned by every word. Damian, accustomed to enduring this, turned his head away, while she remained optimistic with her bold actions, leaving the Vandermeer family completely aghast. But snapping out of it, Sophie slammed the table and brought up another point. However, I do not see how you are suitable for our Damian. The boy is a knight and you are a mage, are you not? Hearing this, Arasela feigned shock, covering her mouth with her hand. They truly are opposites. It does seem like a poor match, does not it? Seeing this expression, Sophie felt a bit of secret joy. Is it working? But then Arasela began to act her role like a movie star. There is something burning within me. Looking at her expression, the Vandermeer couple grew frightened and panicked. What? Despite Damian's dark and brooding mood, Arasela spoke to him with joy and excitement, right under Sophie's helpless gaze. It is my burning passion for beauty. Your son will be the first in my glorious collection of handsome men. Becoming helpless, Sophie began to realize in fear. I underestimated her. No matter how eccentric she is, I thought she would cancel the engagement once her pride was hurt. Then, in Sophie's imagination, the two were happily clinging to each other as Arasela instructed. Damian, preserve that beauty at all costs. It is your very essence. Just thinking of it made her face contort. She is no ordinary crazy person. Soon evening arrived. And so, the formal meeting was entirely dominated by Arasela's relentless offensive. She stepped out to leave in high spirits, leaving the Vandermeer couple dazed like statues. Well then, I am off. The Duke and Duchess of Vandermeer have lost all motivation to resist. Damian went to the carriage to see her off at the end. Farewell, Lady Hugo. She stepped into the carriage and replied, farewell, my lord. But then she turned and leaned down face to face with him. Faced with this, Damian's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Arasela said with relief, now, only the wedding is left. His eyes showed exhaustion but also a strange sense of serenity, certainly. Finally, she turned and decisively stepped into the carriage. Then I will see you later. Her carriage slowly moved away into the distance. Damian stood still, watching pensively. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Damian. Sophie approached and began to mock him. Do you really think by doing this you can steal what belongs to Oscar? She gritted her teeth, her face contorted in rage, bringing such a wild creature into this house. You are disgracing this noble family. But Damian only turned his head to look at her, and gave a contemptuous smile. Feeling disrespected, Sophie grew even more furious. What are you laughing at? Don't be conceited, Damian Vandermeer. She stood there, crowding him and insulting him repeatedly. In the end, you are nothing but a failure. At this point, his face grew dark and he spoke coldly, my lady. Perhaps that is true for now. But perhaps if I try hard enough, one day I will be the winner. Just as you once seized what belonged to others. Having said that, he walked away, leaving her in humiliation. Sophie was so angry her face contorted and her voice stammered. You. Damian put on an indifferent face and said, then I will take my leave. As she watched his back, her voice trembled, Damian Vandermeer. Sophie clenched her trembling hands, truly your mother's son. Arrogant and conceited to the very end. Then she became incredibly frightening, letting out a savage smile. Fine. Keep going. Let us see which of us will be smiling in victory. An image of Ned Hugo, Arasela's father, standing opposite Alex Vandermeer, Damian's father, appeared. After the formal meeting between Arasela and Damian's family, the Duke and Duchess of Vandermeer requested a private meeting with the Marquis and Marchioness of Hugo. Then a heap of gold and jewels sat on the table sparkling. The two sets of parents sat opposite each other. Alex Vandermeer was the first to speak. If you cancel the marriage, I will pay you several times this amount. No, You can have whatever you want from business support to anything else. We are ready to meet every request. He showed anxiety on his face as he added, Marquis, instead of the second son, what do you think of my first son, Oscar? Ned maintained a firm expression and replied, the person most suitable for my daughter is not Oscar, but Damian. At this, Sophie put on her contorted smile and feigned friendliness. Then what if our eldest son Oscar and your eldest daughter, Lady Iris, get married? Then an image of Damian holding his head in exhaustion after training appeared. She recounted Damian had many problems when he was a child. He now held his cold face high, wiping away sweat. Back at the meeting, Sophie said with a gloomy and difficult mood, that is why we sent him to study abroad in another country. Do you two truly feel all right with this? Immediately, Arasela's mother decisively pushed the gold and jewels back, startling her, it is fine, Duchess. She replied with a high-born air, we want to support our child, no matter what choice she makes. Therefore, we will not cancel the marriage. Seeing their determination, the Vandermeer couple looked at each other anxiously. We must stop this wedding at all costs. In the room, a voice sounded from outside the door, pardon me. The royal palace has just sent a letter. Hearing this, the couple's faces turned pale with intense fear. The royal palace. Arasela's parents were incredibly calm, bring it here. It is lucky the letter arrived while both of you are present. Then her mother looked at them with cold eyes, as you both know. This political marriage is also a command from His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, I immediately reported the situation back to him. In the palace, the Emperor sat on high, reading a letter. After reading it, he gave a very happy smile. Her mother continued, I told him that we will respect the will of the late Duke Vandermeer, and his promise to His Majesty. Then the butler politely brought the letter in. This letter is addressed to Duke Vandermeer and Marquis Hugo. The letter was placed on a tray and respectfully presented to Alex. Please receive it, sir. Once finished, Ned gave a joyful smile and said, to our dear in-laws. Contrary to the atmosphere there, the Vandermeer couple was terrified to the extreme. Finally, the two of them had to leave for their carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Sophie could not accept it and asked anxiously, my lord, what should we do? I knew they were stubborn, but I did not expect them to report this to the Emperor. What if Damian really becomes the heir? Alex listened silently, resting his head against the window and looking outside, thinking, that brat Damian becoming the heir. An image of Damian as a child, carrying a suitcase with great strength, appeared. He stood facing his family then, while the butler bowed for permission. Then, I shall take the young master to the harbor. At that moment Alex asked coldly, anything else you want to say? Damian only looked at him with hateful eyes and a dark face. He then used the most biting words to look at that family and say, Father, you are a coward hiding behind a woman's skirts. Thinking of that, Alex stroked his beard and spoke aloud, no. It cannot happen. It absolutely cannot. Sophie was bewildered by this expression, yes. Then Alex put on a scheming and frightening face, tomorrow, when you meet Lady Hugo, provoke that girl a bit. I will take care of the rest. In the fresh air at the Magic Tower. Inside, upon hearing the news, Sally and Rudy were incredibly surprised. Senior, are you really getting married? You are marrying a knight. She gave a slight smile and replied, yes. Both families have met. The wedding will be held next month. Sally was even more shocked and asked loudly, what? So soon? She then tilted her head and called out, Senior, hearing her question. Sally asked with an innocent, hesitant face, so. Are you leaving the Magic Tower? Lady mages usually quit their profession after they get married. Asked this, Arasela tapped the end of her pen against her chin and replied nonchalantly, what are you talking about, Sally? Why would I leave the tower? It is just marriage. I have said it many times, I will become the master of the tower. So do not worry anymore. Focus on the floating stone research. Hearing this, the two replied joyfully, yes. At that moment there was a knock at the door. Hearing it, Sally shouted outside, come in. The door was quickly opened. A white-haired old man walked in and asked, is Arasela here? Sally cried out in surprise, Tower Master. Immediately, Arasela stood up in a panic, Master, why are you here? The old man standing there was the Tower Master, Philip. He gave a calm, slight smile, I read in the paper that you said you are getting married. He then looked a bit sad. I thought you would notify me personally of such an important matter. Arasela felt awkward hearing that. I am sorry. I have been very busy lately. Philip then put on a cute face. Well then, come have tea with me. Soon they were sitting opposite each other in the Tower Master's study. He spoke. At first I thought you had lost your mind, Arasela. Arasela could only give a strained smile. Philip continued, in this place I am the one who is supposed to be senile, not you. Feels like just yesterday you barged into my laboratory, powerful and without a hint of fear. Back then she was very young but full of spirit, opening the door and shouting, I will never get married, so instead appoint me as the Tower Master. He had only given a light laugh then. Graduate from the academy first. Arasela held her teacup and enjoyed it, then spoke softly, it is not a real marriage, sir. I will tell you the truth, this is an agreement between two parties. Once I get what I want we will divorce. Philip asked skeptically, truly what is it you want from that night boy? He continued calmly, Arasela, do you remember? There was once a case of a mage marrying a knight. Hearing this, she grew serious as she realized you are talking about the leader-son incident. A frightening scene appeared of a mage facing a knight. The leader-son incident, a swordsman and commander of the Royal Knights was murdered by his wife, a mage. It was a pre-calculated move. The mage approached him with the intent to kill. A scandal that shook the nation. Philip then voiced his thoughts, people often call you the reincarnation of that mage. It is not without reason, is it? Arasela refused to accept it and argued back, who are people? Her face turned red with anger. I bet they would not dare whisper a word of it to my face. Try saying it to me. Philip, accustomed to this scene, just took a sip of tea and laughed. He then set the teacup on the table and spoke, regardless, it is true that I am worried. He recounted, after that accident the laws governing mages became very harsh. Both inside the towers and outside they were publicly criticized. Philip's eyes lowered as if trying to see through her. So let me ask you, is what you want from that night boy truly worth more than your entire future? This question left Arasela frozen and surprised. Images of the innocent Iris and Adrian immediately appeared in her mind. Arasela then bravely gripped her dress and replied softly, yes. It is worth more than my future. Philip asked one more question, so you will decisively go through with the wedding no matter what happens? He then nodded in agreement. If that is how you feel, I will support you. But Arasela, what is going on with Prince Frederick? Asked this. Arasela was surprised. What? He looked confused as he recounted. He has not sent any letters to the tower lately. Arasela's mouth hung open in shock. Immediately her face turned pale with terror as she shouted, I completely forgot about Frederick. It was afternoon at the palace. An imagined image appeared of Arasela scratching her head apologetically. I am sorry. She then put on an innocent face and pleaded, please write back to me when you feel better. After reading the letter, Frederick gave a very happy smile. That truly is Arasela's style of writing. He held the letter up and looked at it, pondering, but truly I do not understand. In Frederick's mind the backs of Arasela and Damian standing together appeared as he wondered, when did Arasela start a secret relationship with a knight, only to be getting married to him now? She has never done anything that was not to her own benefit. His expression was very thoughtful. Strange. There is definitely something going on between those two. After thinking, Frederick looked up and gave orders to his subordinates, investigate Damian Vandermeer thoroughly from head to toe. And have someone follow Arasela, report every single one of her actions, to me. The subordinate obediently replied, yes, sir. Afterward, he placed the letter gently on the desk and apologized silently, sorry, Arasela. Frederick held his head high, looking serious, but I must postpone replying to your letter. I cannot accept this marriage. On a street a carriage stopped. The carriage stood still for a long time. Inside, Sophie was speaking fearfully to her husband, my lord, what should we do now? I knew that girl was stubborn, but I did not expect them to report to the emperor so soon. What if Damian truly becomes the heir? Alex suddenly tilted his head and called Sophie. Being called like that, she was a bit bewildered. Yes, my lord. Then, stroking his beard, he revealed his scheming calculations. Tomorrow, when you meet Lady Hugo, provoke her a little. I will handle the rest. These words were like an arrow of love piercing straight through her heart. Sophie held her cheeks in absolute bliss. She looked at him with devoted eyes, thinking, how can he be so handsome, my God, before saying aloud, yes, my lord. Alex bowed his head in embarrassment. Sophie shouted excitedly, I will definitely crush Lady Hugo's spirit. A fresh morning at Damian's mansion. Damian sat on a chair with his arms crossed, looking bored. My lady, you are late. If you intend to summon someone, you should be on time. Seeing his attitude, Sophie was taken aback. Damian, why are you here? Arasela gave a cheerful, light laugh. I invited him. She then winked innocently. You never told me I had to come alone. Sophie was provoked into a rage and screamed back. That goes without saying. This is a matter between me and Lady Hugo. Seeing her like that, Damian interjected. Both the lady and I are busy people. So let today be the last time you summon us before the wedding. Sophie irritably lectured him. Damian, you always know how to hurt your mother with your words, do not you? Damian only returned an indifferent gaze. Is that so? I am just tired of you only considering me your son when things are going your way. Told off like that, Sophie was too furious to formulate a proper comeback. You. Damian looked away in disgust, not wanting to see her face. Arasela, sitting beside him, spoke up curiously. Anyway, Duchess, why did you call us here today? Sophie then called out softly to a maid. You there? The maid understood and bowed. Yes, Duchess. The maid quickly took out a stack of documents and handed them to her. Sophie commanded, read this, Lady Hugo. Arasela took the documents, flipped through them, and frowned as she read each page. This is. Sparkling gold, silver, jewels, and jewelry appeared. It was a list of the dowry, including top-tier jewelry, expensive dresses, and a massive sum of money. There was even a luxurious new house in the capital. A vibrant image of the house appeared. Upon reading the extent of the assets, Arasela's mouth hung open in shock, her face turning pale. Immediately, Arasela stood up in annoyance and snapped, Duchess, do not you think these demands are excessive? Why a new house in the capital? Sophie, seeing this reaction, smiled with satisfaction. We plan to move into the mansion where Damian lives after the wedding. She put on a mocking face and continued, that house originally belonged to our family, so the lady must compensate us appropriately. Arasela slumped back down, worriedly trying to argue. Duchess, if we could reach a more reasonable agreement, would not that be better? Seeing her expression, Damian reached out. Lady Hugo, let me see it. Arasela obediently handed the documents to him. Damian calmly flipped through the pages. Sophie called out with a confident smile, Damian, no matter what you say, there will be no negotiation. He frowned with irritation as he read the pages. Suddenly, Damian slammed the papers onto the table and gave a decisive order, cut it in half. Sophie's eyes widened in rage. I already said there is no negotiation. Damian ignored her and continued, I will be meeting the Emperor soon. She was surprised. What? Arasela sat silently with a darkened face, letting Damian handle it. And if we continue with these conditions, it will only escalate the existing problems between the two families. He wore an inscrutable, cold expression. So what is the wisest way to solve this? The answer is to find someone capable of convincing everyone at once and ask them to be a mediator. Her face turned pale as she asked fearfully, are you threatening me? Damian looked at Sophie with expressionless contempt. I would not dare. I am simply giving you a choice on whether or not to turn this into a mess. She gritted her teeth and cursed him in her mind, this brat. Finally, Sophie's voice softened slightly as she stated a condition. Then, after the wedding, the lady must come to live with us at the ducal mansion. Arasela immediately refused. I apologize, Duchess. I work at the magic tower, so that is not feasible. Sophie argued back with irritation. What did you say? After the wedding, quitting your job at the magic tower is what you must do. Arasela said firmly, I have no intention of doing so. Sophie, sitting opposite her, questioned, then who will support Damian? She put on a twisted expression and continued, who will take care of this household? My lady, if this continues, I have no choice but to oppose this marriage again. Arasela finally put on an expressionless face. I am not getting married to become your son's support staff, Duchess. Sophie still smiled with a scheming look. What on earth are you talking about now? I wonder how Marquis Hugo raised his children. Hearing this, Arasela trembled with rage raised. She clenched her fists so hard her veins showed. Cursing inwardly, you just insulted my family. Immediately, Arasela stood up and spoke as if slapping her in the face. They taught me not to live off another person's son. Her brow furrowed as she added, and they also taught me that if an elder speaks nonsense, I should counter it with facts. Sophie screamed, are you saying I have been talking nonsense? Arasela looked pale and feigned innocence. What? Then Arasela laughed maliciously and unleashed a barrage. I never said the Duchess was talking nonsense. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Whose fault is that then? Sophie was so angry her face turned bright red. You dare to mock me? At this point, Damian cut in decisively and coldly. Lady Hugo will live with me in the capital. Sophie slammed the table in agitation. Damian, do not interfere. This is a conversation between me, the lady of this house, and a person about to become a member of this family. His face darkened with irritation. And since when have you considered me family? Damian leaned back and gave a mocking laugh. Or are you finally willing to acknowledge that the lady and I are part of the Vandermeer family, unless you plan to train her as your successor? Then stop it. Told off like that, she could not argue back and could only curse him in her mind. You want me to acknowledge that girl as my successor, this little brat? Meanwhile, Arasela acted like an innocent victim. I am sorry, Duchess. If that is what Damian wants, I have no choice but to follow along. Isn't the best thing a wife can do is to follow her husband's wishes? Thus, the two leaned on each other, appearing very happy. Seeing her happy face and pouting lips, Sophie almost lost her mind, screaming internally, that foul mouth of hers. Afterward, Damian stood up abruptly. I will see you at the wedding. Seeing this, Sophie stood up in surprise. Damian, I have not finished. She then lowered her head, acting timid. Arasela also stood up obediently, leaving behind a look of contempt. Duchess, from now until then try to live well. Damian reached his hand out as if to embrace her. He pretended to place his hand on Arasela's shoulder and said something that surprised her. I will escort you to your carriage. Arasela was surprised internally. Oh my, he won't even touch a woman's body. The two happily supported each other as they walked down the stairs. While walking, she rubbed her chin and asked, what else do we need to prepare? Invitations, the wedding dress, the groom's outfit. And let me know when the dowry is decided. Damian calmly and decisively took charge. My lady, you only need to prepare half. I will handle the other half. Hearing this, Arasela was overjoyed. Fine. Then I won't be polite. Damian added, the remaining tasks are the contract and the marriage registration. Arasela replied childishly, we can take our time with those. I am very busy with work at the tower lately. He made a suggestion, then let us stop by the temple the day before the wedding. As you know, I am also quite busy. Arasela teased him. Yeah, busy swinging your sword, right? Teased like that, Damian's face darkened as if he were turning into a beast. Lady Hugo, she quickly ran off. Anyway, I will stop by after I finish work. We will go over every detail of the contract. While running, she suddenly stepped on her skirt. She lost her balance and fell forward, her face turning pale with fear. Arasela seemed to be looking straight down from an unimaginable height. She could only close her eyes and wait for the fall. No, I am falling. But suddenly, Damian's hand appeared quickly. He slid his arm around her neck and held Arasela firmly. Arasela cried out in surprise, Lord Vandermeer. Damian realized he had just touched Arasela. His eyes widened and he froze in embarrassment. She stood in his arms, her face still looking quite humorous. Thank you. But finally, Damian let go nonchalantly. Be careful next time. What if you got hurt? Immediately after, Arasela slipped down the stairs. After stopping, she turned her tired face to him. This guy. Damian countered, I am serious. Damian walked over to Arasela, who was sitting on the floor, and advised, we do not know what will happen before the ceremony. Who knows what those who oppose this wedding will do? At this, he looked a bit dejected and bit his lip. His hands clenched tighter, so please be careful. Seeing him like this, Arasela froze for a moment in worry. Finally, Damian turned and ran back upstairs. Butler, see Lady Hugo out. The butler obeyed. Yes, young master. Arasela stood below, watching his back and calling out, Hey, Lord Vandermeer. Her brow furrowed in confusion. He is acting very strange today. Why is he suddenly so tense? She thought this while looking at Damian's terrified face. 7 days before the wedding at Marquis Hugo's mansion. Inside, her mother was clenching her fists to liven up the atmosphere. Arasela. It is your wedding, show some excitement. You can't show up at the ceremony looking untidy. People will tear you apart. Arasela acted childishly, clutching her head and going crazy. Then I will tear them apart first. She lay gloomily on the chair. But I have to go to work. Can I try the dress later? Iris leaned against the chair, advising her sister, that attitude of yours is what got us into this situation. Arasela waved her arms and legs in annoyance. Her mother felt helpless. What am I going to do with this girl? Iris spoke awkwardly to her mother. She is just joking. Ari will get through it. You know her personality. Her mother held her face anxiously. I hope so. Then she gave a reassuring smile. So all that is left is the wedding, right? And what about you? Is there anyone, or should I find someone for you? Iris replied anxiously, I will find someone gradually. If no one suitable appears, I will let you know. Lying on the chair, Arasela began to tease her sister. What if after this, sister never gets married? That would be hilarious. Iris just smiled gently. Don't say that. In the distance, their mother grew angry as if a demon were appearing. Iris whispered a tip. Say you were joking. Quickly Arasela obeyed and laughed. I was just joking. Her mother looked exhausted and held her head. Iris, you are everything I have. You know that, right? I count on you more than anyone. Iris reassured her awkwardly. I know, mother. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Arasela leaned back and yawned. Can you stop picking on her? She lay comfortably on the chair. At this rate she is going to suffocate. At those words her mother began to go crazy again. Why are not you even a little bit like your sister? Arasela could only endure it helplessly on the chair. Then she walked over and slapped her shoulder a few times. You never listen. But your mouth never stops moving. Arasela cried out. Mother, stop it. After the slapping, her mother stood still and shouted, go try them, at least 1 or 2 dresses before you go to work. Meanwhile, Arasela could only go to her sister for comfort. Iris patted her head gently. Cheer up, Ari. Mother is just nagging, but she is actually very happy. After all, this is a marriage born of love, not political issues. If this were an arranged marriage, I would be the one wearing that dress. Arasela replied, we never know. Maybe I am the one who had to marry for politics. Iris closed her eyes and whispered her thoughts. I would not let that happen. There is no way I would sacrifice you for a political marriage. Arasela looked at her sister curiously. But it is fine if I am the sacrifice, right? Iris explained, that is not what I meant, Ari. Arasela was still kneeling, looking at her sister. But I am right. If it were not so, then why am I the one being hit, while you have to endure being forced into a political marriage? At this she only replied calmly, because you have a dream. Arasela asked innocently, and you do not? You must have one too. Iris spoke dotingly. If I had to say, I think my dream is to get married. Arasela looked away, not believing it. That is mother's dream, not yours. You should find something you actually want to do. Told this, Iris realized it and stood there, feeling let down. While talking, she looked at the clock and shouted, I am late. Arasela stood up to go out. I am going to work. Don't tell mother. Iris watched her and agreed. After she left, Iris remained in the room looking dazed. She talked to herself anxiously. My dream. I have never thought about it. Afternoon at the magic tower. Arasela waved goodbye wearily. You guys, I am heading home first, Sally replied gloomily. All right? Be careful, senior. Then they looked at the pile of documents in exhaustion. Arasela realized with worry they look like the living dead. The floating stone research has been stuck for weeks. She sighed, her face turning pale. At this rate, even after the wedding, I will have to work overtime. After stepping outside, a formally dressed man bowed. Greetings, Lady Hugo. The bodyguard added, I am here to escort you by order of Lord Vandermeer. Arasela asked in disbelief. Who? He repeated wearily, Lord Vandermeer assigned me. Arasela's face darkened with irritation. I said I would be home late today. She walked decisively toward the carriage. Where are you taking me? He respectfully opened the door to the mansion. She walked with a cold face, realizing so Lord Vandermeer is worried about that. Then she remembered the moment Damian said, trembling with fear, anything can happen before the wedding. We do not know what those who oppose this will do. She gripped the carriage door tightly. Arasela stepped into the carriage, her eyes full of suspicion as she looked at the bodyguard. Let us see what they have planned. The carriage rolled away. Thus, the carriage traveled quietly through the night. While traveling, the sinister driver glanced to the side and raised a finger. Accordingly, 3 young men appeared on the roof of a building, looking down. These people looked very serious, preparing to do something. Inside the carriage, the bodyguard looked alertly at Arasela. The target is the mage of the noble family. He stared at her indifferent face, reminding himself, the client's only request. A dark scene appeared. The whole group knelt before Alex Vandermeer. He leaned his head, instructing seriously, injure her badly enough so she cannot move for a long time. The bodyguard, who was the leader, made a plan in his mind. Breaking 1 or 2 of her limbs should be enough, right? While he was reflecting, Arasela suddenly stood up, looked at him and called out, You startled? He asked fearfully. What is it, Lady Hugo? Immediately, she raised her hand to form a sphere of magic. Her whole body glowed with that mana. Her face was expressionless as she asked, You won't mind if I break your arms or legs, will you? Immediately, a magical explosion occurred from the carriage. Seeing the bright scene, the subordinates on the building looked down in shock. What? Below, the carriage door flew open and dust filled the air. The purple-haired bodyguard was badly beaten. He leaned against the door and whispered, "Run." A red-haired man standing above began to tremble with a forced laugh. "Damn it, I thought she was just a weak little noble girl." Stepping down from the carriage, Arasela shouted coldly and fiercely, "It seems they picked the wrong person. Come out, you cowards." Immediately, the red-haired man jumped down quickly with a weapon. Arasela calmly raised a finger, creating a magic sphere. The sphere flew straight and hit his stomach hard. A painful scream rang out. The red-haired man's armor shattered, and he fell back but still managed to shout to his comrades, "Hurry up." Quickly, from two sides, two others appeared holding clubs, shouting as they rushed at her. Arasela remained calm and still while they swung their clubs. She sighed with an expression of annoyance. How irritating. Then she summoned countless waves of power surrounding herself. Her hand also created a brilliant magic sphere. Alone she struck the two men, shattering their clubs. The scene was brilliant and magnificent. Looking at the blinding power in his broken club, one man panicked, didn't land a single hit. The other man was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The two of them stood frozen, while Arasela stood there radiating bloodlust and massive power. "Do you know?" She gripped a magical thread and said, "Mages from the tower receive star badges based on their merit." As those magical threads bound the two men like waves, Arasela continued, "The tower master has 7. Other mages can't even get 1. Then 4 stars appeared on her cloak. Arasela gave a savage smile and a threatening look. "But I have 4. So do not think you will die easily." Thus, Arasela looked like a demon staring at them with hungry eyes. They could only groan in helplessness. To the peaceful atmosphere at Damian's mansion. Inside the mansion, the group was now badly beaten and tied up in a corner, groaning, "I am sorry." Damian was stunned by the sight. Seeing her holding the rope tying them up, Damian asked in disbelief, "My lady, these men." Before he could finish, Arasela crossed her arms and replied calmly, "Seems your father sent me a gift." Then she grew serious. "So why do not we talk for a bit, Lord Vandermeer?" Hearing this, Damian's face turned pale with fear. An invisible silence filled the mansion. After a moment of interrogation, the lead bodyguard, in a miserable state, confessed, "That is right. The Duke ordered us. He told us to injure Lady Hugo just enough so she could not move for a while." After confessing, they all bowed their heads in regret. Damian still stood as still as a statue, shocked. Then he suddenly turned in a panic. "I am truly sorry. Are you hurt anywhere?" Arasela replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." "But why are you apologizing?" She put on a teasing face. "Wait, or were you the one who told these men to find me?" Damian, looking vulnerable, panicked. "Do you think I am crazy?" He lowered his head sadly. "I am the one who wants you to be safe more than yourself." Hearing this, Arasela felt a bit moved, and her cheeks flushed. Then she powerfully kicked one of the men. "Then at least clean up this mess. I can't think straight when these guys keep scaring me." Damian called coldly, "Butler." The butler bowed calmly. "Yes, young master." The men were led out by the butler. Arasela turned away in disgust. Next, Damian stepped forward, surprising her. "Lady Hugo, just to be sure." He was so embarrassed his face turned red as he asked fearfully, "After all this, have you changed your mind about the wedding? Do you want to cancel it?" Arasela's eyes sparkled with interest as she replied cutely, "No, now I feel even more passionate. You know how when you see a flower that is hard to pick, you become even more determined, right?" Damian imagined her trying to be charming and was shocked by her words. "Besides, I do not want my sister to suffer by marrying the Vandermeer heir." Damian rubbed his chin, thinking, "Actually, I also thought marrying my brother would bring suffering, but it seems you are even more certain of that than I am." His eyes widened with his deduction. "It sounds as if you think my brother will be responsible for your sister's death or something." Arasela relaxed her face and replied, "It is not impossible." She gave a relaxed smile. "I have a feeling the Vandermeer Duke is the type of person who will commit treason at least once in his life." Damian could not believe it and just laughed. "That cowardly and weak brother of mine." Arasela stated her point humorously. "Those who are quiet often harbor the most plots in the shadows. That is why I want to marry an unlucky knight like you, right?" Damian grumbled to himself. "Endure it today." Finally, she placed a hand on her chest to reassure him. "Anyway, I won't quit halfway. Don't worry. I started this for my family, and I have no intention of regretting it." Damian gradually came to trust her, but a hint of worry remained on his face. I understand. I will handle the aftermath and ensure this never happens again. Arasela turned to leave, feeling satisfied. Good. The wedding is coming up. I do not want any more trouble. Both saw each other to the door. Arasela said, "It is late. I am going home now." Then she looked at him calmly and added, "About the conditions of the contract tomorrow." But currently, Damian was looking at her with an infatuated, devoted gaze. Faced with this look, Arasela blushed with embarrassment. His eyes were cold yet filled with inscrutable thoughts. Her heart fluttered increasingly as she stood frozen for a moment. Seeing Arasela's demeanor, Damian was confused. "What is it? Why are you suddenly making that face?" He then explained, "I just wanted to check that you were not injured anywhere." At that, Arasela snapped out of it and stepped back. "I might be injured in places that my clothes happen to cover." Hearing this, Damian hesitated. "In that case, I can't help you there." He turned his head away. "Check yourself. If you are injured anywhere, just send me the medical bill." At this attitude, she shouted in rage, "No need." Finally, she left in a huff. "The way he talks really irritates me." Damian called out coldly, "Isaac." Isaac obeyed and bowed. "Yes, Commander." He began to give orders. "I want a complete investigation by whatever means you deem necessary." Isaac remained silent, deep in thought. Then Damian's gaze became cold and terrifying. "Find out who those mercenaries were that attacked her." A fresh morning at the capital residence of Duke Vandermeer. Inside, Damian marched in with decisive anger. The maids tried to stop him in fear. "Lord Damian, you cannot burst in like this. The Duke will be furious." Ignoring them, he forcefully pushed the door open. Alex, sitting inside, scolded him. "How impolite, Damian." But he went straight to the point. "How can that compare to a father who sends an insulting gift to his own son's fiancée?" His brow furrowed as he feigned ignorance. "Gift? What gift are you talking about?" Damian slammed a paper down, making him squint to see it. Then he said, "You have two choices." He pointed coldly at the paper. "Either stay quiet until the wedding day, and I will cover this up by saying those mercenaries were just some bandit gang, or I will enhance my own reputation by becoming a romantic hero who dares to denounce his own father for the woman he loves." Hearing this, Alex immediately stood up in agitation and roared, "You insolent brat, you dare threaten your own father." Damian stood his ground calmly. "The choice is yours." Holding the paper, Alex seethed inwardly. Those mercenaries. They promised to die if caught, yet here is a written confession. Outwardly, he broke into a nervous sweat. "Do you think I am the only one who loses if this comes to light?" Damian's brow furrowed tightly. "We would both be ruined. But what do you think would happen if the Emperor heard of this?" An image appeared of the powerful Emperor with a darkened face sitting on his noble throne. At this, Alex turned red with rage and screamed, "You brat." Damian countered calmly, "I am not giving up this marriage. So choose. Right now." Cornered, he glared and gritted his teeth in resentment. After a moment, Alex crumpled the paper in his hand and said hesitantly, "Your bride was attacked by bandits. I do not know how to comfort you." Damian gave a satisfied smile. "Don't worry." He immediately slapped another paper onto the table. "I anticipated this." Damian held out a pen. "I brought a document for your formal consent to our marriage. You just need to sign." His face grew dejected as he took the pen. And so, a few days later, Duke Vandermeer approved the marriage between Arasela and Damian. One day before the wedding, signing the prenuptial agreement at the Holy Temple. Under the witness of the divine statue and the radiant light, a kind person bowed, "Pleasure to meet you both. I am Taylor, the notary of the Holy Temple." After the introduction, Taylor turned to them with a benevolent smile. "What documents would you like me to notarize today?" Arasela, looking lovely, held a paper and replied, "This prenuptial agreement. Only the three of us will know its contents." She then opened it to read. Prenuptial agreement 1. No children during the marriage. 2. No unnecessary physical contact. 3. Active cooperation for mutual benefit. 4. No prying into each other's secrets. 5. No romantic involvement while the contract is valid. 6. Divorce will occur immediately after Damian and Arasela inherit the ducal title. 7. In case of divorce, only joint assets accumulated during the marriage will be split fairly. After reading, Taylor stood in the divine light and bowed. "I swear, as a servant of Stenia, the guardian deity of the Cestran Empire, that all conversations and documents exchanged here will be kept Strictly confidential. Afterward, the couple felt relieved. Thank you, Minister. Both stood in the long corridor. He said to her, that is done. See you tomorrow at the ceremony. But suddenly Arasela called out, wait, Lord Vandermeer. He turned back in surprise. What is it? Her face grew dark and gloomy. I want to give you a warning first. She began her conceited act again. No matter how charming I am, you are not allowed to fall for me. Damian, helpless, replied, do you know that frequently saying such nonsense can be a sign of a health problem? But Arasela still placed her hand on her chest and closed her eyes dreamily. I have faced so much trouble because of my beauty. This damn popularity. Damian looked weary, accustomed to the scene. Arasela continued imagining herself as gorgeous and winked, so I am serious, do not like me. One-sided love is nothing but pain. In the bright sunlight, Damian softly noted, you are quite confident when it comes to love, are not you? Finally, she turned to leave with confidence. All you need to know is that I am confident. While walking, Arasela tilted her head back, hair blowing in the wind, so I will see you tomorrow at the wedding. Damian closed his eyes and advised, be careful. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a hooded figure was observing them. The figure looked through binoculars and said, strange. Why are those two meeting with a notary of the holy temple? He imagined their backs and answered himself, I know they came to submit marriage papers. An image of the benevolent tailor appeared, but they would not meet a notary unless it was something important. The person lowered the binoculars. Then he let out a weird smile, which means a secret paper binding them appeared. He guessed. There are certain conditions regarding the marriage of Lady Hugo and Lord Vandermeer. Realizing this, he was overjoyed. I must report this immediately to the first prince. As sunset fell, the subordinate knelt by Frederick's desk. Frederick was sitting reading a book and asked calmly, Arasela met with a notary. Did you find out what she notarized? The man bowed. My apologies, Your Highness, I have not found out yet. Frederick was somewhat disappointed, I see. He slammed the book onto the desk. Then he said something that made the subordinate turn pale. Then step back and wait for your next mission. Frederick gave a smile full of hidden meaning. Regardless, tomorrow is Arasela's wedding. I want to meet her in silence, just the two of us. Quickly, the wedding day arrived, with shimmering light filling the holy temple. Inside, the maids blushed and sighed. Oh my, look heavens! Lord Vandermeer looks absolutely amazing today. Damian was dressed in a polished formal suit, exuding handsomeness. He stood calmly, radiating a sparkling aura. The maids continued to praise him. I used to imagine marrying him. Lady Hugo is so lucky, I am so jealous. They chatted enthusiastically. Now I do not even want to be jealous. Why, you liked him so much? A girl with pigtails looked worried, but now the one he loves is Lady Hugo. Even if she is an eccentric mage and there are rumors she is crazy, I think no one could match Lord Vandermeer's beauty besides her. Meanwhile, in the bridal waiting room. Inside, Arasela had been made up and prepared, looking incredibly beautiful. The radiant Arasela smiled and asked, what do you guys think? Iris and Adrian were thrilled. You look beautiful, you are the best, sister. Both Marquis Hugo and his wife were emotional. Our daughter is really getting married. If you cry now, what will we do during the ceremony? Then Adrian and Iris ran up to give her a flower basket. I am already worried about how to live without you, Ari. Congratulations. Receiving the flowers, Arasela gently stroked his hair. Thanks, Ad. She then looked at Iris with a lingering gaze. Don't worry, I will visit often. You should come to the magic tower to see me too. Iris was moved to tears, certainly. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. She called, come in. The door opened slowly, and a decisive footstep entered. The person who appeared was Frederick, dressed in a polished, handsome suit. Long time no see, Arasela. Upon seeing him, her parents immediately bowed. Greetings, First Prince. Frederick tilted his head and said to them, I want to speak with Arasela privately. Could everyone step out for a moment? Her mother was a bit startled. Prince, that is. His eyes held a pleading smile. Just for a moment. I just want to say goodbye as a friend. Arasela sat there and widened her eyes, feeling a bit anxious. Once everyone had left, she looked at him and said, you did not reply to my messages, so I thought you were not coming, Frederick. Frederick asked teasingly, did you not want me to come? Arasela immediately countered, of course not. You are my friend. He replied softly, me too. How could I miss my friend's wedding, especially yours, Arasela? You are someone I care about very much. Frederick leaned in slightly. In that spirit, I want to promise you something. Arasela asked calmly. What promise? He pointed a finger at her and voiced his deduction. I still think marrying him is a mistake. But I have no intention of cutting off contact with you. Frederick stroked a lock of Arasela's hair. No matter what happens, I will not let you go. He stayed in that position, mesmerized by her beauty. Arasela, one day, you will regret this marriage. Arasela frowned and retorted, I will not regret it. At this, Frederick's face became more sinister as he replied, well then, when you do regret it, come find me. Even if you are buried in a swamp, I will be happy to come for you. He stood there staring at her, while her face turned pale with discomfort. Then Arasela brushed his hand away. I appreciate your loyalty, but... She placed a hand on her chest with a serious look. You know you are saying some very unpleasant things right now, do not you? Seeing the tension, Frederick bowed with a friendly smile. Sorry if I upset you. Arasela sat there fuming. I will let it pass this once. Finally he stepped out the door, looking back once. Thanks. I am leaving. Alone in the room, Arasela rested her chin on her hand, feeling annoyed. This Frederick. Why has he been picking fights with me lately? Outside, Frederick's face had turned dark and incredibly terrifying. At the entrance, guests had gathered in a bustling crowd. In one corner, two young men gossiped, hey, that Arasela girl is actually getting married. And to a knight, no less. Elsewhere, two others spoke, I never thought the commander was serious about that mage woman. Do you think that crazy mage did something to him? Seeing this, Sophie smiled with a wicked satisfaction. Just as expected, no one is happy about this marriage. Truly, the one who should have married into the Hugo family was Oscar. She turned and bowed respectfully to a woman with an anxious face. Do you agree, mother? The woman made an unusual noise. This was Duchess Vandermeer, Damian's grandmother. She appeared with a wicked and indifferent air. A wedding in a place far too grand for its status. She crossed her arms in annoyance. Unbelievable that His Majesty granted those two this temple for their wedding. How shameful. Sophie spoke softly to please her. Yes, I completely agree. She kept smiling flatteringly. Damian still does not know what happens when a wedding oversteps its bounds. Suddenly, Duchess Vandermeer said with a dark and terrifying face, since he was small, he was never cared for by this family. That is why he has no manners. She stepped up and touched Alex's shoulder as he tried to endure it. He has only ever gotten in my son's way. That ungrateful brat. Alex was now so angry his face turned pale and his teeth were gritted. Seeing this, Duchess Vandermeer acted worried. Dear Alex, looking at the boy. He must be very stressed. She leaned on the uncomfortable Alex with fake affection. Seeing things were not right, Sophie looked frantically for Oscar. Oscar, say something to grandmother. Oscar had long since vanished. Not seeing her son, Sophie grew more panicked. Where did my son Oscar go? That boy ran off again, did not he? A maid nearby explained. The master said he was going to the restroom for a moment. Oscar was walking slowly toward a grand door. That troublesome bastard Damian. This spoiled, childish-looking man was Damian's half-brother, Oscar Vandermeer. He tilted his head and gave a long yawn. If he is getting married, he should do it in silence, dragging so many people into this mess. Then Oscar passed a room, and a voice from inside caught his attention. My lady, I have finished fixing the dress. Everything is ready. I see. Oscar glanced inside curiously. What is this? The bride's room. Inside, the stunning Arasela sat in the sunlight like a princess. She opened her eyes with a hazy, noble air. Seeing the scene, Oscar clenched his fists in excitement. So beautiful. Without a second thought, he flung the door open. As he walked in, Oscar adjusted his tie and laughed. Pleasure to meet you, Lady Arasela Hugo. The name's Oscar Vandermeer. He winked with a gallant smile. We are about to be family, so I came to say hello. He held out his hands in a creepy manner that disgusted both the maid and Arasela. You are far too beautiful for my brother. What a waste. I think I am much better suited for you. Oscar's cheeks flushed as he half closed his eyes, acting conceited. Who would let a gorgeous woman like you marry Damian at this rate? Maybe I should just marry you right here. He was thick-skinned in his flirting. But suddenly, Arasela gripped her dress and screamed his name in her head. Oscar Vandermeer. Her face turned red and contorted with intense rage. You are the one who killed my sister. His nonsensical flirting only made her fury explode. Suddenly, Arasela spoke. Lord Vandermeer. Hearing his name, Oscar happily placed a hand on his chest. Yes, have I won your heart already? Her brow furrowed and her teeth gritted as if she might punch him. No. Your face looks like a flattened jellyfish stuck to a rock. You should go back to your family before I throw you into the sea. At her description, Oscar looked like a startled starfish. Unable to accept it, he stamped his foot and shouted, Lady Hugo, how dare you say such things? Arasela countered calmly, your presence is already an insult. What is wrong with saying so? He was red with rage, speechless. You. Suddenly behind him, Damian appeared with a dark face and burning bloodlust. Brother. What are you doing here? Hearing the voice, Oscar jumped back. You brat, why are you here? Damian stepped in front of him. I should be the one asking that. His face contorted with irritation. I am warning you. Stay away from my bride. Oscar was furious. Who are you to give me orders? Damian stepped toward him decisively. Oscar retreated in fear. Then Damian placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder. Brother. Looking at his worried face, Damian asked, do you still not understand? Damian leaned in and whispered, this time, even your beloved Duchess cannot intervene. And without her, you are just a pathetic man who knows how to do nothing. Hearing this, Oscar was devastated, his eyes wide. Damian returned to an angry expression. So, if you are smart, shut up and get lost, Oscar. After he said that, the room became strangely silent. Insulted like that, Oscar gritted his teeth in rage. You bastard. He looked at Arasela with loathing. Seeing this, she cried out in fear, please leave, Lord Vandermeer. Arasela shouted in a panic, if you do not leave now, I will call the guards. Seeing this, Oscar clicked his tongue in annoyance. This girl. Damian gave a mocking smile. Or do you want to go back to the sea? You are just a starfish after all. Taunted, Oscar snapped back, you shut your damn mouth. Finally, he ran out the door, leaving a loud shout, damn it, I am leaving, this place is disgusting. Seeing him leave, Audrey hugged Arasela's shoulder and said anxiously, Lord Vandermeer, you should not have seen the lady yet. No matter the emergency, you can't enter the bride's room. Damian, sweating with his eyes closed, replied, I did not see anything, so do not worry. He bowed and walked away. I am sorry. Arasela called out to his back, Lord Vandermeer. Then she rested her chin on her hand confidently, I look very beautiful today. Don't be too shocked later. Damian remained cold and did not turn back. I know. Soon the bells rang out, echoing everywhere. The altar was filled with light, and the crowd had filled the seats. Standing on the high platform, the minister said happily, now we will begin the welcoming of the groom. Please welcome him with a round of applause. The groom entered while the trumpets played a melodious tune. Damian walked in with his formal suit, looking majestic. He appeared with a handsome, radiant face. Damian walked calmly up the steps under the applause of the crowd. The girls who adored him felt heartbroken. Lord Vandermeer, please be happy. He soon stood on the platform looking toward the door. At that moment the minister continued, now it is time for the bride, the star of today's ceremony, to enter. Please welcome her with a grand round of applause. The bride entered. A pure white dress appeared amidst the gentle music. Frederick looked at her with a look of regret. Iris was delighted to see her sister. Damian's eyes widened, and he froze for a long time. Arasela was led in by Marquis Hugo, her beauty radiant. She looked like an angel, closing her eyes and giving a slight smile that captured many hearts. After a moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Damian with that same smile. Arasela was soon brought before him. Standing right beside her, Marquis Hugo called his daughter, Ari. She turned and replied happily yes. Standing above, Damian reached out his hand, looking shy and somewhat anxious. Arasela immediately placed her small hand in his. Upon touching her hand, Damian's eyes widened. He felt a very strange sensation. Arasela gave a charming smile. Looking at the angel in his hand, Damian told himself, my bride. My new family. Then, as the two stood facing each other with the priest between them, he spoke, Damian Vandermeer, do you vow before God to love and respect Arasela Hugo for the rest of your life as your wife? Damian replied seriously without a moment's hesitation, I do. Then the priest turned to her and asked Arasela Hugo, do you vow before God to love and respect Damian Vandermeer for the rest of your life as your husband? Arasela smiled and replied, I do. Then the priest called out, please exchange rings. From below, an acolyte came up holding the ring box and handed it to Damian. He then held the sparkling ring in his hand, looking at it with a hint of nervousness. Seeing this, Arasela gave a soft smile and reached out her hand. Immediately after, he carefully placed the ring on her finger. Once finished, Damian held out his own hand with a look of trepidation. Arasela did not hesitate to take that rough hand. She looked at it with gentle eyes. Arasela held the shining ring in her hand. In this setting, Damian felt incredibly shy. Finally, the shiny ring was placed onto his hand. The ring continued to emit a dazzling glint of light. At this moment, Arasela said happily, "I look forward to our life together, Lord Vandermeer." Looking at the scene before him, Damian was still in shock and stood frozen. Then he looked down and gave a soft smile. "I will also do my best." Upon hearing this answer, Arasela smiled as radiantly and innocently as a child. The priest then spoke up, "And so, I declare before God that Damian Vandermeer and Arasela Hugo are now husband and wife." Flower petals fluttered in the wind. They had become a couple before the witness of many. The nobles seated there all clapped and cheered with joy. As for the couple, they stood together in happiness. At this moment, the Hugo family was weeping as they looked at their beloved daughter. Meanwhile, the Vandermeer family appeared sullen and deeply annoyed. Currently, Frederick was sitting quietly on a street bench. He coldly ordered the man who was still waiting for his command. With frightening red eyes, Frederick frowned and continued, "I do not care if he uses threats or bribes. I want to know what kind of legal certificate they received from that priest Arasela met." After the wedding, a large crowd gathered at the reception. Sally and Rudy appeared together to happily offer their congratulations. "Congratulations on your wedding, sister. You look radiant today." Nearby, Isaac also clapped in celebration. "Congratulations on your wedding, Captain. I wish you both 100 years of happiness." Walking through the blessings, the couple accepted them with bright smiles. Thank you everyone." Suddenly, a woman waved and called out, "Arasela." Hearing her name, she turned her attention over. Yes. Recognizing who it was, Arasela shouted happily, "Paula." This simply dressed woman was Paula Hayden, the eldest daughter of Marquis Hayden. She greeted her with a bright smile. "Congratulations on your wedding. You look beautiful today." The two then ran to each other, held hands and hopped with joy. Paula added, "I never thought you would be the one to get married first, but in the end you found a wonderful husband and had such a grand wedding." But then Arasela's face went blank as she remembered his scary side and said, "He is not actually that wonderful." Seeing her reaction, Paula hurriedly cried out, "Oh come on, stop joking." Next, Arasela asked curiously, "By the way, where is Frederick?" When asked, Paula thought of Frederick's image during the ceremony and replied, "Frederick, he rushed out a while ago. Seemed like there was something urgent." After hearing this, Arasela squeezed her hand in gratitude. "I see. Thank you for telling me." Paula made a suggestion, "If the three of us have a chance to meet again later, we must definitely get together." Suddenly someone called out, "Damian." The Dowager Duchess Vandermeer, his grandmother, was standing there and asked, "What do you think you are doing?" Damian cried out, "Grandmother," but she walked over and continued, "Your mother has not woken up during these important days. Shouldn't you greet your elders first?" Seeing this person, Arasela put on a serious face and told herself, "This is the person Lord Vandermeer warned me about." Appearing before her was a grandmother with a wicked aura. Was she really his biological grandmother? Before the wedding, at Damian's mansion. Inside, the two sat facing each other talking. Arasela said, thinking back on it, "Should not we visit the Duke's family?" She continued with an innocent look, "We should also show our respect to your grandmother." Hearing that, Damian bowed his head slightly and replied thoughtfully, "There is no need to greet my grandmother." The image of the woman, cruel and powerful, indulging that entire family appeared. "She is more like my older brother's grandmother. So, unless you enjoy being insulted, do not go." Back at the party, she was now standing in front of the two of them. With a wrinkled face, his grandmother spoke, "Didn't your mother teach you that on important days, you must greet your elders first?" Hearing those words, Arasela's face twisted as she cursed inwardly. "Wow, she is already attacking my mother. How rude." Meanwhile, he stood beside her in a gloomy mood and replied, "It has been a long time, grandmother." As she stood there looking quite annoyed, Arasela gave a sheepish smile and tried to be friendly. "I am very happy to meet you, grandmother. I am Arasela. I hope we can get along well." Hearing this, the old woman looked at her with a face of disgust. "Greeting me only now, it is far too late. It seems you were too busy to visit the Duke's household, yet you somehow found time to hold a wedding ceremony. In this heavy atmosphere, Paula leaned away, intending to slip away. Arasela kept trying to smile, I know, right? Then she gripped Damian's arm tightly. Fortunately, I was not busy today. Arasela tilted her head to look at him. Right, Damian? Seeing this scene, Damian felt a bit anxious. Did she just call me by my name? At this moment the old woman barked angrily. I am talking to you, Arasela. Hugo. Arasela just gave a light laugh. Is that so? My apologies, grandmother. I am not very good at reading the situation. Then, a sharp look appeared on Arasela's face. But grandmother, I am Arasela Vandermeer now. Are you still not used to it? I understand it might be a bit confusing, but that is okay, I will keep reminding you. The old woman began to feel wary of her. She then put on an innocent act and said, you truly found a bride just like yourself. Damian endured it, closed his eyes and replied, thank you, grandmother. After that, she turned around and spat out contemptuous words, both equally shameless. Let us see how long you two can stay happy. Finally, she stomped off in anger under the gaze of the guests. Seeing that everything was over, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Now with a dark expression, Arasela finally dared to speak. I was scared to death. Then she leaned innocently against him. Did I handle things well? Seeing this, Damian flinched and backed away in embarrassment. Yes. You handled such a surprise well. You even called my name so naturally. Being praised like that, Arasela clapped her hands in delight. Well, we are married now, this is only normal. You should call me Arasela too. Damian hesitated with difficulty, I think. Then he turned his head and faked a cough. I should probably call you wife instead. Seeing this, Arasela's face turned pale with disgust. Gross. Seeing her expression, he got a bit annoyed and reminded her, wife, please watch your expression. People are watching. Immediately, she felt the gazes around them and became a bit embarrassed. Then both of them laughed awkwardly, creating the image of a fake couple. Arasela whispered with a smile, maybe we should link arms instead of standing here critiquing each other's expressions. Damian replied with a forced smile, I do not want to. The two of them continued to pretend to talk like a married couple. What kind of couple walks through the wedding hall without linking arms? That would be us. From afar, Iris, unaware of the conversation, looked on with happy admiration. She looks so happy today. After arguing for a bit, he finally sighed and gave in. Fine. Then let me put my hand over your shoulder. His hand was placed on her shoulder. Seeing this, Arasela seized the opportunity to look. Here it is. With reluctant hands, Damian kept his hand exactly 1 millimeter away from her shoulder. So professional, keeping your hand 1 millimeter away. She smiled fakely. How cold. Whatever, this is fine too. Soon, evening arrived at Damian's mansion. Inside, Audrey asked nervously, my lady. Ah no, my lady, are you nervous? Finally, the wedding night had arrived. At this moment, Arasela turned her head quite calmly. Audrey, you do not understand Damian like I do. She imagined the scene of Damian trying to dodge her hand and thought, that man won't let anyone touch him, no matter what happens. Looking at Arasela's dazed face, Audrey asked innocently, but Lord Vandermeer, I mean the master is much bigger than you. What if he rolls over in his sleep and crushes you, my lady? An image of Damian crushing her appeared in her mind. Then Arasela skipped away innocently, leaving Audrey in a panic. That won't happen, do not worry. While walking away, Arasela turned slightly to give instructions. Audrey, you go to sleep too. She replied happily, yes, my lady. I will see you tomorrow. After she left, Arasela stood still with her hands on her hips in front of the bedroom door for a moment. She looked inside with anticipation. Today is the wedding night, but it is just a play to deceive the Duke's family. Arasela gathered her courage and knocked on the door, telling herself, nothing is going to happen. The door was quickly opened. Inside, Damian appeared wearing open pajamas. Come in. He looked at her with a cold gaze. Arasela was surprised by his appearance. This is the first time I have seen him with his hair down. Before long, she ignored Damian and walked inside nonchalantly. I am coming in. But halfway there, Arasela was so shocked she froze and shouted. Damian, not understanding what was wrong, stood there blankly. What is it? Looking at the sword hanging above the headboard, Arasela asked in a panic, why is there a sword hanging on the wall? That is very concerning. Damian asked back calmly, did you forget I am a knight? But then she imagined a magic staff crossed with a sword and said, and you forgot I am a mage, did not you? If you are going to hang a sword, hang my magic staff too. Don't be stingy with me. Damian finally realized, I see. I will order one tomorrow. For now let us drop it. Arasela pointed and added, alright, and one more thing. He jumped and asked back, what? She pointed toward the bed and laid down the law, let us play rock paper scissors to decide who gets the bed, because I do not want us sleeping together. At this, Damian frowned slightly and said, you take it. Hearing this, Arasela was overjoyed, then let us take turns every night, okay? But he coldly walked toward the sofa, just take it. I won't be coming here often anyway. Then with the spirit of a child, Arasela happily jumped onto the bed. Don't take back your words. She rolled around on the bed and praised it. It is so soft. Damian sat nearby, staring and smiling gently. After a while, Arasela finally lay still and closed her eyes in satisfaction. I am so tired, and this feels wonderful. In the darkness, Damian very lightly poured a few drops of wine into a glass. He calmly brought it to his lips and took a small sip. Seeing this, Arasela sat up and asked, do you like to drink? Damian sat there and replied coldly, whatever. I am just drinking it because it is in front of me. Arasela asked blankly, so you can drink? I am just asking because you look a bit drunk. Damian held the wine glass and looked away in embarrassment. Actually, I can't drink much. Now she found it hard to believe. You have only had one glass. Is your limit really just one glass of wine? Hearing that, Damian's face turned red with embarrassment and he immediately snapped back. Please just mind your own business and go to sleep. Arasela raised an eyebrow in annoyance. I do not want to sleep next to a drunkard. Damian's eyes were already drooping slightly. He slowly reassured her, don't worry, I won't make any noise and I fall asleep very fast. The moment I lie down I am out. After saying that, he fell silent, though his eyes looked downward thoughtfully. Looking at Damian, whose face was red from being drunk, Arasela was somewhat worried. It seems he really is drunk. He will probably fall asleep soon. Outside, the starry night sky was incredibly quiet. Arasela also left him be and decided, I have to go to sleep too. Quickly, sunlight began to shine all over Damian's mansion. The sound of birds flying could be heard outside the window. Inside, Arasela was still lying in bed. Her eyes showed clear dark circles and exhaustion as she asked herself, is it morning already? Then she sat up and stretched, looking refreshed. Time to get ready for work. On the sofa below, Damian was covered in sweat and groaning in great distress. Hearing the groans, Arasela noticed and walked over, calling Damian. Lying there, he was exhausted. His face contorted in discomfort. Seeing this, she scratched her head in worry. What is wrong with him? Then Arasela walked over and gripped his shoulder. Damian, wake up. But he remained still on the bed and replied painfully, no. His face was now very vulnerable and flushed. He reached out a hand as if pleading, please do not. Soon tears began to fall from his eyes. Damian raised his arm in agony and cried out, Mother. Seeing this scene, Arasela became worried and a bit frightened. Memories of the Vandermeer mansion appeared. An innocent-looking Damian was standing inside. He stood there staring in one direction and said, this is the Duke's mansion where my mother lived when she was young. Suddenly, a voice calling out caught Damian's attention. Damian. From behind a door, a faint voice whispered, Damian, come here. He walked over and gently opened the door. The person inside continued, hurry before it is too late. Damian stepped closer, his face full of shock. That voice. From behind the door, a hand covered in mysterious scars reached out. What a good boy. Then the person inside used that scarred hand to stroke his cheek. But what should I do? That hand kept gently caressing Damian's skin. Finally, the hand slipped back into the deep shadows behind the door. There is not much time left. At this moment, Damian was terrified. No. The image of that mysterious hand kept hovering in the air. Right then, Damian cried more intensely and screamed, Mother. Arasela gripped his hand tightly and shouted, wake up, Damian. He then opened his eyes in horror, still wet with tears. Arasela leaned down to look at him and asked, are you okay? Damian's entire body was now drenched in sweat. His face was red and he was still terrified. Immediately, he swung his arm and pushed her hand away. Then with a wet face, he sat up and panted incessantly. He just sat there with his head bowed and said, don't put your hands on me. Arasela froze. Arasela's face turned pale with confusion. What? Then she stood beside him with hands on her hips and explained irritably, hey, I thought you were having a nightmare so I called you. Understand? Damian sat there and replied coldly, I did not ask you to do that. Then he rubbed his forehead in exhaustion. Don't think you are doing me a favor after doing everything you wanted. Arasela stubbornly refused to back down and argued back, wow, do you really need to be this rude first thing in the morning? We just got married yesterday, you know? Finally, she angrily turned her back and walked toward the door. Fine. Yes, it is all my fault. From now on I won't wake you up anymore. Remember that. Damian sat there and decisively dismissed her. Fine. Now get out. Hearing that, Arasela stood at the door and turned her head to shout back inside. I was leaving anyway, honestly, such bad luck so early in the morning. Finally, she slammed the door shut. Damian was left sitting alone in the middle of the room. He held his head, his eyes looking down sadly, just as I thought. Arasela remembered her own worried expression from earlier and talked to herself. We should avoid staying in the same room as much as possible. Outside, Audrey was in a state of confusion. My lady, where are you going dressed like that? She replied crossly, I am going to change and then have breakfast. Currently in the dining room, Arasela sat alone enjoying breakfast, surrounded by maids. Arasela was still scowling with anger, thinking, Damian Vandermeer, this guy is unbearable. What kind of newlyweds do not eat breakfast together on their first day? Suddenly, a young man with long chestnut hair appeared. Good morning, my lady. This person was Damian's assistant, Colin. He placed a hand over his chest and said, Is this meal to your liking? Seeing him, Arasela greeted him happily. Good morning, Colin. What is the matter? Colin stood there and spoke honestly. Yesterday was the wedding. I felt I had not greeted you properly, so I came here. He gave a very gentle smile as the commander's assistant. I will do my best to help you, my lady. Her mood improved somewhat, and she smiled back. From now on, I will be counting on you too. Colin bowed and added, after the meal, I will arrange for you to meet the stewards working in this mansion. Arasela was very grateful. All right, thank you very much. But Audrey ran over to remind her, my lady, it is almost time for you to go out. Arasela asked in surprise, is it that time already? She then stood up and said, well then I have to go to work. Suddenly, a serving girl came out and said, I will clear the table. Arasela looked at her with surprise. Oh. Then she asked with a serious face, what is your name? The girl, who had a very calculating face, closed her eyes and replied, Rosalind, my lady. Arasela walked away while assigning the task. All right, Rosalind, help me out. By the way, the girl smiled and asked back, yes. With a calm but sharp expression, she noticed and asked, you have something to say to me, do not you? Ever since I entered the room, you have been staring at me. When asked, Rosalind bowed bashfully that, I apologize. It is my first day working here, so. Arasela replied with her hands on her hips, no, there is nothing to apologize for. I only asked because you were looking at me strangely. During this, Colin looked at them, appearing surprised. The other maids saw this and looked at each other anxiously. Audrey realized something and became worried. The atmosphere is becoming awkward. This might become inconvenient for the lady. Arasela, however, was still oblivious. Why was she looking? Suddenly, Audrey jumped in with a forced smile to break the tension. I think she was simply enchanted by your beauty, my lady. We maids do not often see the kind of beauty that shocks a person at first sight. Hearing these words, Arasela laughed loudly and became very happy. Audrey, honestly, you certainly know how to speak the truth. At the same time, Rosalind happily joined in. Yes, yes, my lady, you truly are very beautiful. Audrey stood still, breaking into a nervous sweat. The other servers also sighed in relief and looked at each other. Colin then tilted his head and suggested, my lady, I will escort you out. The sunlight shone in, making the statues there sparkle. When they stepped to the door, two servants stood on either side. Good morning, my lady. Seeing this, she greeted them back. Yes, good morning. Then the two of them opened the doors together. Arasela's face was full of excitement as she welcomed the sunlight. The doors opened to a staircase leading down. Below was a long line of maids who said in unison, Did you sleep well, my lady? Seeing the scene before her, Arasela casually offered a greeting. Good morning, everyone. She stepped down confidently and added, I am not a difficult mistress, so serving me won't be very hard. I am very busy with work at the magic tower, so you won't need to do much. A maid stepped forward and replied, Yes, my lady. Then she looked over and introduced Audrey, and this is Audrey, my most trusted maid. Please get to know each other. If anything happens, you can communicate through Audrey. As she was introduced, Audrey gave a bright smile to everyone. After the introductions, she finished with, So from now on I will be in your care. The maids bowed and replied, Yes, my lady. Then they held their positions and said in unison, Have a safe journey, my lady. Finally, Arasela took firm steps out the door. Arasela had greeted everyone for the first time as the new lady of the Vandermeer family. As she walked, she looked over and gave a soft smile. Audrey replied with a gentle smile. She was being kind to the maid she did not know yet. However, the eyes of the maids in there looked at her very strangely. Good intentions can often be exploited. Arasela had not realized this yet. The maids all wore meaningful smiles. Arasela Hugo. Not eating with her husband on the first day of marriage. Rosalind smiled maliciously. I must definitely report this. The sunlight shone brightly upon the Vandermeer Duke's mansion. Sitting inside, Sophie gloated as she read the letter. What is this? They are already eating separately on the very first day. They might even be sleeping in different rooms. Then with a flattering tone she offered the letter. Would you like to read this, my lord? Alex sat as still as a statue, his face darkened. But suddenly, he slammed the paper down on the table, frightening Sophie. What is it? Is there a problem with the letter from the Emperor? Anxiety was clearly written on Alex's face. Seems even God is on our side. Sophie, send word to the spies you planted in Damian's mansion. She remained still, listening with concern. Having said this, he flashed a confident smile. We must ensure Damian and Arasela Hugo divorce at any cost. Meanwhile, a peaceful atmosphere filled the mansion of Marquis Hugo. Inside, Arasela's mother spoke with fear. Arasela, you have a new family now. Is it really all right for you to come here so often? Don't tell me the two of you are already fighting. Arasela, happily eating cake, replied, No, it is just. We are both busy, mother. Seeing this, she sighed in frustration. As expected, the two of you are exactly the same. Marquis Hugo, sitting beside her, patted her shoulder. Don't say that, May. He smiled gently and added, Thanks to that, we get to see our beloved daughter every week. May expressed her worry. Even so, I can't help but be concerned. Then she let out a long sigh. I told you many times to take other maids with you, but in the end you only took Audrey. Arasela, her mouth full of cake, replied innocently, It is fine, mother. Damian's head maid has already found new maids for me. May, still worried, added, Arasela, do you remember what I told you was most important for a woman who heads a household? It is about how many of your own people you bring into the mansion. Arasela chewed on a piece of cake and smiled like a child. Yes, once things settle down, I will bring the others. This is so delicious. Looking at her nonchalance, May began to get angry. Her father sat nearby, breaking into a nervous sweat. Daughter, please stop provoking your mother. Arasela pranced about with her teacup. As expected, our family's cookies are number one. Seeing this, May's gaze became stern. No, Arasela. This won't do. You must go home early today. Hearing herself being kicked out, she panicked. What, mother, are you chasing me away? She crossed her arms seriously. Of course not. It is just that, no matter how busy you two are, showing up at your parents' house every weekend is not a good look. May frowned and began to analyze it for her. You have your own married life. Normally, people would think it is quite strange for newlyweds not to spend time together. Sooner or later, it will turn into a scandal. Hearing those words, Arasela pouted with cake crumbs still on her lips and thought, So let them gossip a bit, what is there to be afraid of? May continued irritably, But you still have to go back early. Have dinner with your husband and talk to him. Having no choice, Arasela replied tiredly, Yes. The scene quickly shifted back to Damian's mansion. Arasela walked inside exhausted. I wanted to stay home a bit longer. Suddenly, Damian appeared in his robes and called out, My lady. Hearing him, she looked up in surprise. Damian, why are you home at this hour? His face looked a bit anxious as he said, There is something I want to tell you. Then Damian stepped down and suggested, Let us go to the bedroom. Audrey put on a teasing face behind them. Arasela, however, was confused and her face darkened. Why so sudden? At that moment, he brought his face close to hers. Damian added with lingering concern, A letter was just sent by the Emperor. He glanced down and continued, We should talk somewhere more private. Arasela's face went blank with a hint of fear. The two soon entered the room and sat opposite each other, the letter placed in the middle of the table. Arasela held the letter and read it for a moment, looking surprised. Wait, so? You are saying His Majesty refuses to recognize your inheritance? Damian grit his teeth in frustration. He has added another condition. He opened his eyes wide and said, Oh. Arasela held the letter and looked at him blankly. Oh, is that all? Then just go get it. Damian retorted, it is not that simple. Images of people gossiping appeared along with a mysterious will. His will was Arasela was startled and asked, so, the emperor knows? Damian frowned and replied, my grandfather was a close friend of the late emperor when he was alive, so that is quite possible. Since everything is uncertain, perhaps my father cannot arbitrarily appoint a successor either. Arasela held up the letter and asked another question. If this continues, won't it take decades before we can divorce? He held his head in exhaustion. I am sorry. She put on a dazed expression. This is truly annoying. But first let us think of a way to solve the problem. Surely the emperor must have a reason for setting this condition. Damian looked up and told her everything he knew. Exactly. That is why we must find the will at all costs. The emperor has always been ambitious. A deadly scene appeared, the emperor of the Cetron Empire. The footsteps of a knight in blood-stained sandals could be seen. That emperor stepped over a line of corpses, standing atop a shining peak, the man who he held the blood-stained throne. A cold-blooded man who would even shake hands with the devil if necessary. And he desired only one thing: supreme power. Then he put on the crown and flashed a savage smile. After hearing the story, Arasela became even more afraid. This letter. It probably reached Duke Vandermeer as well, right? Damian replied immediately. Those in the Duke's household must be in a frantic rush now since they can't find the will. Then he looked around, calculating his moves. But currently the advantage is still ours. Since my grandfather's final wish has been fulfilled, the only thing left is to find the physical will. Arasela's eyes looked weary. The Duke's. After talking for a while, he reassured her, don't worry. We will start monitoring their every move. I won't let my father steal the will. Having said that, Damian stood up. Regardless, this will keep us busy for a while, so be prepared. Arasela sat opposite him, understanding the situation perfectly. Understood. If anything happens, remember to tell me. Finally, he placed his hand over his chest and bowed. Yes. I will report back to you frequently. Once finished, he turned and left the room. Arasela remained silent, feeling a bit of unease in her heart. But then she thought to herself exhaustedly, everything is getting more and more complicated. There is nothing I can do. Suddenly Arasela clenched her fists. No. She stood up and looked forward with an excited mood. Outside the mansion the atmosphere was very quiet. Arasela was currently holding the letter high. The sudden change in the emperor's inheritance condition. She held the letter contentedly and smiled. Damian remained calm and cold. Arasela and Damian must definitely secure the title. Meanwhile, Alex and Sophie were happy with that letter, while the Duke and Duchess Vandermeer were determined to block Damian's wishes. Each side began searching for the late Duke Vandermeer's will. At this time, a maid was hiding in a corner of the mansion. Rosalind kept a wicked smile on her lips and said to herself, then I must do my part as well. She held the letter and looked at it intently. Isolate Arasela in the villa, seduce Damian, cause internal division, and force them to divorce. She was satisfied. With the amount I am being paid, of course I will do it. Suddenly, another maid walked over and called out, Rosalind. Mary poked her head in and invited her cheerfully. There you are, it is time to hang the laundry. Hearing this, Rosalind tucked the letter into her pocket. Then she put on a bright smile and said in a gentle voice, I know. I am coming right now. In the afternoon sun, the two walked together carrying 2 baskets of laundry. As they walked they chatted happily. The weather is so nice today, it will probably dry quickly. Definitely. When they reached the drying area, the maids who had arrived first spoke up. Rosalind, why are you so late? She replied with an awkward look, sorry. I will make up for it by hanging the clothes very quickly. Hearing that, they were satisfied and smiled at each other. Then her face turned wicked as she thought to herself, these two are such gossips. Perfect for fueling the fire. Amy hung the clothes and started a conversation casually, but it is okay if Rosalind is late. Last time she cleaned the dining table for me. Rosalind, holding up some clothes, acted humble. It is because you were sick. Of course I had to help. The maid with her hair in a black bun added, and yet those young masters bullied such a cute girl just because she is pretty. You must have endured so much. Rosalind gave a sheepish smile and replied, thank you for understanding me. The shirts being hung fluttered in the wind. Then they hugged their empty laundry baskets and competed to comfort her. But surely our current lady is not like that. That is right, do not worry, Rosalind. They thought of Arasela's beauty and gentleness with admiration. The lady seems very kind and good-natured, unlike other noble women. She does not nitpick us at all. Seeing them talking like that, Rosalind put on a serious face to start the agitation. I thought so too, but... Then she acted out a fearful look. Never mind. I probably should not say it. They were incredibly curious. What is it, Rosalind? It is okay, just say it. We will keep it a secret. What happened at this point? She said with a gloomy face. Well, it is good that she does not find fault with us, but... Then her eyes turned eerie as she asked, think about it, has anyone here ever been asked by the lady to do anything? They all replied anxiously, no. Now that you mention it, we rarely ever see her. Rosalind held out a trembling hand and continued the story. Exactly. That is what makes me feel uneasy. Then she squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. What if the lady does not care about this mansion or us at all? I really hope we can serve both the lady and the master for a long time. They also began to feel fearful. The black-haired maid called out hesitantly, Rosalind. Mary spoke up anxiously, maybe Rosalind is right. The sky turned a fiery orange-red, filled with gloom. Come to think of it, the lady goes back to her parents' house every weekend. Right, and she comes back late too. Why did not we realize it? Seeing this scene, Rosalind flashed a triumphant smile. That smile gradually became inhuman, like a demon in disguise. Isolate Arasela Hugo in the mansion. Everything will go smoothly then. A few days later, as Rosalind began her plot, a voice rang out inside the mansion. Have you heard anything? The maids in the mansion began to spread rumors. The lady and the master. I heard they are having a disagreement. I thought so too. Everyone's face became worried. Come to think of it, we rarely see them in the mansion for long. Even if they meet by chance, they only exchange formal greetings. Could it be they are about to divorce? Audrey was passing by with a laundry basket and looked at them with an expressionless face. However, she also frowned, sensing something strange. At this moment, Arasela was calmly sitting and eating at the table. Rosalind was demurely bringing out a plate of food. Audrey stood to the side with an annoyed and uncomfortable look. The atmosphere in the mansion has been strange lately. What were those girls whispering about earlier? She brought over the tea set. After your meal I have brought tea here. Arasela replied calmly, all right. At this moment Rosalind's eyes turned wicked. She intentionally slipped her hand and spilled the teacup. Immediately a piercing scream rang out, my lady, are you all right? Audrey, standing outside, was startled and worried out of her mind. Over there, tea was spilled everywhere. Arasela's clothes were also completely stained by the spilled tea. Rosalind's eyes were wide as she cried out in panic, I am so sorry, my lady. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Please forgive me this once. Arasela just turned to look at her in silence. Rosalind added, this was just an accident, I made a huge mistake, but currently Arasela was looking at her with a darkened face full of suspicion. All the maids around them became fearful, while she kept begging, please, I beg of you, please forgive me. Audrey was incredibly confused in this situation. Why is Rosalind suddenly screaming so pitifully? Doing that will only make the lady more uncomfortable. While kowtowing, she flashed a very calculating smile. Apologizing too much will only make a person angrier. Furthermore, they have also begun to sympathize with me. The other maids were trembling and looking at each other. At this moment, Arasela stood up and called, Rosalind, you, but she still tried to bang her head down. I am sorry, my lady. Rosalind opened her eyes wide with anticipation. Now hurry and scold me. But then Arasela just walked over and gently touched her shoulder. Arasela looked at her very gently and said happily, was it because you were stealing a glance at my face that your hand slipped? Seeing Arasela's delusion, she was stunned for a moment. What? Arasela held up a finger and gave a radiant smile. Oh, come on, do not be so tense. Feel free to look at my face as much as you want. You are my servant, so I won't charge you a fee. She pointed directly at her and winked. In the middle of the dining room, Arasela stood confidently in her own aura and said, well, if not now, when else would you get to gaze at this face? Rosalind, now looking like she had lost her soul, replied helplessly, thank you, my lady. Arasela twirled around, lost in her own fantasies. I am Arasela Vandermeer, and today, as always, I shine with my flawless beauty. Standing right next to her, Audrey could not take it anymore and closed her eyes, looking away. She is beyond my help. Then another servant brought out a towel. My lady, here is a clean towel and hot tea. Arasela replied happily, thank you. Rosalind walked out looking gloomy and exhausted. Damn it. If I want to spread rumors outside the mansion, I need to think of something bigger. Suddenly, Audrey stepped out and blocked her path. Rosalind. Seeing her, she was surprised. Yes. Her face turned gloomy as she turned to ask, don't you think you have been making too many mistakes lately? I know you are new, but this is getting to be a bit much. Focus and serve the lady carefully. Hearing those words, Rosalind's face became completely expressionless and incredibly cruel. She flashed a grin that reached her ears. Right. Then she spoke up, I am sorry, Audrey. Rosalind stood before Audrey like a demon in disguise and bowed. I am certain this won't happen again. The sunset light shone on the magic tower. Arasela sat inside with an exhausted and collapsed face. Oh God, I am dying. The blessings of work never seemed to stop. Sally sat beside a sparkling stone and cried, Senior, what should we do? Even if we combine all types of magic stones produced in the Setron Empire, the result only lasts for a week. Rudy, right beside her, also spoke in a trembling, exhausted voice. The artifact presentation is approaching. Will we be able to finish it? Sally buried her face in her hands gloomily. No way. We are finished. Immediately, Arasela stood up and slammed the table. Hey everyone, who do you think I am? She raised a finger and said with her exhausted face, I am a genius mage who graduated with the highest score in the academy and entered the magic tower as the top student. I am sure this research will succeed somehow. So just trust me and tomorrow everyone take the day off. Hearing this, the other two were as shocked as if they would been hit by lightning. Huh, what are you saying, Senior? We do not even have enough time working overtime every day. Exactly, we have to redo everything, from analyzing documents on foreign magic stones to improving the energy supply method for the flying stones. Seeing them object like that, Arasela asked gently, hey? What do I always tell everyone to do when research is not progressing? Sally obediently hugged the stone and answered, stop for a bit and try approaching it from a new angle. Hearing that, her eyes sparkled luminously. Exactly, now is the time when we need to rest for a bit. So trust me and take a day off. Seeing this, they were incredibly moved. Senior, Rudy thought while crying, loyalty, absolute loyalty. Then they made a promise. After resting, we will come back and work even harder. Good. See you all the day after tomorrow. A very romantic evening at Damian's mansion. Arasela walked inside with the stone and dark circles under her eyes, thinking, I told them that, but of course I still have to work. Audrey stood at the door and greeted her. My lady, you are back. Then she held out both hands and suggested, that looks too heavy. Let me hold it for you. Arasela, her eyes half closed in exhaustion, replied, no, let me. This is very important. She kept clutching the stone and continued, oh right. Actually, I wanted to ask Audrey for a favor. Suddenly, Damian appeared behind her. My lady, you are back. She opened her dark-circled eyes wide to look at him. Damian. Damian stood outside the door and replied calmly, I also have business in the house today. Go on inside. Arasela's face twisted in annoyance. In other words, do not get in my way and get lost, right? Should I start a fight? But in her head, she remembered the scene of her mother advising her. Of course, marriage is your own business. But if newlyweds do not spend much time together, people will feel it is very strange, and such things can become a topic for gossip. Remembering that, she thought gloomily, oh right. Our story is supposed to be marrying for love, is not it? Having thought that, Arasela acted very friendly and said, oh Damian, really? She put on a friendly smile and said, it is just that I have been so busy lately that I could not see you. Now that I see you, I am indescribably happy, and I completely forgot to step into the house. Did not I? While saying this, her heart was screaming in fear. Take the hint. Looking at this expression, Damian suddenly remembered. He frowned, incredibly confused. Is that so? What is wrong with her? Currently, he was so tired he did not understand anything. Arasela saw this and bared her teeth, almost going crazy. Why is this guy being so annoying today, for God's sake? Next, Damian turned his attention to the stone and wondered. And this woman? Why is she hugging something as big as her own body? Seeing his eyes staring at her, she asked, what? Damian showed some kindness, walked over and said, it looks heavy. Let me carry it. But Arasela still clutched it to her body. I can carry it. Seeing this, He sighed as if he were worried rather than wanting a fight. You do not need to act tough. Lately, you have locked yourself in your room to research without seeing the sunlight. What if you hurt yourself carrying that? But Arasela rolled her eyes as if she were very uncomfortable and cursed inwardly. Seriously, do you want to drive me crazy? Immediately, she held out the stone and said loudly, what do you know? This is the masterpiece I have been waiting for. Invented by me over 4 months, the floating stone. Arasela held up her now polished invention and added, it is unbelievably light and flies very high. Once mana is channeled into it, it will stay effective for a whole wonderful week. Arasela kept talking as if she were very irritated. Since you are my husband, I will give you the privilege of being the first to see this. Damian looked at the stone awkwardly. If you want to show it to me, then. Arasela smiled brightly and shouted, look closely. Then she used her hands to transfer magic power into the stone. The inside of the stone immediately emitted an extremely dazzling light. Looking at this stream of light, Damian was stunned and looked incredibly amazed. Beneath her hands, the stone was floating in mid-air. He kept staring at it and thought, it is floating in mid-air. Damian approached the stone in disbelief. A stone this big can float like that, it is amazing. Although Arasela was exhausted to the point of sweating, she still forced a smile. I told you, did not I, my proud masterpiece? But then, due to extreme exhaustion, she suddenly collapsed. Damian nimbly ran out to catch her. My lady. Arasela lay in his arms, panting incessantly from exhaustion. Audrey, standing nearby, was also incredibly worried and shouted, my lady. Seeing this, he anxiously ordered, hurry, call the royal physician here. His face was full of panic as he picked her up and shouted, hurry up. Gentle light shone into the mansion. Arasela woke up in her pajamas, scratching her head as if full of energy. She said while eating a cookie, I feel so good after waking up. Sorry about yesterday. Damian looked at her with a collapsed expression, while the physician gently adjusted his glasses and spoke up, Madam, you fainted after using an amount of mana exceeding the prescribed limit. If you rest and eat foods good for mana recovery, you will recover quickly. Finally, he picked up his suitcase and left. Please take care of your health. Left behind, Damian could only hold his head and sigh helplessly. If only you had not been showing off yesterday. Hearing that, Arasela bit her cookie, radiating anger. Sitting on the bed, she pointed her finger and shouted, but you were the one provoking me. Damian countered, fine, but no more cookies for now. Start eating proper meals. Then he glanced away and added, I will have foods prepared that are good for mana recovery. Ignoring Damian's words, Arasela tossed a piece of cookie into her mouth. I am already eating something very good. Ever since I was a child, whenever my mana was low, I always ate Audrey's cookies. Seeing this, he looked at her in surprise and asked, you can recover mana with things like that? Arasela chewed calmly and replied, it depends on the person. Mana is a battle of will, after all. Mana energy interwoven in nature and the air. Because it exists in the smallest particles, ordinary people can hardly feel it, let alone use it. An image of a mage gathering it into a sphere appeared. Those rare individuals who can perceive, absorb and manipulate mana are called mages. Arasela looked at him with innocent eyes and asked, but does recovering chi also require specific foods? Damian put his hand to his chin, thinking, and replied, chi also varies from person to person. But generally, foods that strengthen the body's endurance are best. A glowing orb of energy appeared inside a human body. Chi, if mana is an external energy source, then chi is the internal flow of life. All living creatures can sense chi, and with training anyone can control it. Among them, only those with disciplined, strong bodies and precise control can become chi masters. At this point, he placed his hand over his chest. Since chi constantly flows through the body, it can create a very powerful source of energy. Then he pretended to be cold, crossing his arms and bowing his head. Therefore, foods that enhance chi or physical strength are best. Arasela raised her hand with difficulty. Wait, say that again for me. Damian looked up, frowning as he repeated, chi constantly flows through the body, creating a very powerful source of energy. Hearing these words was like a bolt of lightning for Arasela. She gripped the bed tightly, trembling as she said, why did not I realize this before? Immediately Arasela stood up, bursting with energy, and shouted, yes, that is it. Think of methods to preserve the energy of the floating stones on a larger scale. My narrow thinking was blocking my research. Then she leaned down, bringing her face close to his. Thank you, Damian. Thanks to you, I think I have had a breakthrough in my floating stone research, she said with a blissful expression. Faced with this, Damian gave a forced smile. I am glad if I could be of help, my lady. Arasela then skipped toward the door. Then I am off to the magic tower. I will contact you later. Looking at her, he could only let out a sigh of relief. What a crazy girl. In the hallway outside, Arasela ran fast, overwhelmed with happiness. Meanwhile, Rosalind was standing in a corner of the mansion. Damn it, things are getting complicated. It seemed like they did not get along. As she spoke, the image of the two of them scowling at each other appeared in her mind. But then she remembered Damian's panicked state last night and thought, but after Arasela Hugo fainted yesterday, it seems their relationship is actually very solid. Rumors were spreading. Even the other maids were praising them. A scene appeared of the maids chatting happily. Did you hear yesterday, the master and the lady? She glanced away irritably. This won't do. I need to take action. Having thought that, Rosalind stepped into the storehouse. She went to a bag of ingredients and thought to herself, today is the day the Duke's family will respond. Rosalind looked at a bag of yellow ingredients. Then she pulled out a piece of paper and looked at it. Found it. She stared intently at that paper for a long time. At the same time, she remembered Sophie's unpleasant face asking crossly, when are you going to completely drive Arasela Hugo and Damian apart, seduce Damian? Or find Arasela Hugo's weakness? Just do it. Looking at the letter and its tone, Rosalind grit her teeth in annoyance. Why does this stupid noblewoman keep telling me to seduce him? She stood silently reading the letter and cursed inwardly. If I do that, all my hard work so far will go down the drain. First, I must report the status of the mansion to the Duke's house. Suddenly, a maid appeared at the door and called Rosalind. Hearing her name, she turned around with a fake sweet smile. Seeing who it was, she called out, "Head maid." The woman appeared with a very unpleasant face. Why are you here? You were not assigned to supply duties today. Being questioned like that, she hid the letter behind her back and replied, I had some free time, so I came to help in the kitchen. The head maid believed her and replied, I see. Then go to the annex. She pointed behind her. Audrey is already there. She will be exhausted doing it alone. Go help her. Hearing that name, her eyes widened as if she would just spotted an opportunity. Immediately she jumped up, eager to leave. Yes, head maid. I will go help Audrey right away. She grabbed a bucket of water and ran toward Audrey like the wind. Approaching her, she started a conversation. Audrey. Hearing her name, she turned around. Rosalind. Rosalind held the bucket with a cheerful smile. You are here to clean the annex, right? I will do it. You go inside and rest. Hearing this offer, Audrey replied a bit worriedly, What? You are cleaning this place alone? It is huge. Why do not we clean it together? Rosalind placed a hand on her chest, acting sympathetic. No. After your advice last time, I felt truly ashamed and guilty. This time I want to do a proper job myself. But Audrey was still very skeptical. Is that so? Well, if that is what you want, I understand. Don't overexert yourself. She smiled gently and replied, Thank you for understanding me, Audrey. Finally, Audrey walked back inside. Rosalind stood still, watching her go. Suddenly, two maids appeared in the distance, carrying laundry and chatting happily. When they saw her, they called out, Oh, look, it is Rosalind, Rosalind. They walked over to check on her. Where are you going? She replied cheerfully, I am going to clean the annex. Hearing this, Amy expressed concern. By yourself? That place is so big. Seeing this, she began to lie. Yes, Audrey told me to do it alone. She said since I make too many mistakes, I have to reflect on myself. I have been upsetting the lady lately. The two of them were confused and said, But the lady would not scold you. Rosalind replied with a worried look. Do you remember on the first day, the lady told us to contact her through Audrey? I think that is what the lady meant. After finishing her lie, she gave a wicked smile. Well, I am technically telling the truth. She did tell everyone to pass messages through Audrey. The black-haired maid asked, Does that mean the lady is angry with you? Rosalind replied calmly, No, the lady did not do anything wrong. It is because of my own flaws. Finally, the two offered with a kind smile, Then we will help you. Right, if we do it together, it will be over in no time. Seeing this, she gleefully squeezed out a tear. Really, thank you, everyone. But her eyes showed complete coldness as she added, But since Audrey said I must do it alone, If she finds out someone helped, she will probably be very angry. So please keep this a secret. The two maids carrying laundry baskets happily agreed. Of course, let us go quickly. Since we are helping you behind the headmaid's back, we need to finish fast. As they walked, Rosalind's true malice surfaced in her mind. By isolating Audrey, I will prevent the issues in the mansion from reaching Arasela Hugo's ears. Finding her flaws can wait until later. A few days later, sunset fell over the mansion. At this time, the maids were saying to each other, Audrey told you to clean the toilets for her because she has to serve the lady. What? I just saw her sitting around doing nothing. They began to irritably badmouth her. Did you see the schedule? Audrey is the one who sets it. No wonder she only gives herself light work. How ridiculous. The group of maids huddled together with their water basins, gossiping. First, I thought she was a good person. I even talked to her. But now I see she is really unpleasant. Hey, do not badmouth Audrey. She is the lady's favorite maid. At that moment, Audrey stood nearby with a darkened face, watching them. She walked up very calmly and called out, Hey everyone. Immediately, they turned and looked at her with hostile eyes. Finally, they all walked away, intentionally bumping into Audrey's shoulder as they passed. They left, glancing back annoyedly and saying, What a nuisance. Faced with this, she was confused and did not understand what was happening, thinking it started yesterday. Right then, Rosalind looked at her with a wicked face and flashed a bizarre smile. Seeing that expression on her face, Audrey seemed to realize everything. No wonder the atmosphere in the mansion had been so strange lately. In her mind, she remembered the scene of the spilled teacup. Then Rosalind's panicked expression, I am sorry, my lady. Then the scene of her kowtowing and apologizing, please, just this once. Having remembered that, Audrey thought to herself, when she is near the lady, she acts very suspiciously. Then she remembered the moment she took the blame yesterday. No, after your advice yesterday, I felt truly ashamed and guilty. This time I want to do a proper job myself. Audrey remembered that fake smile vividly. She had intentionally chosen the heavy tasks. After piecing everything together, Audrey gripped her bucket and spoke aloud, Rosalind. Her face was twisted in a very serious scowl. What on earth is she plotting? In a dark dressing room, Arasela walked inside, yawning with extreme exhaustion. Finally home. Audrey appeared holding an oil lamp. My lady, please change and get some rest. Seeing her, Arasela gave a gentle smile. Yes. Then she gave a tired order, Audrey. Could you bring me some water? I can change by myself. Having received the order, she replied cheerfully, Yes, I will be right back. After finishing, Audrey closed the door and leaned against it. Then she let out a worried sigh and wondered, how should I tell the young lady? I do not know what Rosalind is plotting, but her scary face appeared in her mind. She is definitely going to cause a major disaster. A little while later, she brought out the tea set. Walking to the door, Audrey bit her lip and gathered her courage. Things like this, it is best to report them at the right time. Thinking this, Audrey opened the door and entered. I have brought the water. But seeing the scene inside, she immediately became worried. My lady. Arasela had fallen fast asleep on the chair from exhaustion. She was sleeping so soundly she was completely oblivious. Audrey smiled softly, placed the tea on the table and thought. She fell asleep right here, she must be exhausted. It is because she has been doing her best recently to research those floating stones. Then she took out a blanket. She gently covered Arasela. The young lady grew up so fast. She is already married and working so hard to pursue her dreams. She really is a wonderful person. Then Audrey's face turned red as if she were feeling very frustrated, thinking, that is right about Rosalind. If I just try to endure it, surely there will be a way to solve it. She is already so busy. I can't bother her with these household issues. Arasela in her deep sleep mumbled, so delicious. Audrey. Seeing this, Audrey laughed happily. Then she adjusted the blanket for her. Sleep well, my lady. Early the next morning at the mansion. At this time, the head maid held a paper and spoke sternly. Everyone has checked this week's schedule, right? The lady is not in the mansion much, but do not use that as an excuse to be lazy. Work carefully. Everyone obediently bowed in unison. Yes, head maid. Next, she scowled and called out, and you, Amy, what maid dares to walk around flaunting such a gaudy necklace? Hearing this, Amy stepped forward nervously to explain, but head maid, this is a memento from my mother. The woman's face darkened threateningly. What was that? Amy was terrified and gripped her pendant. Nothing, I am sorry. I will take it off right away. Next, she pointed at Rosalind and reminded her. And Rosalind, I think it is time you dropped the newbie act and got familiar with the mansion. This time, you will clean the ladies' dressing room by yourself. Having received the order, she replied triumphantly, yes, I will do my absolute best. The woman also praised her, very good. Everyone to your posts. Rosalind pretended to be obedient, yes. Audrey watched her with a darkened face. Sunlight shone through the area. Rosalind carried a basin of water into the room. Standing there, she thought to herself with great confidence. Perfect timing. I was just about to start nitpicking for that Arasela Hugo girl's weaknesses. Some maids have told me a few rumors about her lately. She remembered their expressions and thought further, but all I heard was that she is a crazy mage. Then the image of an energetic Arasela appeared in Rosalind's mind. But come to think of it, Arasela Hugo is a fairly talented mage. Lately, she has even brought a whole bunch of important documents back to the mansion. Thinking this, she sat down and began to clean. And yesterday she brought a huge bag into this room. There must be something in there. Thinking this, Rosalind gave a wide grin and rolled up her sleeves. I will bring you down completely, Arasela Hugo. At a restaurant near the Mage Tower. Paula, full of energy, held a teacup and said, the newlyweds, must be fun. How have you two been lately? Arasela closed her eyes calmly. Just normal. At this, Paula opened her sparkling eyes wide. But you are in the honeymoon phase, nothing exciting. Then Arasela remembered a distorted memory, Damian's cruel face saying, so weak yet putting on such an act. Thinking of it made her angry. There is really nothing. We are both busy. It is hard enough just to see each other. Sometimes we only meet once or twice a weekend. Hearing this, Paula pouted with some regret. Then what about at the mansion? Any friction with your husband's maids? Arasela replied indifferently, no. Honestly, I do not really care about those things, so I just stay quiet. Seeing this, Paula was startled and retorted, you can't do that, Arasela. She explained with a worried face. Normally you are at the magic tower working and not in the mansion. At the very least, you should use your free time to communicate with or manage the maids. At this, Arasela asked confusedly, why do I have to care? They do their jobs well. Paula became even more panicked and continued, if you are that easygoing, they won't respect you at all. Arasela, still naively eating, asked, could they really be that foolish? I brought Audrey with me, so their work should be easy for them. Paula immediately countered, that is exactly why I am worried. Arasela asked back, why is that? She immediately replied, Arasela, do you know why women usually take their own maids with them when they get married? She held up a finger and said seriously, because there are some maids who will bully a new mistress. An image appeared of them looking at a new mistress with hateful faces, refusing to acknowledge her as their lady and becoming lazy. To prevent that, women bring someone loyal to them. But besides Audrey, you have no one on your side. Hearing these words, Arasela became very thoughtful. Arasela put her hand to her chin and wondered, I am getting divorced anyway, why should I care? Paula let out a tired sigh. Arasela, try thinking of it another way. In that mansion, Audrey has no one to rely on but you. At this point, she also began to worry more. Paula leaned her chin on her hand and voiced her concern. You know what I mean, do not you, Arasela? Audrey rarely confides in you, even if she is having a hard time. She continued calmly, partly for your sake, but also for hers. So please take responsibility for managing your staff. Late afternoon at Damian's mansion. Inside Arasela's dressing room, items were scattered everywhere. The wardrobe was empty, looking as if it had just been ransacked. Rosalind lay amidst the mess she would created thinking, damn it, is there really nothing? Then she turned her head, exhausted. That stupid noblewoman must have hidden it somewhere. While lying there, Rosalind spotted a folder locked tightly beneath the cabinet. With a devious face, she sat up and ran toward it. Here it is. Her eyes widened as she calculated. Hiding it here, there must be something in there no one is allowed to see. Perhaps something important. Immediately, she reached her hand toward the documents. At that moment, the sound of a door opening rang out. Recognizing the sound, her heart stopped and her eyes widened as she looked toward the door. Outside, the sound of footsteps gradually approached the room. Loud knocks came from the door. Rosalind, are you in there, Rosalind? In a rush, Rosalind reached for the documents and thought, oh God, why now? Then she called out, yes, I am here, what is it, Audrey? The knocking outside intensified. I remember you helped me clean the annex last time, so let me help you this time. Can you open the door? Faced with this situation, she cursed inwardly. Damn it, I will have to get it later. Thinking this, Rosalind shouted, wait a moment, I spilled some water in here, so I have to clean it up first. Outside, Audrey turned the doorknob. Spilled water. Audrey looked toward the door with an expressionless face. What do you mean, Rosalind? You did not bring any water with you. Inside was her laundry basin. Rosalind was extremely anxious, clutching her skirt. Don't tell me it is Audrey. That girl. She remembered her face during the meeting this morning. That face seemed to have seen through everything, becoming quite frightening. Rosalind grit her teeth, her face drenched in sweat in disbelief. She has been watching me this whole time. Outside, Audrey's voice became increasingly cold. I will count to 3. Then she held out her hand with a key. Pointing it toward the door's lock, she continued with a darkened face, come out yourself. 1. Rosalind's face twisted in anxiety. Damn it. Audrey said she was going out today. Audrey held the key and continued to count. 2. Suddenly someone called out, Audrey, so this is where you were. Audrey glanced over. What is it? Mary said excitedly, the head maid is looking for you. She wants to ask what you would like for dinner. Audrey stopped her actions, confused. Why now? Thinking this, she replied, all right. Where is the head maid? Mary quickly replied, in the kitchen. Hearing this, Audrey walked away. I will go right now. Rosalind stood behind the door, anxious. Did she leave? Seizing the opportunity, Rosalind ran forward. I need to quickly take all the documents under the cabinet. Outside, Mary called out unexpectedly, Rosalind, are you in there? She continued to knock. I will help you clean. Open the door. It is almost dinner time and we are short-staffed. Rosalind froze and turned her head anxiously. Yes, all right, just a moment. She stared at the cabinet in front of her. Damn it, I need to get those documents. Remembering earlier, Rosalind hurriedly reached down to grab the papers. Back in reality, Rosalind nervously bit her nails and thought, I will have to change the plan. 2 days later in the city, everyone was laughing happily together. Arasela Hugo looked around and said cheerfully, it has been a long time, has not it? Things have changed quite a bit. She smiled slightly and looked into the distance. Back then, I used to sneak here with Audrey all the time without my parents knowing. I never listened back then, so Audrey must have endured a lot. A young Arasela Hugo ran ahead while Audrey followed anxiously. My lady. Suddenly, Arasela's footsteps faltered. Her eyes became sad. I was too selfish. Thinking back, perhaps because of me, Audrey could not meet the maid she was close with. A scene of Audrey laughing and talking with other maids appeared. Arasela Hugo continued to think, tomorrow I should go to my parents' house and bring the maids back with me. A blue gem on the side of the road caught her attention. It was a sparkling pendant. So beautiful. Arasela Hugo smiled softly and thought of Audrey's smile. Audrey would look so good in this. It is the blue color she likes too. Suddenly someone spoke to Arasela Hugo, would you like to buy this, dear? Her face turned joyful. It has been a long time, Madam Kelly. She graciously covered her mouth and laughed. This is the first time I have seen you since the wedding. Madam Kelly, Citron's #1 matchmaker. Madam Kelly asked unexpectedly, who is this necklace for? Is it for your husband? Is it for your husband? Vandermeer? Arasela Hugo was startled and confused. Her face showed disgust as she thought of Damian Vandermeer holding the pendant. What? Just imagining his face makes me feel gross. Arasela Hugo gave a forced smile and replied, no, it is for my personal maid. Madam Kelly gasped. Oh my, I see. As she spoke, she turned to look at the necklaces in the cabinet. Why do not you choose one for your husband as well? Madam Kelly suddenly pointed to a gold pendant. This topaz necklace would suit him very well. Damian Vandermeer's handsome face appeared along with the gold necklace. Silver and gold stones. Yes, it does remind me of Damian. Madam Kelly placed a hand on her shoulder from behind. A gift for a newlywed couple always has something special about it. Arasela Hugo was startled. Her eyes became luminous. It sounds so sweet, like sparkling gems whispering of eternity. I have heard so much about your passionate love story. Her body trembled slightly. The bold wedding announcement at the prince's ball was truly impressive. Who proposed first? Was it Lord Vandermeer? Or perhaps Lady Arasela. No, I should say Lady Vandermeer, should not I? Arasela Hugo's face was drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror. Right. I almost forgot. Lady Kelly was someone who adored cheesy romance stories. Her face flushed with increasing excitement as she mused. Lord Vandermeer hides his tender nature beneath a rugged exterior, does not he? But for his own woman, he yields voluntarily, revealing his lonely, vulnerable side. In Lady Kelly's delusions, Damian Vandermeer appeared as a pitiful, solitary figure like a lone wolf, whispering, "If only someone would touch my frozen heart." Arasela Hugo's face twisted in visible disgust at the mere thought. Gross. Lady Kelly winked like a sly cat and said, "Or perhaps Lady Vandermeer is a cunning little kitten who teases him first." Arasela Hugo's face turned deathly pale from fear. Me. Lady Kelly, I think I will just buy the necklace and be on my way. The lady laughed and replied, "Oh my Lady Vandermeer, what is the hurry?" At the Damian mansion, a person wearing gloves carried a tray of steaming hot cookies. Audrey looked around blankly. The young lady said she would be home early today. I should go out to greet her. With that she hurried outside. Suddenly Amy's voice rang out in a panic. What should I do? No matter how much I search, I can't find my necklace anywhere. The other maids gathered around Amy in concern. Is that your mother's necklace? Amy covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I took it off and left it in my room after the head maid nagged me. I am certain it was still there this morning. Rosalind turned with a frantic expression and shouted, "Attention everyone. Amy says her mother's necklace is missing. She wants to search everyone's room, all right?" The other servants murmured anxiously, "Fine, let us do it." Audrey stood still, glancing over. "Oh dear, I hope she finds it." Suddenly someone called her name. "Audrey." Rosalind looked toward Audrey with a sinister smirk. "You agree too, do not you?" Audrey looked up with a gaze full of loathing. "Do what you want. You won't find anything in my room." Rosalind broke into a bizarre, twisted smile. The sound of rummaging echoed through the rooms. It was not in Rosalind's room. The other servants gathered at the door, gossiping. It is not in Amanda's room either. Nothing in Becky's or Mary's rooms. Amy wailed with a tearful face, "My necklace." Suddenly someone screamed, "I found it." Rosalind's eyes were wide as she panted heavily, holding the necklace. Amy's necklace was in Audrey's room. Amy's eyes widened as she whipped her head around. Everyone else turned their gaze as well. Countless judgmental eyes fixed directly on Audrey. Startled and confused, she tried to explain, "What? No, I do not even know where Amy's room is." Rosalind gripped the necklace tight and asked back maliciously, "Why do you keep denying it, Audrey?" Her eyes were full of spite. "Everyone knows how arrogant you have been lately, using the excuse of being the young lady's personal maid." Losing her cool, Amy snapped angrily, "How dare you touch my mother's things? Since when did you ever care about me, only to act like this now?" The other maids began whispering among themselves, "Even if she is the young lady's maid, this is unacceptable. We must report this to the head maid." Audrey tried desperately to explain, "Wait, it really was not me, please listen to me." Hurried footsteps echoed. Amy raised her hand in rage. "You miserable brat." A loud noise shattered the silence of the castle. Arasela Hugo was holding a gift box for Audrey. Tucked inside her coat was another gift for Damian Vandermeer. "I finally bought a necklace for Damian." Arasela Hugo looked exhausted. "What a waste of money. We have been so busy and have not seen each other in forever, so why do I have to act so special?" She stepped into the castle, but the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Arasela Hugo looked around, puzzled. Why is there no one around? A servant rushed over to inform her, "My lady, something terrible has happened." Arasela Hugo's eyes widened in confusion. What is it?" The servant panted heavily. "Right now the other maids are attacking Audrey." Mary's face was pale, her eyes filled with panic. As soon as Arasela Hugo reached the door, she saw the scene of Audrey being assaulted by the others. "You usually just ignore us, you thief." Arasela Hugo froze, her eyes wide with shock. Audrey. Audrey was lying on the ground. The surrounding servants looked up when they heard the voice. With a bruised and battered face, Audrey managed to choke out, "My lady." The gift box in Arasela Hugo's hand fell to the floor. The servants present turned pale with fear. My lady," Arasela Hugo said in a freezing tone, "explain yourselves." The servants looked at each other, trembling uncontrollably. What do we do? Arasela Hugo clenched her fists so hard the veins popped. This is your last chance. Her face darkened as she glared at them. Tell me exactly what is going on. Right now. Arasela Hugo walked slowly from the doorway toward the group of servants. Rosalind spoke up, her voice trembling slightly with fear. Audrey stole something. She took a necklace that belonged to Amy's late mother. Amy added, paralyzed with fear, that is right, my lady. Amy pointed an angry finger down at Audrey. The necklace I lost was found in Audrey's room. Audrey explained pitifully, I did not steal it. Amy snapped back, everyone here saw the necklace in your room, and you are still denying it. Audrey shouted back, did you go into my room and see it with your own eyes? Rosalind was the one who found it, who is to say she is not lying. Suddenly, the head maid approached from behind. What is all this noise? Amy gasped. Head maid. She looked startled. My lady, why are you home so early? Arasela Hugo did not turn her head as she replied coldly, everyone be quiet. Her expression at that moment was truly terrifying. Arasela Hugo reached down and slowly picked up the gift box from the floor. Audrey watched with wide, hopeful eyes. Arasela Hugo sat in front of Audrey, holding the box. Audrey. She slowly opened the lid, revealing a sparkling pendant. Holding the gift out, she said softly, on my way back, I found a necklace I thought would suit you perfectly. Do you like it? Audrey began to sob. My lady. Suddenly, Arasela Hugo's voice turned icy. Amy, you claim Audrey stole your necklace? Amy stammered. Yes. Arasela Hugo looked up with unwavering resolve. I have bought Audrey necklaces, earrings, and even rings. They are not heirlooms like your mother's, but they are very valuable. Why would Audrey feel the need to steal from you? Amy's face crumpled in fear. That. Well. Standing behind her, Rosalind gritted her teeth in fury. Arasela Hugo, why are you interfering now? She immediately stepped forward to challenge Arasela Hugo. My lady, forgive me for speaking up, but Audrey has always looked down on us, calling us maids from lesser families. So this time she probably wanted to make things difficult for us. Arasela Hugo spoke calmly. Rosalind. She stood before her and said commandingly, since when did I grant you the right to speak freely? I am the master of this mansion. Don't you dare try to break the order and hierarchy of the Vandermeer house with your lies. Arasela Hugo cast a chilling glare down at Rosalind. Rosalind froze in terror, her teeth clenched. What is wrong with this girl? She never cared about this mansion before. Arasela Hugo turned to the head maid. And head maid, I am deeply disappointed. How negligent have you been in your duties to let things escalate like this? Dismiss every servant involved in this bullying and violence immediately. My order takes effect at once, she suddenly shouted in rage. Amy's face turned blue with fright. My lady, the surrounding servants panicked. What do we do? Are we being fired? Rosalind suddenly clenched her fists. She thought anxiously about the documents hidden under the cabinet. I still have to take the documents Arasela Hugo hid in the dressing room and leak them out. The head maid frantically tried to stop her. My lady, you cannot do this. I cannot dismiss this many people based on your word alone. I do not serve only you. I serve the young master as well, she argued, though her voice shook. Arasela Hugo listened in calm silence. The head maid bowed respectfully. Until the young master gives the order, I can do nothing. Suddenly Damian Vandermeer stepped forward from out of nowhere. I authorize it. He strode forward aggressively. The young lady's command is the command of Vandermeer. The head maid was utterly shocked to see Damian Vandermeer. Arasela Hugo's eyes also widened in surprise. Damian Vandermeer approached her and reached out. Do exactly as my wife wishes. The soldiers present also stepped forward suddenly. His eyes were cold as he looked straight ahead. Knights, arrest Rosalind and the head maid immediately. The knights obeyed instantly. Yes, my lord, the head maid cried out in shock. Young master. Rosalind, also being restrained, shouted, I did nothing wrong. Damian Vandermeer gave her a chilling look. Did you think I would not know? That you and the head maid were taking orders from the Duke's family? Rosalind and the head maid's eyes widened in astonishment. Arasela Hugo was the most shocked of all. I had no idea about that. He turned his head. Colin. Colin bowed respectfully from behind. Yes, everything is prepared. Colin handed a stack of documents to Arasela Hugo. My lady, please read this. Arasela Hugo looked intently at the paper. I will frame Audrey for theft and have her kicked out. Therefore, Duke's family, Please handle her personally. A vision appeared of Rosalind sitting by a lamp writing that letter, with the head maid standing behind her. Their faces were full of malice. The head maid is cooperating as well, so this plan cannot fail. And it seems I have found the weaknesses of Arasela Hugo that you requested. She looked up as she finished reading. Rosalind stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror. She trembled as she tried to explain, "No, it is a forgery, I never wrote that letter." A maid standing nearby suddenly spoke up, "No, that is definitely the letter Rosalind wrote. I personally confirmed it at the office." Rosalind gritted her teeth in rage. "You traitor." She remembered holding the letter back then when someone suddenly called Rosalind. It turned out to be Mary, speaking with an overly cheerful tone. Rosalind recalled her time in the dressing room. No wonder that girl had always perfectly blocked her way. A memory of a smiling Mary flashed through Rosalind's mind. Rosalind opened her eyes and stared blankly at Mary. She realized in her mind, so she was a spy. Mary looked down with a cold, indifferent gaze. Rosalind went out every Tuesday to send reports to the Duke, and every Thursday, she received replies hidden in the groceries. Mary was Colin's subordinate. Mary looked at Colin respectfully. "I intercepted the letters as the aide ordered, copied them, and sent them back, so there is no doubt." Damian Vandermeer turned to Arasela Hugo with concern. "I was waiting for the perfect opportunity to secure irrefutable evidence, which is why things ended up like this. I apologize for not reporting this to you sooner." Arasela Hugo, her emotions unclear, whispered softly, "Damian. On the contrary, I thank you for taking care of what I missed." She looked up with glistening eyes and a bright smile. Damian Vandermeer replied gently, "Leave the punishment of Rosalind and the head maid to me." Arasela Hugo suddenly followed up. "Then can I handle the remaining maids?" He answered quickly, "Do whatever my wife wants." The maids present began to beg for mercy. "My lady, I was wrong, please give me another chance." Damian Vandermeer turned to the knights behind him. "Take the head maid and Rosalind to the dungeon." The knight replied respectfully, "Yes, Commander." Rosalind's lips quivered. "No, it can't end like this." The knight, grabbing her arm, snapped angrily, "Shut up, you fool." Rosalind's eyes glared intensely at something. Arasela Hugo flinched at the sound of someone's scream. Rosalind suddenly used her strength to break free from the two knights and lunged forward. The knights clutched their arms in pain. "My hand." Damian Vandermeer whipped around. "So she is a former mercenary capable of using aura." Arasela Hugo suddenly stepped forward. Her hand slowly raised an orb of power. Everyone moved back. Beams of energy radiated from the orb in her hand. Arasela Hugo's expression became chillingly bizarre. "Because I will be the one to crush her." Rosalind dashed forward, pushing the other servants aside. "Get out of the way." Rosalind had already reached the door. She gritted her teeth, her face pale with fear. From a distance, Arasela Hugo swung her whip of energy forward. Rosalind did not bother looking back and kept running. Suddenly, the energy whip coiled around her ankle. Rosalind looked down in terror. Then she tumbled violently to the ground. The strands of power now tightly bound Rosalind's body. Arasela Hugo walked up coldly and stepped on her. "Where are you going, Rosalind? Tell me. What was my weakness in that letter of yours?" Her face looked incredibly eerie at that moment. Rosalind looked at the whip in her hand and explained tremblingly, "I was wrong. I swear I did not know anything. Please spare my life." Arasela Hugo raised her hand in a gesture. "I do not care about your excuses." Then the energy whip bound itself tightly over the woman's mouth. Arasela Hugo looked down with a cold gaze. "Let us move this to the basement, shall we?" A few days later, the full story behind the incident was revealed. Although the head maid had served under Damian for a long time, she was said to have been lured by the Vandermeer family to help Rosalind. Rosalind was confirmed to be a mercenary hired for this job. The guilty face of the head maid and Rosalind's defiant expression appeared. The other maids walked away with their suitcases, heads bowed. Ultimately, all the maids instigated by Rosalind were fired without letters of recommendation. Meanwhile, other servants chatted happily with Audrey, and their positions were filled by maids from the house of Marquis Hugo. The Damian mansion. Arasela Hugo walked over to Damian Vandermeer's desk. She asked gently, "Are you all right?" He remained focused on the documents in his hand. "What do you mean?" Arasela Hugo, her eyes wide and round, continued, "The head maid had worked for you for a very long time. I think you must feel betrayed and are suffering a great loss. Her eyes suddenly turned sad. Damian Vandermeer looked up in surprise at her words. Seeing his expression, Arasela Hugo felt a bit awkward. What is with that look? He still looked dazed. I did not expect you to be so considerate, my lady. Arasela Hugo suddenly lifted her chin and said proudly, Can't you tell just by looking that I am kind and empathetic? Damian Vandermeer replied, You look just like me. She continued, Is that an insult? Then I guess I really do not have the ability to empathize with others. Damian Vandermeer returned to his cold demeanor and replied, I did not like the head maid anyway. I'm used to things like this, so it is fine. She was a bit surprised to hear that. Used to it? Damian Vandermeer suddenly asked her, You seem to like that maid Audrey very much. Is there a special reason? Arasela Hugo sat on the edge of his desk. Audrey was the first person to recognize my true value. When I was young, no one understood me, Arasela Hugo said with a sincere voice. A vision of her childhood castle appeared. A gentle teacher stood by a table and said to the students, Everyone, let us talk about what you want to be in the future. The students answered happily, I will be a strong knight, I want to be a princess. Then, young Arasela Hugo suddenly raised her hand. I want to be the best witch in the world. I will become a very powerful mage, she said with sparkling eyes and an eager face. The teacher smiled hesitantly. Your thoughts are quite unique, Lady Arasela. A boy turned around and said, A girl wanting to be a mage. A girl sitting next to Arasela Hugo also turned to her. My mom says a woman's greatest happiness is marriage. Her face was sad then. But I have no interest in marriage. The scene shifted to Arasela Hugo and Audrey playing happily in the garden. Arasela Hugo held a wooden stick and declared loudly, Audrey, when I grow up, I will become an incredibly powerful mage, and I will definitely have the whole world in my hands. Audrey replied gently, Really, that is so cool, my lady. Arasela Hugo was startled. What, you think I am cool? Audrey smiled warmly. Of course. It is wonderful for someone so young to have such a goal. You will surely become an outstanding person, and naturally a very powerful mage. Arasela Hugo's eyes sparkled as she smiled happily. She jumped toward Audrey. When I become a great mage, I will share the world with you, Audrey. Back to the present, Arasela Hugo looked off into the distance. Only Audrey consistently supported my dream. Even my family did not do that, but a stranger like Audrey believed in me. Audrey was currently walking down the hallway carrying some items. The pendant Arasela Hugo had given her sparkled on her neck. Audrey turned and smiled gently. Audrey is very precious to me. She turned cheerfully to face Damian Vandermeer. Beyond the master-servant relationship, having someone like that by my side is a huge blessing, is not it? His eyes looked a bit sad. Yes, it is. Arasela Hugo suddenly held out a gift box to him. Oh, that is right, Damian, I have this for you. Damian Vandermeer reached out to take it, looking a bit hesitant. What is this? He opened it to reveal a shimmering gold pendant. Arasela Hugo said confidently, When I was buying Audrey's gift, I bought one for you too. Damian said expressionlessly, Knights are forbidden from wearing jewelry except for wedding rings. Hearing this, Arasela Hugo snapped irritably, Fine, if you do not like it, just sell it. Damian Vandermeer looked flustered by her anger. It is not that. I only said it because I was afraid your gift would not keep its original meaning. Arasela Hugo returned to her initial gentle tone. I do not care. You do not have to wear it, but the fact that I gave it to you is meaningful in itself. She pushed the box toward him. Besides, the moment I handed you this necklace, it was no longer mine. Arasela Hugo smiled radiantly. It is yours now, Damian. Do whatever you want with it. He froze for a moment. Damian Vandermeer's hands gently lifted the sparkling pendant. Arasela Hugo was a bit surprised by his action. Didn't you just say you could not wear it? Damian Vandermeer looked at the necklace with a soft gaze. Wearing it for a little while should not hurt. Thank you, my lady, he said, looking up as they locked eyes. Arasela Hugo laughed loudly. Of course you should thank me, this thing was expensive as hell. Damian Vandermeer's face went blank. Is that so? Then suddenly he continued, And my lady, are you free this weekend? Let us go on a date. As he spoke, Damian Vandermeer's face turned red with embarrassment. Arasela Hugo also froze in that moment. Before that, My lady, let us go on a date. Vandermeer raised his hand, lost in thought. The two of them were still sitting close together in the room. Damian took advantage of the pleasant atmosphere and suggested a date. Arasela Hugo looked intrigued but had not answered him yet. Then her expression gradually became one of horror and panic. Why have you gotten too into your role? As she spoke, she hugged herself in fear. Gross. I feel like throwing up. Damian Vandermeer slammed the table in anger. I only suggested it because we need a date. His entire face was flushed. The Duke's family asked Rosalind to make us divorce. Rosalind was like a puppet being controlled. This is surely a plot to divide us before I find the will, making everything return to how it was. However, it seems Rosalind reported details of our distance to the Duke. They might use that to push for a divorce. Arasela Hugo suddenly had an idea. So you mean we should pretend to date to avoid any rumors? Damian Vandermeer smiled with satisfaction. My lady, you are starting to get smarter. Arasela Hugo continued excitedly. I see, although I do not really want to, I will accept your date proposal. Damian Vandermeer turned a bit pale at her reaction. I am so touched, I am speechless. She jumped up from his desk. Then I will see you this weekend, he replied gently. Wait, I have something for you. Then Damian Vandermeer pulled out a stack of papers. Arasela Hugo was horrified. What is this mountain of paperwork? Damian Vandermeer instructed seriously. This is the date itinerary that Colin arranged. A list of 14 restaurants and 38 entertainment and dating spots. A vision of Colin's beaming face appeared. I hope the two of you have a happy time together. He looked at the papers while speaking. I have recorded everything in detail, such as the actual time at each location, so make sure to read it. I also asked the chef about the foods you like. Arasela Hugo's face looked drained. The chef. A scene of the chef cooking delicious food appeared. Thinking of it, Arasela Hugo began to drool. Our home chef's grilled meat is number one. Damian Vandermeer sighed helplessly. My lady, are you even listening? A few days later on the weekend, the servants were incredibly surprised. Look, oh my God. Damian Vandermeer, dressed impeccably, adjusted his cuffs. The young master is so handsome. His eyes glanced coldly when he heard someone call Damian. He stood below, looking up at Arasela Hugo. My lady, you look as beautiful as ever today. She was also dressed magnificently, her eyes sparkling. Arasela Hugo stood before him and said softly, of course. You too, Damian. The servants there kept praising them. My lady, you are so beautiful, our young lady is the best. Suddenly, Damian Vandermeer thought to himself, I should show the Hugo family's maids that we are living in harmony. He turned to her and asked, shall we go, my lady? Arasela Hugo replied gently, very well. She suddenly offered her hand to him. Damian Vandermeer looked away shyly, unable to meet her gaze. Then he began to walk as fast and stiffly as a robot. I can't wait for our date, let us hurry. Arasela Hugo froze for a moment. Hey, wait, aren't you supposed to lead me? Outside, the sound of the carriage echoed through the city streets. 7th Avenue, Vesta Restaurant. Damian Vandermeer stood reclined by the chair, waiting for Arasela Hugo. He affectionately pulled out the chair for her. Thank you, my lord. Arasela Hugo whispered to Damian Vandermeer, you did not escort me earlier, so why are you being so polite now? He explained sheepishly, I could not sleep last night. My apologies. She asked with a slight frown, didn't you say you could sleep anywhere except for your own soft bed? Suddenly, a voice called her name. Arasela. Both Arasela Hugo and Damian Vandermeer turned their heads toward the voice. Frederick stood before them with a gentle smile. Frederick. He grinned brightly and said, this is the first time I have seen you since the wedding. Damian Vandermeer offered a polite greeting. Greetings, Prince. Frederick glanced at him and replied, raise your head. Have a seat. He pulled up a chair right next to Arasela Hugo. Congratulations on your marriage. You are truly a lucky man to marry a girl like Arasela. Arasela Hugo sat frozen, thinking, why is the prince sitting next to me? Damian Vandermeer replied calmly while pulling out his own chair, I think so too, Prince. Frederick's eyes suddenly became scrutinizing. Is that so? I hope your luck lasts, he said with a sinister look on his face. Delicious, glistening dishes were served. Frederick chatted happily with Arasela Hugo. Do you remember the first time we met, Arasela? She replied enthusiastically, of course you got lost on opening day and ended up in my path. He continued, at that time I thought you were an upperclassman because you looked like such a cold, charismatic boss. Damian Vandermeer watched with a cold gaze. This is the 10th story they have shared that I know nothing about. He watched the two of them talking merrily. The atmosphere felt incredibly awkward for him. Arasela Hugo suddenly realized, oh, I am sorry. Damian must be bored since he does not know these stories, and we have been talking for quite a while. Damian Vandermeer set his wine glass down firmly on the table. It is fine. His cheeks flushed. I was completely captivated by watching my wife's lips as she spoke. Both Arasela Hugo and Frederick froze in their tracks upon hearing him. Is that right? Frederick spoke tentatively. If you were not paying attention to your wife's words, you should apologize. You do not need to try to appease her with such language. Damian Vandermeer replied formally, forgive me, Prince, perhaps it is because we are newlyweds, but every time I look at her, I feel like I am losing myself. No, wait. Actually, being newlyweds is not a big deal. A waitress nearby heard him and was stunned. Wait, did I accidentally serve him wine instead of a non-alcoholic drink? Damian pushed the glass forward. My wife is always as radiant as a dream, and I know I will be forever lost in her eyes for the rest of my life. So please forgive me, my lady. It was indeed the wrong drink. Arasela Hugo covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Your mouth is sweet as honey, is not it? Frederick sat beside her, cursing inwardly, you old fox. Is this how he wins her over? He glared at Damian Vandermeer. Damian was slightly confused, thinking my lies were quite smooth today. Frederick suddenly stabbed the food on his plate hard with his fork. He smiled shyly and offered it to Arasela Hugo. Arasela, you like shrimp, do not you? Here, try some. Ever since our academy days, Arasela's favorite seafood has always been shrimp or lobster. As he spoke, Frederick pointed his fork toward Damian Vandermeer. He was tense, but his eyes were full of malice. So you must remember these little things and take good care of her. Damian Vandermeer glared, thinking, he is acting like he knows another man's wife better than her own husband. Arasela Hugo stared intently at the shrimp in front of her. Meanwhile, Damian and Frederick were locked in a staring contest. This is a clear provocation. I have been friends with Arasela since our academy days. Arasela Hugo suddenly called out Frederick. He replied a bit nervously, what is it, Arasela? As she picked up her utensils, she said, it seems you are doing this because you want to ask me for a favor, but I am sorry I do not take bribes. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. I am an upright mage who will become the next master of the magic tower. This is delicious. Arasela Hugo suddenly rang the bell. Server, can I get another plate of this shrimp? Frederick stammered. Oh no, I only wanted you to eat the shrimp. She suddenly turned to him, looking annoyed. Frederick, I am very disappointed in you. I like eating meat, did you forget? Arasela Hugo asked loudly, eyes wide. She looked furious, gripping her knife and fork. Medium rare beef, juicy, parting like the Red Sea when cut. The kind with a rich aroma and a greasy savory burst in every bite. Furthermore, I can't work overtime without eating meat. How could someone who never stayed late like you understand? Frederick panicked. Wait, calm down, Arasela. Meanwhile, Damian turned to the server. Server, cancel the last dish. Bring me a steak with a side of shrimp. Arasela Hugo gave him a satisfied thumbs up. Well done, Damian, he smiled back. Of course. I know my wife's palate. Frederick's face darkened as he glanced at her. A while later, the three of them stood outside the restaurant. Frederick spoke politely, Arasela. I hope you and your husband enjoyed the time we spent together. Arasela Hugo replied gently, thank you. Get home safely. He glanced at Damian Vandermeer again. It was a pleasure meeting you today. Damian bowed. The honor is mine, Prince. Suddenly, Frederick reached his hand out to Arasela Hugo. Arasela. She was confused. What do you want? His eyes were fixed on her. Your hand. I only wish to bid you farewell with a kiss on the hand. Arasela Hugo looked up with a look of pure annoyance. She took a quick step forward. Arasela Hugo approached Frederick seriously and whispered, Frederick, you are being far too cheesy today. Do you have something to tell me? Frederick looked ahead and saw both Damian Vandermeer and Arasela Hugo watching him intently. Frederick's eyes turned cunning as he leaned in and whispered, there is something I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Listen to me, he said, bringing his face close to hers. Arasela Hugo held up her hand to stop him. Wait. How many times have I told you about personal space? She grumbled irritably. Then she suddenly shouted, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush, I am busy. Frederick let out a hearty, amused laugh. Keeping that smile on his lips, he began, I was going to suggest that the three of you should have dinner with Paula sometime. Since we were all classmates at the academy, Arasela Hugo's face brightened at the suggestion. Oh sure, we have not gathered since the wedding, have we? Actually, Paula and I mentioned you when we went out to eat, Frederick said, while Damian Vandermeer's expression darkened behind them. Frederick turned his head to look at Damian. Really, then we must definitely meet again. I will write to you, he said as he slowly entered his carriage. Arasela Hugo replied, all right. See you later, she said, waving goodbye. Damian Vandermeer looked unhappy. Arasela Hugo, not noticing, turned to him and asked, shall we move on to the next item on the itinerary? A giant flower tree with pink leaves swayed in the wind. In that grove, couples were sitting together. They were laughing and chatting happily. Another couple lay under a tree side by side. Arasela Hugo shaded herself with an umbrella and looked around with delight. The atmosphere here is wonderful, Damian Vandermeer suddenly called out, wife. Allow me to be frank. I am not going to be jealous. She turned to him, confused. Why are you being so strange all of a sudden? He spoke in a serious tone, I mean, do not create situations like today anymore where I have to confront another man because of you. Arasela Hugo gave a forced laugh. Damian, are you actually worried about Frederick? He cut her off quickly. He may be your friend, but he is still a man. Arasela Hugo replied innocently, I heard that all the time at the academy, and every time I said that men and women can absolutely be friends. And Damian, do you know what kind of man in this world is the least attractive? Damian Vandermeer was dazed by her sudden question. Arasela Hugo's face was full of disgust as she said, a man who is obsessed with and interferes in a woman's friendships. He fell silent, lost in thought. A moment later, Damian Vandermeer turned away dismissively. Regardless, you are married to me now, so act with a bit more caution. Arasela Hugo said irritably, you are the one who needs to act with caution. We were supposed to show everyone we are dating, but you keep acting distant. You won't even hold my hand. Near them, other couples were still enjoying their time. She reached her hand out. Damian Vandermeer flinched slightly when he saw her hand in front of him. Arasela Hugo glared with cold eyes. If you continue to act like this, I am going to get angry. Do you understand? So fulfill your responsibility properly. Beneath the blooming cherry blossoms, a breeze blew, sending petals fluttering through the air. In the sky, a pair of birds played together. Another couple looked over in surprise. Oh my, look, is that them? The black mage and the stubborn knight. Damian Vandermeer was gently rowing a boat with Arasela Hugo. The couple was still surprised by the scene. I guess they really did get married. I did not believe it when I read it in the papers. Arasela Hugo glanced at the gossiping couple. The press really is powerful. Today I must show everyone how good our relationship is. Arasela Hugo gently reached out to catch a cherry blossom petal. Oh my Damian, look at these flowers. Aren't they beautiful, just like me? Damian Vandermeer stopped rowing. I am rowing a boat. I should probably go faster. She was annoyed that he did not respond. Damian, say something. Then suddenly he began to row with all his might. Their boat shot forward so fast that the couple from before cried out in alarm. Arasela Hugo shouted angrily, hey, did you come here for a boat race or something? He asked innocently, isn't that what we are doing? She explained the situation irritably, no, look around. Everyone is being affectionate and enjoying the scenery, but our boat is just dismal. Arasela Hugo looked off into the distance and saw a girl saying sweet things to her boyfriend. Honey, those two do not seem to be getting along very well. The man hugged the woman and replied, sweetie, not every couple in the world is as affectionate as we are. The woman cooed, oh darling. The man's next words made her freeze. They clearly look like a couple who met through an arranged marriage. Or maybe they are on a blind date. Arasela Hugo was fuming. We have to show them that we are affectionate too, Damian Vandermeer asked blankly, how? Cherry blossom petals continued to fall in the wind. She suddenly moved closer to him. Stay still, Damian. Arasela Hugo's hand slowly reached forward. She gently touched Damian Vandermeer's collar. Another couple nearby was acting just like them. The other couple's lips looked as if they were about to touch. Damian Vandermeer blushed with embarrassment. Don't tell me she is. No, if she gets any closer. His eyes widened in shock. In his imagination, Arasela Hugo now looked like a skeleton trying to touch him. Suddenly there was a splash in the water. Damian Vandermeer lay in the boat, exhausted and terrified. Arasela Hugo called out to him softly, "Hey." Her body was soaking wet and she looked stunned. He tried to explain, "Wife, calm down." She pointed at him and shouted, "If you were me, would you be calm?" Damian Vandermeer turned pale, thinking, "Right, I made a huge mistake. I have to apologize quickly." He said frantically, "Why did you approach me like that without saying anything?" Arasela Hugo looked like a ghost in front of him. "There was a petal in your hair, so I just wanted to get it. Or would you rather I rip your head off?" Damian Vandermeer backed away in fear. "I am sorry, let us just get back to shore first, it is dangerous here." Footprints were pressed into the ground near the shore. A carriage rumbled down a quiet road. The two of them sat in the carriage. The silence was strangely heavy. Damian Vandermeer broke the silence tiredly. "I am sorry. I did not mean to. I was just a bit surprised." Arasela Hugo replied with an unreadable expression, "You dodged me because you thought I was going to touch you, right?" "I knew it." He remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Arasela Hugo's eyes were full of judgment. "Do you realize how unpleasant your attitude is? I do not like physical contact with others either. You are not the only one who dislikes it. Why do not you try caring about someone else's feelings for once?" Damian Vandermeer was dazed by her words. Sweat poured down his face. His expression was now full of guilt. Their carriage drove through a puddle. Arasela Hugo continued, "Do you find me that repulsive? Why reject me like that?" He clenched his hands in fluster. "No, it is not like that." His hands tightened. "What if I tell her?" The faces of the wicked head maid and the other cruel woman appeared. "If I tell her, and then she changes her mind and betrays me just like the head maid did?" Arasela Hugo asked seriously, "Damian, are not you going to answer me?" His hands began to tremble as he stammered, "How can I trust you enough to tell you?" Her face fell. "Then why did you marry me?" Damian Vandermeer squeezed his eyes shut, unable to look at her. "Because this marriage was to meet the needs of both sides." From the outside, the tension in the carriage was palpable. "Damian, so you are using that as an excuse to hurt someone else?" Damian Vandermeer looked up in shock. "What?" Arasela Hugo gave him a look of loathing. "I will be blunt. I feel insulted and hurt by your attitude. Stop the carriage. I do not want to be here with you anymore." The atmosphere in the carriage became incredibly strained. Damian tried to explain frantically, "My lady, I will try to adjust even if I have to practice gradually." But Arasela was already angry. "Lord Vandermeer, we are both in the same boat. We must maintain this marital relationship until you inherit the title of Duke." Rage was clear on her face. "So I believe I deserve to know why you hate physical contact, yet you refuse, saying you can't trust me." Arasela bowed her head, trying to hide her discomfort. "If you understand what I am saying, stop the carriage." Damian said in a panic, "I will get out. Please, my lady, stay in the carriage." But Arasela had run out of patience. She looked up coldly and said, "Do as I say." Then she stepped down from the carriage. The sound of the door slamming hard was all that was heard. Damian could not stop her in time. He felt a wave of guilt. Arasela walked through the crowd, her eyes shimmering with tears. Damian tormented himself. "What did I just do to my wife?" The sun gradually set over the Fire Eagle night training grounds. A decisive strike fell upon a training dummy. It was immediately split in two and fell to the ground. Damian wiped away the sweat pouring off him, his breathing heavy. Isaac saw that he was acting strange and asked with concern, "Did you have a fight with your wife?" Feeling exposed, Damian turned to say something, but Isaac cut him off. "How could I not know?" Isaac continued, "You have destroyed the entire training ground, Commander." Looking back, the area looked like a graveyard under Damian's hand. As Isaac cleaned up, he said, "Please tell me what happened. Your love counselor is here to help." Damian replied, "There are two things. I do not know which one to talk about." Isaac was a bit surprised. Damian looked both sad and helpless. Avoiding her touch or saying I can't trust her. I do not know which one made her angrier. Isaac wanted to give up on his commander, but he still offered advice. "In my opinion, Commander, perhaps your dazed attitude is what made her angrier." Damian cried out foolishly. "What?" Isaac explained truthfully from her perspective, "Both things you said are very hurtful, are not they? If it were me, I would probably cry from sadness." He thought of Arasela's appearance when she left, and the guilt in his heart intensified. But then he said blankly, my wife is not a crybaby like you. In his mind, he only remembered her scolding him. Why should I cry? You are the one who should cry, teased Isaac, flushed and shot back, hey, I am not a crybaby either. Then Isaac asked, but you have been so busy lately, have you been leaving your wife alone a lot? Isaac added, and then, on your first date you made her sad. The only day you set aside time for her. I can imagine how heartbroken she must be. Hearing this, Damian froze, his eyes widening with realization. He remembered our first date. Recalling how his actions had hurt her, Damian felt deep regret. A husband who hurts his wife on their very first date. Thinking of this, his grip on his sword tightened. He cursed himself, I am truly the worst. At the high society club, the surroundings were decorated with sparkling lights, looking like a fairy tale. Inside, young socialites were laughing and playing. They talked about things only the wealthy would know. Arasela entered with an unhappy expression. The butler behind her announced, Lady Arasela Vandermeer is entering. As she walked past the other ladies, they began to whisper. Oh my, I have never seen her at the high society club before. Other young men recognized her and began to mock her. Hey look, another cried out. Where's her husband? She came alone. Arasela did not care. She sat at a quiet corner table and called a server. I will have a cup of apple cinnamon tea. The waitress replied respectfully, yes, my lady. She sat there, wallowing in her anger. Both of us will lose out in this divorce. Yet he acts like he can do whatever he wants. Just wait, I will do whatever I want to. Seeing her alone, the group of men seized the chance to mock her. One laughed loudly, can you believe it, someone actually came to the high society club just to be miserable alone. They kept gossiping about her. She is already married, yet she is still so strange. Another chimed in, exactly. I told you there is no need to praise her as a talented mage. Look at how she snatched the Duke's second son. She probably knew she would never become the magic tower master, so she tried to secure her interests with a good marriage. Don't you think? Arasela heard every word. Her expression darkened. My friend works at the magic tower, they all say she is about to retire. At this, Arasela stood up abruptly. She did not flinch as she walked toward them. One man, seeing her approach, continued to tease, hey, she is coming over. Arasela's expression looked as though she was about to send them all to hell. As soon as she reached him, he mocked her again. What, are you going to attack him with your craziness? Arasela's hand gripped a beer bottle tightly. But he did not stop. If it was not for your face, you would have nothing. Just as his hand was about to touch her, it was caught and held firmly by another hand. Damian held the man's hand tight and said coldly, why exclude her face? I heard it was a gift from the gods. Realizing it was Damian, the man cried out in fear, Lord Vandermeer. He squeezed the man's wrist, his eyes piercing through him. And I am the one who was sold at a high price here. So watch your mouth, young master. He twisted the man's hand back, making him cry out in pain. Then he turned and said gently, I apologize, my lady. I am late because I was busy changing clothes. Because he had rushed there, his face was drenched in sweat, but he still cared for her. If you have more to say, please continue. Seeing him like this, Arasela was a bit surprised. Her gaze shifted downward. She noticed his crumpled tie and wondered, why is his tie so poorly knotted? She was still a bit bewildered. He is usually so meticulous. Thinking of this, Arasela suddenly smiled. She turned to the crowd and said with a bright smile, it is nothing. Then she slammed a bottle down on the table and said firmly, everyone my age is beneath me. She walked straight up to one of them, pinning him with her gaze. So young master, stop bragging about friends who are on your same level. It is pathetic. With that she turned to leave. Let us go, Damian. Damian followed immediately, answering obediently, coming. The two of them left, the door slamming behind them with such violence that everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a word. Only after they were gone did the crowd dare to gossip. Those two actually seemed like a perfect match. Outside the ballroom, other couples were dancing together. Arasela walked ahead without looking back. How did you know I was at the high society club? Damian followed behind, answering with some embarrassment, this was where we were supposed to go on our date. At this she turned her head to ask, but you were still late, were not you? Damian did not dare look her in the eye, his face full of remorse. I spoke out of turn today. Arasela said, you made a mistake. Damian replied, yes, I made a mistake. And I am truly sorry, my lady. He spoke sincerely now. What must I do for you to forgive me? Arasela pointed toward the lake. Then she spoke, jump into the lake and shout, I am sorry 3 times. Arasela thought to herself, I assume he knows I am joking, but she was wrong. She saw him taking off his vest and standing by the railing, making her scream in shock, Damian. Arasela rushed over in a panic to pull him back. Are you an idiot? I am not a child. Do you really think that would make me feel better? Damian asked, still unconvinced. So you do not need me to jump into the lake and shout, I am sorry 3 times, Arasela exploded. No, get away from there quickly. The two of them stood in silence, gazing at the lake beneath a poetic moonlit night. Damian asked in a slightly sulky tone, do you enjoy teasing me that much? Arasela turned to him without hesitation, smiling brightly. Exactly. I love it. She could not help but continue laughing at his behavior just now. Watching her radiant smile, Damian found himself smiling along. Suddenly he felt flustered, sweat trickling down his face. He turned and spoke, you once said that when you were little, people used to call you a weirdo. Arasela replied blankly, yes. Damian continued, and I was sometimes called crazy. Arasela cried out in surprise, what? His gaze lowered, his voice turning deep and somber. The reason I avoid physical contact. Damian recalled the past when he had stood before that specific room. The moment he managed to open the door, an image was seared into young Damian's mind, one he could never forget, a source of unending trauma. The day he witnessed his mother's passing. But now, he found the courage to tell her the truth he had hidden for so long. It is because I was the first one to find my mother after she died. He followed up immediately, of course I am not crazy. He told Arasela everything. The people who actually wanted me to be crazy fabricated that story. Specifically the current Duchess. She delighted in forcing that label on me. Even the servants here were on her side. I was abused by them, all under the guise of treatment. So since then I have pushed away anyone who tried to get close, even those with good intentions. Arasela began to understand his circumstances. He turned his head to look at her. That is why I avoid physical contact. It is nothing special, so I feel a bit ashamed. Arasela waved her hands hurriedly. I do not think that is a normal problem at all. She felt a sense of self-reproach for misunderstanding him. I am sorry, Damian. I did not know you had to go through something like that. I thought you just had a germ phobia or something. I was so thoughtless. Damian teased her to comfort her. If you had known, it would mean my story was public knowledge, which would be a much bigger problem. He said with some shyness, but as you said, I can't live like this forever. I will try to overcome it, even if it takes time and practice. It might take a long time, but please be patient with me. Arasela looked at him with guilt and pity, but then a girl's voice shouted from behind, the fireworks are about to start, hurry. Damian looked at her and said gently, is it that time already? Perhaps we should head back inside. But Arasela protested, no. Before we go, let us watch the fireworks together. Damian asked, incredulous, are you sure? Arasela looked straight at him, the corners of her mouth turning up. Of course. She stepped closer with a brilliant smile. Besides, we have to show everyone how happy we are. Do not we? Damian's face turned as red as a tomato. The two of them strolled around the courtyard under the shimmering night sky, the golden lights illuminating their footsteps. Arasela spoke up, Damian, why do not we start practicing physical contact now, but only when you want to? Damian was a bit flustered. When? I want to, Arasela replied, yes. Only when you are ready. She spoke with excitement. I will help you whenever you are ready. I mean it, so just tell me when you feel comfortable. Damian blushed. I have to practice with you, Arasela replied. Damian, are you being silly? Of course this is something a married couple should do together. Who else would you practice with? Your aide. Thinking of the scene of Isaac practicing with him for the sake of my master, Damian shuddered and said, I will just practice with you. Seeing him like that, she teased. Oh, or were you thinking of someone else? He answered hastily, I was not thinking of anyone. But Arasela would not let him off. She moved closer and asked, really? Damian was flustered but then said, yes. Even if I were. His cheeks were pink with shyness, but he looked at her and said, it would still be you. Arasela was stunned by his sudden verbal attack. Neither spoke, only looking at each other awkwardly. Then Arasela spoke up, Damian, from now on, let us have a meal together at least once a day. It is a natural way to help us get to know each other better. Damian agreed quickly. Very well. That way we can avoid incidents like what happened with Rosalind. The cherry blossom canopy bloomed as flowers fell and drifted on the breeze. Arasela reached out to catch a petal. It looks like a rain of flowers, does not it? He looked at Arasela's outstretched arm catching the petals and felt a stir in his heart. He recalled her words from a moment ago, why do not we start practicing physical contact now, but only when you want to. Only when you are ready. Arasela, standing beneath the blossoms, looked more graceful than ever, and his eyes took it all in. Without hesitation, Damian took her hand. Arasela turned to him with a look of pure surprise. At the same time the bells rang out. Damian held Arasela's hand firmly beneath the magnificent and romantic rain of fireworks. Both their faces were flushed. It felt as if an electric current was passing between them. Damian spoke. My hand. Did not you say whenever I was ready, you would be too? He intertwined his fingers with hers, his voice soft. Those were not lies, were they, my lady? Arasela was overjoyed, her eyes fixed on him. Of course not. From now on, you can hold my hand whenever you want. Damian seized the opportunity. I see. Now that I am trying it, it is not so bad. Actually, from now on, I will be more than happy to hold your hand whenever you want. Arasela realized she had walked into a trap. My lord, have you ever heard the words modesty or restraint? Why are you so smug already? Damian countered, well, it is not like you have ever heard those words either. Arasela shot back, hey, I am beautiful, so I have the right. The two of them watched the fireworks, smiling. After Arasela and Damian's first date, an article about the couple's outing was published in the Monday morning paper. People on the street were abuzz after reading it. A knight and a mage, did they really marry for love? This truly is the romance of the century, is not it? The Marquis family was also delighted to see the report. Ari seems very happy in her marriage. But while some were happy to read about the couple, Sophie's face was twisted in rage as she gripped the newspaper, her teeth grinding. A few others watched with fury, especially the Duchess, her gaze so sharp it could cut like a blade. At this time, dishes and drinks were being set on the table. The maids watched, everyone secretly delighted. Finally, the young master and young lady are dining together. Joy was clear on their faces. Arasela and Damian were enjoying their meal together. She was cheering inwardly. Ho ho, I guess no one will question our relationship anymore. My efforts have paid off. Damian spoke up, my lady. It seems I must go away on a mission for a period of time. Hearing this, she asked, what mission? Damian answered quickly, we have found signs of a large-scale monster migration at the Ader Mountains in the east. I have received orders from the royal family to investigate the matter. Arasela was a bit curious. Must it be you? The royal knights must be quite busy. Should not that be their job? Damian replied, it seems so. In truth, he was hiding a secret. I probably should not tell her that this order came directly from Crown Prince Frederick. Arasela stood up abruptly. When do you leave? Damian let out a long breath. Then he answered, this afternoon. She felt a bit dejected. Sooner than I thought. Seeing her concern, he felt a bit shy. It was a sudden order, so I forgot to inform you. By the afternoon, everyone came out to see Damian off. The soldiers were whispering. I am being sent off in the most formal way in the palace, and she is wearing the Magic Tower uniform. But Arasela ignored all the comments. She looked down and asked, if you leave today, when will you return? Damian replied, probably in about half a month. She looked up at him with shimmering, pouting eyes. You said you had to leave suddenly, so I came here without having time to change. I will definitely write to you often. After making that face, Arasela cursed inwardly. You insolent knights, you better watch your mouths. Damian played along and stepped forward to hug her. Seeing you in a uniform instead of a dress today is quite another side of you. I will reply to every one of your letters, so please be patient. He whispered, then why on earth did you come here in your Magic Tower uniform? Arasela whispered back, what is with the tone, Pops? I am the one who had to take a half day off just to see you off. Damian countered, forget it, it is not like I expected anything from you anyway. She would not lose. Yeah, same to you. The two glared at each other, their eyes nearly piercing one another, but to everyone else it looked like a passionate farewell between lovers. Isaac was the happiest. Those two are getting along better and better. How fortunate is it, thanks to me. Colin, standing nearby, announced, Commander, it is time to head out. Arasela sent him off with tearful eyes, looking deeply saddened. I will miss you so much, Damian. Remember to come back early. Damian leaned out from the carriage, looking back longingly. I will think of you every day. Please do not forget me and wait for my return. They looked exactly like a newlywed couple forced to part. As soon as the carriage had moved a short distance away, Arasela excitedly clenched her fists. She was overjoyed, her smile reaching her ears. Wait for what? Freedom is finally here. Come back in 100 days if you want. Damian Vandermeer. Her face flipping speed was faster than the wind. Inside the carriage, Damian sneezed. Isaac, sitting behind him, added, It seems someone is talking behind your back, Commander. With Damian on his journey, Arasela was a free woman for the next 15 days. She skipped and sang happily, freedom, freedom, free from this cursed marriage. Upon seeing her maid, Arasela cried out happily, I am home, Audrey, but the maid looked extremely urgent. My lady, something bad has happened. She struggled to catch her breath. The madam is here. Arasela panicked. Which madam? Is a mother bear attacking? The maid was helpless. No, it is not that. Then came the sound of a teacup being slammed onto a table and the sharp voice of the Duchess. Think about it, a married woman wandering around outside like that. Her voice was piercingly firm. Arasela, Hugo, it seems I will have to teach you a great many things. We shall start from the beginning. Arasela stood frozen like a stone statue as the maid finished her report. At this very moment, the First Lady of Vandermeer is inside the mansion. A few days after Damian and Arasela's date, a gift was sent along with a letter. To the Duchess, I am sending this gift because I thought you were worried about Rosalind and the head maid. We have taken care of the servants at the mansion, so do not worry. Damian Vandermeer, commander of the Fire Eagle Knights. Sophie exploded after seeing the letter and the gift. That wicked bastard. The Duchess crossed her arms, her face wrinkled. Cunning just like his mother. Sophie said hastily, I am sorry, mother. If you give me another chance, I will fix everything. Her face darkened as her voice turned cold. A chance. She then went on a tirade. Don't you realize the more time we waste, the more advantages Damian gains? If you are going to be a fool, at least have some awareness. Sophie could only reply gloomily, I am sorry. The Duchess stood up abruptly. She threw on a foul-smelling mink coat and said with pride, I must go to the capital. Hearing this, Sophie's eyes lit up. Really, mother? She muttered, he is my son. Dark shadows enveloped her as she spoke. Anyone who stands in my son's way, I will surely eliminate them. Golden sunset light fell over the palace. Arasela adjusted herself and offered a respectful greeting. It has been a long time, Grand Madam. The Duchess asked authoritatively, Why are you so late? Arasela replied, I apologize. If I had known you were coming, I would have arrived sooner, but I was busy seeing Damian off. He said he had to go on a mission for 2 weeks. She laughed smugly and said, That is fine. I came here to see you today. Arasela was blank. Me, she used a teaching tone. Yes. You must learn how to manage yourself to fit our family. Especially you. You are not like an intelligent wife ready to support her husband at all. Looking at you, I see a total lack of the skills necessary to manage and nurture a proper family. Did your parents not teach you how to be a proper daughter-in-law? Arasela continued to listen with a smile. Then she replied with a laugh, My parents raised me very well. Do not worry. The servants nearby thought helplessly, as if our young lady would ever attend bridal lessons. Back in her single days, Arasela only knew how to lounge in bed and enjoy herself. I will live at home with my parents forever. Even her mother got fed up with her. The Duchess clapped her hands loudly. She gave a sinister smile and said, From today, I will stay with you. I will teach you everything, so you must complete your tasks correctly. You must become someone worthy of the Vandermeer family's reputation. Understood. Arasela thought she definitely came here with a purpose. Her goal is nothing other than to torture me until I demand a divorce. She sensed the demon within the woman emerging, wanting to seize her. She bowed respectfully and replied, I understand, Grand Madam. Please take care of me. The woman said with satisfaction, Good. I will educate you thoroughly. Her eyes became resolute. Fine. Bring it on. On the other side, the Duchess gave her a piercing look. Arasela reassured herself, No matter what happens, I will endure. Neither side backed down as their gazes collided. And so, the battle for survival between Arasela and the Grand Madam began. The next morning, Arasela went to the dining table and greeted her politely. Did you sleep well last night? The scolding began to echo through the room. Unbearable, I did not sleep at all. These servants are not properly trained. How can you manage this mansion? Isn't your mansion in this state because you are out on the streets doing some magic research starting tomorrow? You must greet me at 5:00 a.m. and learn how to manage the household from dawn until dusk. Hearing this, she replied, Grandmadam, I work at the magic tower from 9:00 a.m. to 5:00 p.m. so this is a bit difficult. But she would not let it go. Clearly, you do nothing but bring trouble to the magic tower. Then she shouted, quit your job at the magic tower and focus on contributing to this family. Arasela turned red with anger and argued back, no. The Duchess stood up in rage and shouted, what did you just say? How dare you? Arasela regained her calm and replied, Grandmadam, this is a field I do not allow anyone to interfere in. You may direct me in other tasks. Then the woman said, if you come home late every day, how can you manage this house? She replied quickly, if you want me home earlier, I will leave work a bit sooner. Then I will accept your direction. Seeing her so stubborn, the woman picked up her water glass and cursed inwardly, insolent girl. She glanced at her eating and pondered, how can I subdue this low-born brat? Morning at the magic tower. Arasela cracked her knuckles and said happily, thank you everyone for working overtime. She happily held the first-place trophy. The research on flying stones has been recognized as the top achievement of the magic tower this quarter. Sally was overjoyed. I am so happy you worked so hard. Rudy was also excited. It is all thanks to you, Senior. I never thought about creating energy from within the flying stone. Sally added, that is right, changing the properties of mana, absorbing surrounding energy through herbs, and then creating a collision with mana inside the stone to generate energy. Arasela felt very proud. Well, something at this level. Suddenly she paused and thought, I have to admit I got the idea from Damian. He had given her a massive hint. That aura is created when internal power sources collide continuously to create powerful energy. She then announced, anyway, as always we will be rewarded with a vacation. Everyone go home early today, Sally asked curiously. When do you plan to take your vacation, Senior? She replied with some embarrassment, I am planning to delay it for a bit. During this time I will be coming home earlier. Hearing this, Sally was worried. Why, is something wrong at home? She did not dare tell them, only dodging the question. Something unexpected, but I will handle it soon. Don't worry. To avoid more questions, she said, all right, do not let me affect your mood. Just enjoy your time off. The other two replied in unison, yes, see you tomorrow. Holding a paper in her hand, she said happily, all done. Then she asked her close maid, Audrey, when this is sent out, please send it to Damian. The maid replied happily, yes, my lady, I will do so. Arasela breathed a sigh of relief. The maid asked, you have a lot on your mind because of the grandmadam, do not you? Arasela looked out the window and replied tiredly, yes, a little. She thought, regardless, I can't treat my husband's grandmother poorly. She felt a bit sad and longing. I thought I would feel more comfortable once Damian was gone. But now I see the emptiness he left behind. If Damian heard that, he would be helpless. People would think I was dead, my lady. 10 days remained until Damian's return, and the grandmadam tortured Arasela in every way possible. She scrutinized her every move. Oh my, what crude clothing. Does a woman of the Vandermeer family wear trousers like a commoner? Arasela heard the insult and thought, over 90% of the population wears these clothes, yet you call them crude. The woman made her do pointless tasks. This is the clothing I wore yesterday. You will feel respect when you wash it by hand and remember your place in the Vandermeer family. Arasela smirked inwardly. I could wash these with magic in 5 minutes tops. She even made her serve food. At the table, she complained, even if you are starving, you must serve me properly during the meal. She patiently brought the dish, feeling grateful. Luckily, I have the sandwiches Audrey prepared for me. Despite it all, no matter how she was tortured, Arasela did not give up. She was like an angel. Water is water, mountains are mountains. Seeing that she refused to break, the Duchess fumed. I won't let you off, Arasela Hugo. She called all the servants in the mansion and lined them up. A maid knelt trembling at her feet to clip her nails. She sat there pondering, Arasela Hugo, that miserable brat, she does not listen to a word I say. What should I do? But then, because she was so terrified, the maid accidentally nicked the woman's hand. She shrieked and pulled her hand back. The servant standing beside her asked anxiously, Grandmadam, are you all right? Another scolded loudly, "How dare you harm the Grand Madam's precious body?" Her personal maid fretted, "Grand Madam, I shall call the royal physician," while the offending maid pleaded in terror, "I am sorry, please just spare me this once." Her eyes turned malicious as she thought, "How dare one of Arasela Hugo's maids lay a hand on my people?" She then ordered, "Bring me the whip." The other servants stood frozen in shock, and the young girl turned pale with fear. "I was wrong, Grand Madam." But with her cruel nature, there was no room for forgiveness. She took the whip from a servant and said, "Remember this well while you are being lashed." The girl's voice trembled as she knelt on the ground begging, "Grand Madam, please forgive me." Venting her frustration on the innocent to show her authority, she declared, "You must remember clearly that my power is several times greater than Arasela Hugo's." She raised the whip high and brought it down. At that moment a servant came running breathlessly, calling out, my lady Arasela," holding a stack of documents, turned her head at the sound. The maid knelt down urgently. "Please, you must help." She asked, "What happened? Speak slowly." The maid hurriedly explained, "A young maid named Cindy is being whipped by the Grand Madam. It has been nearly 10 minutes. If this continues, she won't survive." Inside the room, the Duchess wore a twisted smile. She lifted the young maid's bloodied arm. The girl's eyes had gone hollow from the beating. The other maid could only plead desperately, "Please, help her." Arasela's face turned pale upon hearing this. Without a second thought, she ran in and kicked the door open. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "What do you think you are doing?" Seeing the scene before her, Arasela was instantly livid. "Take your hands off her immediately." The Duchess slammed her wine glass onto the table and barked, "Insolent." She scolded angrily, "If you want to give orders to my servants, you must at least have the authority to do so." Arasela cut her off, "I do have the authority." Her anger finally erupted. She screamed, as the mistress of the Vandermeer house, "I order you to let her go." The maids, terrified by her demeanor, released their grip. Arasela glanced at the young maid. Her hands were bloodied and she was trembling on the floor. She quickly approached to check on her. "You are in a lot of pain, are not you? I will handle this. Go now." She took a handkerchief from her pocket. She placed it in the girl's palm. Arasela gave a gentle command, "Audrey, take Cindy out of here." Audrey quickly stepped forward to support the girl. "Yes, my lady." Suddenly, a glass of wine was splashed directly at Arasela. Drenched in red wine, she stood firm as the old woman screamed, "Who gave you permission to leave?" "I did not," Arasela replied sternly. "You have vented your anger enough. Please let them go, Grand Madam." But the woman only grew more crazed. "Vented my anger, Arasela Hugo, how dare you?" Without flinching, she corrected her, "It is Vandermeer, madam." Arasela stood up and bowed. "I apologize if my words were a bit." The woman snapped, "Ha, is this the attitude of someone who feels remorse?" At this she asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" "I will do as you say." Seizing the opportunity, the woman spoke, "Lately, I have found the service of the maids unsatisfactory, likely due to their useless mistress. Don't you think we should re-educate them, starting with you?" She set her wine glass down on the table. She then ordered, "Quit your job at the magic tower and serve me personally. That way, you will learn what it is truly like to manage and command servants." Cindy and Audrey were stunned, especially Cindy, who felt overwhelmed with guilt. Arasela closed her eyes and said, "I will do as you ask." But then her gaze turned cold as she looked at her. "However, you must promise me that you will never lay a hand on my servants again." The woman was taken aback. "You? Until the very end? Enough, I can't stand the sight of you. Get out." Arasela walked out, her body soaked and dripping. Cindy spoke first, "I am so sorry because of me." But Arasela cut her off. "It is not your fault." She reached out and took Cindy's hand with a smile. "Cindy, you are my maid now. Therefore I must protect you." Cindy was moved to tears. "My lady." Then she turned to the rest of the servants. "All of you as well. If the Grand Madam dares to touch you, you must tell me." The other servants were deeply grateful. "Thank you, my lady." Arasela spoke warmly, "No, I am the one who should thank you." She left with Audrey, not forgetting to instruct the others, "I am heading out. Everyone, please tend to Cindy's wounds." The servants felt a wave of regret. "I did not think the young lady would protect us like this. I only heard what Rosalind said and thought she did not care about us at all. I feel so ashamed for badmouthing such a wonderful person." Rosalind had been the Duchess's spy. Cindy clutched the handkerchief Arasela had given her with determination. From now on, I want to do something to help the young lady. Hearing this, a few people were confused. Do what? Then someone had a brilliant idea. Let us spread rumors about how kind our mistress is. Another added, that is not enough, we also have to spread rumors about how cruel the Grand Madam is. They all wore devilish expressions as they said, let us show her what happens when she touches our mistress. Meanwhile, at the Ader Mountains in the east where Damian was stationed. Commander, you have a letter. Damian took the letter and asked, is it from the palace? Isaac replied immediately, no sir. It is from your wife. Damian was surprised. My wife. Seeing his reaction, Isaac smirked. Right, they are newlyweds after all. Damian opened the letter in bewilderment. What is this, the actions of a couple in love, or is something wrong at home? In the letter, Arasela warned Damian, you must read this letter alone. Grand Madame Vandermeer has arrived. She came here to play with me under the guise of teaching me etiquette. I do not think she will leave until you return. It seems you will have to face your grandmother as soon as you get home. Damian let out a sigh. Isaac leaned in to eavesdrop. What does it say? Then he noticed something unusual. But why is there a gap here? In fact, if you zoomed in 300%, you would see a drawing of a little puppy in that space. Damian spoke up, this is truly terrible. Isaac, who had knelt down to listen and thought he was caught, replied, sir. He stood up straight. I am sorry, I will fix my disastrous mistake. But Damian was still absorbed in the letter. Anyway, for this reason you should come home sooner than you planned. So pack your bags. I have reached my limit. I can't wait any longer. Fidetes. It is truly terrible. Arasela had even drawn a picture of someone kneeling in helplessness. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Truly terrible. Isaac, still thinking he was being scolded, felt hurt. Even if you do not like my behavior, you do not have to be so harsh. At that moment, Damian gave a doting smile and thought, I must return home quickly. 8 days before Damian's return, Arasela took a long-term leave of absence for the first time since she started at the Magic Tower. Rudy and Sally saw her off tearfully. You have to come back, senior. Afterward, she was forced to do housework under the watchful eyes of the Grand Madam's maids. Arasela wiped the floor while glancing at the maid. Look at her, even supervising me to make sure I do not use magic. As time passed, the Grand Madam's demands increased, but Arasela completed them with unwavering determination. And so, it was the day before Damian's return. Morning at the Marquis Hugo mansion. Iris happily embraced Arasela. Ari, it has been a while, she greeted her with a smile. How have you been, Iris? As they sat down, Iris asked with concern, I have been fine, but you have lost several pounds. Arasela looked flustered. Ah well. Iris immediately interrogated her. Don't tell me, is the rumor that the Grand Madam forbids you from eating at meals true? Hearing this, she uttered a confused huh. Iris explained. A rumor has been spreading like wildfire among the maids of other estates. That the Grand Madam treats you like a slave, and even makes you carry her on your back while she moves around the estate. You wretch, how dare you not move faster? There is even a rumor that you can't lie flat on your back because she whipped you. Arasela looked stunned. She is not that evil. But Iris remained suspicious. Really, the maids who are not on good terms with you were the ones who said it, so it sounds quite believable. The maids had turned into demons against the Duchess. The crime of touching their mistress had to be repaid with malicious rumors. Arasela felt moved and thought, I did not think they would do something so praiseworthy. Iris sighed and asked, so what really happened? I do not believe you just sat there and took it. She did not answer but remembered something and pulled out a card. All right. Iris, could you read this first? Iris took the card and exclaimed, oh my, it is an invitation to a high society tea party. After opening and reading it, her expression turned uneasy. Then Iris asked Ari, who did you receive this invitation from? Arasela answered quickly, from the Grand Madam. Iris spoke urgently, you must not go to this tea party. This is a warning, she wants to completely bury you in high society. Thinking about the woman's strange behavior lately, she thought, did I think she would just leave me alone like that? She realized something was wrong. No wonder she has been so quiet, she was plotting this. She clenched her fists. Iris called out worriedly, Ari. With a grim expression, Arasela said, actually this is quite perfect. Seeing her attitude, Iris was stunned. Arasela's trouble detecting senses were tingling. Iris panicked. You. What kind of trouble are you planning to cause now? Arasela calmly lifted her teacup and smiled. Trouble, this time I only intend to comment on a good lesson I have learned. Iris was skeptical. What kind of strange lesson? Recalling Audrey's words, my lady, you have learned a lesson, have not you? Arasela replied, agitation and fabrication. Immediately goosebumps broke out on Iris's arms. Arasela leaned on her hand with a bizarre look. I am sure she will learn a lesson. When she tries to drive a wedge between me and Damian. As she spoke, she even imagined herself pulling him into an embrace. Arasela jumped up from her chair in excitement. The die is cast. I am going to end this once and for all. It had been quite a while since Iris heard Arasela babble such nonsense. The angel inside Iris said, as her older sister, I must stop her from doing anything wicked. On the contrary, the demon inside Iris knocked the angel down. No way, Arasela's going crazy again, this is going to be interesting. The demon one prompting Iris to say, your sister will help you with anything you want. Just say the word. Arasela asked, by the way, is there any big scandal shaking high society lately? One that reporters would be hungry for. Iris replied, reporters, I heard there is an anonymous message saying a noblewoman named Kay is having an affair with the chamber singer. The story was currently the talk of high society. Arasela said happily, that is more than enough. She then hurried to say goodbye. Thank you, sister, I am going home before the Grand Duchess arrives. Iris felt dejected. Wait, that is it, nothing else. She replied with a smile, oh, could you stop mother later? She will definitely chase us to the mansion. Iris was terrified. The goodness in Iris rose up to scold herself. I told you you should have stopped her. And so, with Arasela's secret plot, the day of Damian's return arrived at Grand Madame Vandermeer's tea party. She appeared and spoke quickly. Thank you everyone for coming. Several noblewomen replied respectfully, it is an honor to meet you, Duchess. One girl spoke up. This is the first time I have attended a party hosted by such a high-ranking elder. The person next to her was also excited. It is rare for the Duchess to personally host a party like this. What a wonderful occasion. Every word reached her ears. Yes, that reverence is the appropriate response. Suddenly a voice called out, oh my Lady Kelly. She appeared with a radiant smile. It has been a while, everyone. The crowd clapped and cheered. I missed you so much, my lady. The romance novel obsessed lady from chapter 21. People gathered around her. Thanks to your matchmaking, my daughter is married. Please look after my other daughter next time. She replied happily, of course. Anything related to romance, leave it to me. The Duchess was displeased. I only invited her for her connections, yet she dares to act as if she is the protagonist of the party. Then a soft voice spoke, greetings, Grand Madame Vandermeer. She turned and replied, hello, Lady Nora White. The girl in her pure dress bowed. Thank you for inviting me. She said with satisfaction, you helped teach my granddaughter-in-law a valuable lesson. Of course I had to invite you. She replied, I am glad I could help. The Duchess added happily, I also received the gift you sent yesterday. Her expression turned sinister. It is indeed perfect for the presentation of the purple lilacs. The presentation of the purple lilacs was a form of public shaming in high society. It began with a small purple flower drawn in the corner of an invitation, signaling the target, the same thing Iris had seen on the card. The ritual was used when someone wanted to publicly accuse another of misconduct or disgrace. Other nobles would take turns giving the target a bouquet of purple flowers along with a rebuke. If the target protested before receiving enough flowers, they would be permanently banished from high society for violating the unwritten rule. She glanced at the other noblewomen and said, I am glad to hear that the other ladies are also willing to teach that girl a lesson. Nora acted hypocritically, I am more than happy to support you, Grand Duchess. In her heart she plotted, and I will definitely take my revenge on that brat who stole the man I like. The two smiled together, but a second later came the announcement. Lady Arasela Vandermeer is entering. Both demons turned their eyes toward her. She is finally here, Arasela. Suddenly they froze when they saw Arasela looking like a soulless corpse. Seeing this, everyone whispered in fear, Lady Vandermeer, why is her face so pale? She looks like she can't even walk properly. The Duchess grew agitated. Have you gone mad? Appearing in such a wretched state without any shame. Arasela spoke in a faint whisper, Grand Madam. She pulled out the purple flower and looked at her with hollow eyes. I feel as if I am about to die. So I must speak. I hope you will stop. Both the Duchess and Nora gaped in shock. What is she doing? Arasela acted pitifully. I have done everything you asked of me this past week. At this moment she pretended to collapse onto the ground. Pathetically weak, she said, when you scolded me for being useless, when you starved me. I listened to you and did not even dare to sleep. Hearing this, people whispered, oh my, those rumors. They were not true, were they, that the Grand Duchess is abusing Lady Vandermeer? Arasela sobbed, my only sin was loving Damian. Lady Kelly was taken aback. Lady Kelly's delusion switch on. Previously, Lady Vandermeer was known for being a weirdo, but she is clearly a virtuous lady, a lady who accepts the presentation of the purple lilacs at such a large tea party. Could it be that she is doing this to protect her love for Lord Vandermeer? Little angel Arasela appeared to whisper, this information is not quite correct. Thinking so, she cried out in heartbreak, no, we must protect their young love. She scolded the Duchess, Grand Madam, is this not torture? How dare you abuse the beloved daughter of a noble family? Seeing this, Arasela rejoiced inwardly. Here's my chance. A second later she collapsed in pain, crying out, ah, my head. The crowd grew rowdy. Lady Vandermeer has collapsed, someone call for help quickly. Lady Kelly rushed to support her. The Duchess could only stand there helplessly and scream, you stop acting and get up right now. A maid ran over from afar, calling out worriedly, my lady. Cindy knelt down, tears streaming before Lady Kelly. This lowly maid begs the ladies here, please save my mistress. Tears flowed continuously as Cindy acted pitifully. My lady once saved me when I was being whipped by the Grand Madam for 10 minutes. The Grand Madam also forced her to clean the entire main hall, with a rag every day. Several ladies were moved to tears. Look at her hands, she had to endure whipping for 10 minutes. One lady cried out, wait, did not the Grand Madam also have a similar conflict with the late Duchess? At this, Lady Kelly spoke up, yes, she died of a serious illness, but I am raising questions now that I see history repeating itself. I will take Lady Vandermeer and leave this party. Everyone left simultaneously. I am leaving too. I can't watch this anymore. To think such things happen in the prestigious Vandermeer family, unbelievable. The Duchess could only stand there stunned, her mouth hanging open. And so Arasela's peak performance concluded. When she woke up, Arasela was secretly bewildered. Why did so many people send flowers to comfort me? She was smug. Anyway, the performance was a success beyond my imagination. Luckily, I had them do my makeup to look as pale as possible. The Duchess kicked the door open and shouted, you insolent brat. She was trembling with rage. How dare you drag my reputation into the mud? Abuse, what nonsense, you look perfectly healthy now. Arasela replied, regardless, did not you make me work tirelessly? She barked, shut up. I have never met anyone as wicked and cunning as you. Even if I am your grandmother, did you think I would give you the purple lilacs with so many people watching? Arasela replied with some disdain, if you were my grandmother. Grand Madam, you would not have sent me an invitation with a purple debt in the first place. She was surprised. I heard she did not care about high society at all, so how did she know about that? She continued, Grand Madam, these flowers were sent to me by the ladies who attended the tea party. They gave them to comfort me. She stared at the flowers in a daze. Arasela said, so please leave me in peace before even worse rumors spread through high society. The Duchess stood frozen. She gritted her teeth and said, you dare threaten me. Yes, I admit that compared to normal noble ladies you are indeed smarter. But there is one thing you seem to be seriously misunderstanding, so I must tell you. She grabbed her hand. Very well. I acknowledge that you are sharper than a typical noble lady. She dragged her along. Her expression turned malicious. However, let me tell you something you have misunderstood. The life of a married woman belongs entirely to her husband's family. Arasela winced. It hurts. She felt as if she were facing a demon, and she was a bit afraid. In this situation, what should I do amidst the uncertainty? She recalled Damian's words, those people abused me. Under the guise of treatment. That is why I avoid physical contact. She stood stunned as she remembered. His words, this is a small thing, so you might think I am disappointing. But, in this moment she thought small. She spoke up, stop talking nonsense. She shouted, what did you just say? Arasela said in a cold voice, why should my life belong to you, Grand Madam? She brushed the woman's hand away. Tears welled in her eyes. My life. Or Damian's. Recalling his face. Rage surged within her. Neither are things someone like you can seize just because you want to. The woman grew crazed and grabbed her. Have you still not woken up? Just as her hand was about to strike, Damian blocked her path. Seeing him, her eyes became even more shimmering. Damian spoke, I apologize for being late. He turned his face, one side swollen, and asked her, wife, are you all right? Looking at Arasela's pitiful state on the bed, he said confidently, from this moment on, leave everything to me. In front of him, Duchess Vandermeer, his grandmother, was shouting continuously, so now you consider me a nuisance. Damian did not back down. Madam, you raised your hand to strike my wife. Then he wore a deathly expression. As a husband, is not protecting my wife my top priority? I can no longer tolerate your presence in this mansion. Please leave. At those words she grew even more agitated and shouted louder, you talk as if this is your mansion. Do you truly not know your place? She placed her hand on her chest, asserting, this is my mansion, the property of the Vandermeer family. From a distance a woman appeared and spoke loudly, that is enough, Grand Duchess Vandermeer. Walking in from outside was Arasela's mother. With a gentle yet sorrowful expression she stepped forward. Please do as the Duke says and return home. I have heard about what happened at your party today. Seeing her appear, Arasela sat up and cried out, Mother. Duchess Vandermeer turned her head in alarm. Marchioness Hugo. Then she began to act unruly again. How dare you interfere in our family matters? Your daughter is married and is now a member of the Vandermeer house. I will not tolerate your meddling. At this, her mother replied calmly, then I shall speak as the matriarch of the Marquis Hugo family. With a look of disgust, she held up a newspaper. Your actions have caused outrage, not only in high society but among the common people as well. The old woman quickly grabbed the paper to read. What on earth is this? Arasela's mother continued. This is a crudely made newspaper. Only 50 copies were released in the capital this afternoon. Her eyes radiated coldness and murderous intent. This paper was printed by the hyena. Upon hearing that name, Duchess Vandermeer's face filled with fear. An image of a man with stacks of newspapers appeared. The hyena, unlike other publishers, this was a secret organization that never accepted funding from the nobility. They were famous for publishing articles that harshly criticized the empire's upper class and stood on the side of commoners. The empire frequently attempted to capture the hyena's reporters in desperation, but always failed. The Marchioness Hugo furrowed her brows and continued, news of a powerful lady abusing her granddaughter-in-law and a young commoner maid has spread throughout the capital. However, since the person behind it has not been revealed as yet, many other noble names are being speculated. The old woman stared at the paper, sweating from fear. Then Arasela's mother looked straight at her with an expressionless gaze and threatened, I plan to host a grand social gala under the name of Marchioness Hugo, and I shall send you an invitation as a gift. If you do not receive that invitation, I suggest you leave this mansion by tomorrow. Faced with this, Duchess Vandermeer stood frozen in place. Then she slammed the newspaper onto the floor. Finally she left in a huff. Jenny prepared to leave quickly. Hearing this, the two replied in unison, yes, First Lady. In the messy room, the three of them stood still, watching her back as she retreated. Once things were settled, her mother turned to show her concern. Arasela, are you all right? She sat on the bed with a gentle smile. I am fine. Hearing that, she still did not believe it, worrying as she recalled Lady Kelly's weeping. Lady Vandermeer did this to protect their love, and said aloud, really? Lady Kelly said you lost consciousness at the party. Arasela could only scratch her head and give a forced laugh. I was just exaggerating the issue. Don't worry, Mother. Suddenly Marchioness Hugo clenched her hand. Arasela flinched, looking on in fear. She looked as angry as a demon as she asked, then does involvement with the hyena also concern you? She covered her mouth in shock. Mother, how did you know? She scolded her angrily. I heard you asked your sister if there was anything interesting in high society lately. What were you thinking? How dare you do something so reckless? The couple stood there listening to the scolding in fear, looking at each other, but immediately, Arasela pretended to collapse from exhaustion against Damian. On my head. Seeing her like this, his face turned red as he shouted, Wife. Leaning against his chest with her eyes half closed, she instructed, play along with me for a bit. In this situation, Damian was sweating profusely from embarrassment. Arasela's mother had not yet calmed down, her soul seemingly turning demonic. Arasela, he frantically took the blame in a panic. I am sorry, Marchioness, it is all my fault. Damian, like a pitiful puppy holding his wife, took all the blame. So please do not be angry with my wife. Tucked in his arms, Arasela gave a happy smile. Damian, do you love me? Enduring the pressure, he answered without thinking, more than anything in the world. Seeing this scene, her mother was moved to happiness. Very well. Regardless, you and Arasela are safe. That is enough. With that settled, she put her hands behind her back. Above all, neither of you is at fault. Clearly, the First Lady crossed the line this time. Now do not mind me. Damian, still clutching Arasela, obeyed. I understand, Marchioness. Finally, she stepped toward the door to bid farewell. Well then, I am off. You two enjoy your time together. Arasela looked on and planned, I will visit you this week. Mother, upon hearing that, she panicked. Just stay in the mansion and do me a favor. Finally, she closed the door and left, leaving the room in silence. Once she was gone, the two separated. Damian sighed tiredly, I feel terrible for dragging the Marchioness into this. She lay down on the bed, exhausted. It is nothing. Since the First Lady dared to torment the beloved daughter of a noble house, it is only natural that the noble house should appear. Then she gave a heartless smile. I calculated it all. Damian tried to force a smile in return. Is that so? Suddenly, a dark bruise appeared on her wrist, as if someone had gripped it. Seeing it, Damian's eyes widened in horror. Wife. Your wrist. Seeing him discover it, Arasela sat up and covered it in a panic. She stammered, looking away. Oh, this. Damian's face turned pale, haunted by a thought. That mark. Images of his past abuse surfaced. Did she treat her the same way she treated me in the past? He just turned his head away quietly and calmly. After resting for a moment, Damian spoke softly, I am sorry. Arasela replied sadly, You do not need to apologize, Damian. At this, Damian gripped his trousers, trembling with suppressed rage. No. This is my responsibility. I should have protected you. He stared at his clenched fist, his cheeks flushed with frustration. I should have. Looking at Damian's current state, Arasela grew very worried. In her mind, she recalled what he had once said, the reason I avoid physical contact. A series of images of Damian being abused appeared. He had told her, it is because in the past they tormented me under the guise of treatment. Since then, anyone who wants to get close to me, I push them away, even those with good intentions. Thinking of this, Arasela sat there in a daze, feeling lost. I just instinctively dodged Damian's touch. Then she raised her bruised arm and thought sorrowfully, so this is how Damian feels. She spoke up hesitantly, Damian. Honestly, I was very scared too. In the quiet room, her weak voice echoed, This is the first time someone has treated me so roughly. I was so terrified I did not know what to do. But in that moment I thought of you, Damian. Then the text on a newspaper appeared. If secret abuse exists in a prestigious family, why does the new bride cry every night? Damian was surprised to hear what Arasela said. Me. Arasela placed her hand on her chest, standing before Damian and pouring out her heart. You took all your courage and told me once the reason you dislike physical contact. Thanks to that, I found the courage to push the First Lady's hand away. She looked at him with sincere, wide eyes. And today was also the first day she raised her hand to strike me. Thank you for saving me. Damian froze, moved by her words. Then he lowered his head and smiled happily. He looked at Arasela gently and called out, Wife. May I touch you? Struck by his tenderness, Arasela stood frozen for a moment. Then she cheerfully held out her arm. You may. Damian took her hand delicately, looking at it with pity. He gently rubbed the bruise and asked, Does it hurt a lot? Arasela replied innocently, a little. After answering, she fell silent, looking down in thought. Damian looked at her with a gaze full of care. The two of them stared deeply at each other. Damian asked affectionately, Did you cry a lot? Asked this, Arasela blushed and bit her lip. Immediately, her face turned as red as a tomato as she flailed. No, I did not cry, Damian, flustered by her reaction, replied calmly, But your eyes are all red. Arasela continued to act out. I only cried because it hurt so much. I already told you it hurt, Damian replied timidly. About that. I will go call the physician. Finally, she sat swinging her legs and sighed. It is fine. It will fade quickly. Damian started to protest, but Arasela cut him off optimistically. Bruises disappear naturally over time, so it is okay. Damian gave a forced, obedient smile. If you say you are fine, then I will believe you. The two sat beside each other, filled with happiness. Soon it was late afternoon. Inside the mansion the two were still bickering. All right, Damian, let us go eat. Are you sure you do not need more rest? Arasela, with a mischievous look, held up a finger to object. I have to return to the magic tower tomorrow. Therefore I need a nutrient-rich meal. Besides, I have something important to do tomorrow morning. Damian asked curiously important. She kept her finger up and winked. I will keep the details a secret, but I am going to give the First Lady a parting gift before she leaves this mansion. Just you wait. The next morning at Damian's mansion, a loud voice rang out from outside. Move quickly. It was Duchess Vandermeer. She walked and grumbled loudly. I refuse to breathe the same air as these insolent people. Arasela stepped out with an innocent look and made a sarcastic comment. Oh my grandmadam, you are leaving so early. Upon hearing her, she turned around irritably. Why are you here? Get out of my sight immediately. She gave a mocking smile. I am the type of person who believes in fairness. Therefore, I shall return the kindness you have shown me during your stay. Immediately the woman's face turned white and she broke into a sweat. Insolent, are you threatening me? In this scene, Arasela kept the smile on her lips and skipped down. Threatening, goodness, no, I only came here to give you a gift. A rare gift you won't find anywhere else. And that is. She held out her hand, creating a sphere of magic. Her expression gradually lost its humanity as she held the orb. Condensed energy. Faced with this, Duchess Vandermeer panicked completely, her voice beginning to tremble. What, are you attacking me? The stream of light from the magic made the atmosphere gloomy. She began to shake as she saw the orb approaching. I am your husband's grandmother, stand back. Then Arasela launched the magic orb with a satisfied face. The old woman raised her hands high and closed her eyes, screaming, I am going to die. But nothing happened. Arasela only raised a finger, and the power transformed into a flower floating in the air. The old woman's heart nearly stopped. She moved the flower with her finger in a relaxed mood. I have enchanted it so that it keeps its shape until you return to the duchy. It will be a long journey. I would not want you to be bored. This was a bit difficult to craft, so please cherish it. The flower was then sealed in the middle of her forehead. Duchess Vandermeer's face still held a look of panic. A human face appeared on the flower and said, I am not leaving your forehead. Seeing the flower, the people around her bit their tongues to keep from laughing. Arasela laughed out loud without hesitation. In the language of flowers, the purple lilac represents humility. She leaned in close with a mocking smile. I hope this will be a lesson for you, that you should not carelessly mess with others. The woman had still not changed her shocked expression. At that moment, Duchess Vandermeer's whole body trembled as she shrieked, Arasela Hugo. She looked down and teased Arasela Vandermeer. Under the astonishment of the maid, she immediately threw a slap and shouted, Even at the very end you want to show me up. Arasela leaned her head back and quickly dodged it, thinking I am not being fooled again. The slap was caught by a maid, who cried out in pain. Grandmadam, the old woman also stood stunned. Then the maid fell backward, dropping all the luggage. The woman stood frozen in panic. A large piece of luggage flew from afar and landed on her head. Immediately a bone snapped in two. She screamed in pain, oh my goodness, my leg. The maid was worried. Grandmadam, are you all right? The situation was chaotic. Arasela stood from a distance, looking on in bewilderment. I did want revenge, but I did not want things to go this far. Then she hurried toward the door. Arasela quickly pulled the butler out and said, Butler, call a doctor here and handle this. He bowed respectfully like a statue and replied, Yes, my lady. Finally she gave a cute wink. Well, I am off to work. I wish you a safe trip home. The old woman barked in a rage, Stop right there, Arasela Hugo. And so the prestigious lady returned to the duchy with a broken leg and a purple lilac. At the magic tower, Arasela walked calmly through the corridor past the crowd. Her 10-day vacation had ended. She walked with indifferent composure, while other male mages gossiped and laughed together. Did you hear? After her long break, Arasela is back. And because of family matters too. It seems even the genius at the top of this tower can't escape marital issues. After a while, Arasela gritted her teeth in anger and cursed inwardly. Pitiful trash. As if they do not spend their vacations doing such pointless things. She clenched her fists, her face turning red with rage. I will have to go to his lab later and flip his desk. Suddenly, a male mage spoke from behind, Arasela Hugo. He approached and said, or should I call you Mrs. Vandermeer, it has been a while. Arasela turned to look at him with annoyance. What do you want? This was Travis, a candidate for the position of Tower Master. He crossed his arms arrogantly and replied, I did not think a respectable person like Mrs. Vandermeer would take a leave of absence for something as trivial as cleaning a house. How was it? Did you fold the clothes neatly? The two stood facing each other, the air filled with murderous intent. Travis was known as a genius at inventing magic tools. Although his combat ability was worse than Arasela's, he was highly regarded for his ability to craft practical treasures. At this, Arasela let out a tired sigh. Travis? He asked with a mocking face, huh? Then she pinched her nose in disgust. Your breath is so foul. Before you speak, keep your face away from mine. Don't just sit in your room all day. Try bathing and getting some exercise. You are too filthy. Called out like that, Travis turned red with embarrassment. What? Then his embarrassment turned to anger and he began to curse. You always look down on me, don't be so smug. Between marrying a knight and taking such a long leave of absence, do you know your position in this tower has dropped significantly? Arasela countered dismissively, so what? That is not my problem. Then she turned and walked away decisively. Anyway, if it is not important, do not speak further. I have to see the Tower Master. Travis pointed a finger provocatively. Hey, just you wait for the next evaluation. He clenched his fists and screamed in rage, I will show you. Hearing that, Arasela only gave a contemptuous laugh and looked back. Meanwhile, in the Magic Tower office, Philip and she were talking happily. Have your family matters been resolved? Yes, I won't be taking any more leaves of absence. Hearing that, he turned with a gentle smile. I am glad to hear that, Arasela. In that case, perhaps you should begin research or join a new mission. At this, Arasela's brow furrowed seriously. There are still 6 months until the next evaluation. Why, did someone complain to you about me again? Philip fell into a thoughtful silence. She was worried and asked repeatedly, why, did someone complain about me? I only used the vacation time I rightfully earned after winning first place in the last evaluation. He turned to her and replied softly, I know, of course. But you were always the type to skip vacations to focus on work. A miniature magic tower appeared on a nearby pedestal. An image of powerful mages appeared. The place where the Empire's best mages gathered, even though they outwardly opposed the knights. Then a gloomy atmosphere enveloped these mages. Internally, this was a group seriously divided by factional conflicts, mainly driven by senior mages. A scene of Arasela facing off against Travis appeared. Much like Philip facing off against a seasoned mage standing behind him. The elders especially wanted to install a Tower Master from their own faction. Therefore, they considered sabotaging or slandering each other's disciples as normal. At this, Philip said sadly, Travis has successfully invented a tool that can freely control temperature. Hearing this news, Arasela was somewhat surprised. A scene of Travis and his newly invented device glowing appeared. He added, Travis successfully invented a tool that can freely control temperature. It will revolutionize the preservation of food and goods logistics as well as public health. After hearing the current situation, Arasela looked down and asserted, I understand. I will prove to everyone that my abilities are as sharp as ever, whether I am married or not. With that, she frowned, her face sweating with worry. Evening at Damian's mansion. Sitting at her desk in the room, Arasela was still extremely worried. What results should I show them? The glowing flying stone appeared. It had been recognized for its technical potential, but it still needed more time before it could be commercialized. Suddenly Damian's voice interrupted her train of thought. My lady, are you listening to me? Arasela was startled and asked back in a panic, Damian, sorry, what did you just say? He held out a letter and replied, I just received an invitation to the hunting festival, and you have one as well. Have a look. Arasela took the letter and sighed as she read the lines, Mrs. Arasela Vandermeer is invited as an observer to the hunting festival. I am really not interested in hunting festivals. Seeing her expression, Damian said understandingly, I see. Then I suppose I will have to attend alone. Arasela asked, do you like hunting, Damian? He replied calmly, no, I do not. But I intend to expand the influence of the knights. She tilted her head curiously. Influence, then it seems this festival is more useful than I thought. A scene of an emperor placing a sword on a knight's shoulder appeared. Damian told the story, because this festival is personally hosted by the royal family. Winning in the hunting festival means receiving recognition from the emperor. Hearing that, Arasela's eyes widened and sparkled. Does that mean it is an achievement so great that everyone is forced to recognize it? Damian added, in that case, I will inform the palace that I am participating alone. Suddenly, Arasela stood up excitedly. Wait, Damian, I will participate too. She clenched her fists with excitement. Not as an observer but as a contestant. Damian gave a forced smile at this. Exactly. That role suits you better. Then he raised an eyebrow sharply. However, my lady, I won't go easy on you. Arasela looked at the letter and laughed loudly with confidence. Is that so? I won't go easy on you either just because you are my husband. The two faced off with fiery spirits. Audrey, watching, felt helpless. Why can't this mansion have even one day of peace? A few days later at the hunting festival, in the Panther Forest, a flag was planted with the words, Down with the Mages, Fire Eagle Night Team. On the other side, another flag was planted as a challenge: if your mind is ignorant, your body will suffer. Deepest condolences to those ignorant knights. Magic Tower. Damian and Arasela stood by their respective flags, facing each other with fiery resolve. Arasela laughed contemptuously. Damian, can you even run in such tight clothes? Don't overdo it. He frowned and sighed in return. And you, my lady, will you be all right in those bulky boots? Try not to get hurt. Then Arasela's eyes widened with determination. As a mage. Facing her, Damian's eyes also filled with resolve. As a knight. Both of them entered their combat stances, shouting inwardly in unison, I will be the winner of this hunting festival. And thus, the battle of pride between knight and mage began. A rare mascot was placed on the table under the witness of many nobles. The Great Hunt, a symbol of abundance and love. This is a festival where the nobles of the Setron Empire gather to pray for the empire's prosperity through hunting. The king appeared holding a glittering crown. Whoever catches the best prey and adds prestige to the festival shall receive the emperor's blessing. Then, a scene of a couple standing side by side appeared. The winner receives a golden laurel wreath, and the winner's lover is gifted a flower wreath that never withers. Therefore, every participant strives for victory for the sake of the one they love. The scene shifted to the Panther Forest under the scorching hot sun. Couples were absorbed in cuddling each other. Darling, good luck with the hunt. Thank you, my little one. Having said that, the young man pouted with determination. I will definitely win and give her that wreath. Suddenly, Arasela and Vandermeer walked past with disgusted, gloomy expressions. Sorry, but victory belongs to me. Seeing them, the others panicked and steered clear. Oh my, it is the Vandermeer couple. They walked while bickering with each other. What is it, my lady? I am a knight, so naturally I should win. Don't talk nonsense. I am a mage, so I am definitely going to win. Then both of them faced off with fiery spirits. Everyone present watched anxiously and cried out, someone stop this crazy couple. Suddenly, Adrian approached from a distance and bowed politely. Greetings, brother-in-law. At this, Damian recognized him. Oh, Adrian. His eyes sparkled with total faith as he spoke. You will definitely win the hunting competition today. Right? I will be supporting you with all my heart. Looking into Adrian's shimmering eyes in admiration, Damian felt a bit nervous, thinking, supporting me. Wasn't he the one who opposed the marriage when we first met? Thinking of this, he recalled the scene where Adrian repeatedly protested. I oppose this marriage. I do not care if you are the youngest Sword King or the god of conquest. Lord Vandermeer. My answer is still no. In reality, Adrian had hidden the fact that he was a die-hard fan of the knights to avoid being scolded by Arasela. Adrian's secret hobby? Making scrapbooks from newspaper clippings of the night squads. Damian looked at him awkwardly as the boy gazed at him with admiration. Thank you. I will surely win. But from behind, Arasela looked like a demon as she asked, Hey, did not you know I am participating too? Seeing this scene, he replied tremblingly, No, sister, that is not what I meant. She then held her magic staff and kept ranting, I will definitely win. This victory belongs to me. Iris held her back in fear. No, Arasela, behave yourself. Iris tried to cover Arasela's mouth while their parents stepped out and laughed awkwardly. We will be happy no matter who wins, so do not overexert yourselves. Good luck, Lord Vandermeer. Seeing the scene before him, Damian smiled happily. It has been a long time since I have been cheered on so enthusiastically. Arasela screamed like a madwoman. I will be the winner of this hunt. Suddenly, Iris asked a bit worriedly in a whisper, Hey Ari, do you have a handkerchief? Arasela turned her head blankly and asked back, handkerchief. Hearing the question, Iris grew even more distressed. A hand-embroidered handkerchief. A wife must give a handkerchief to her husband before he joins the hunting competition. Arasela realized she had forgotten and just replied, Ah, right. Iris breathed a sigh of relief and held out her own handkerchief. I knew it. Here, remember to give this to him later. I made it myself. But it would be very strange if you were the only one who did not give your husband anything. Arasela pouted innocently. That would be strange. Thanks, sister. From afar, the host began to shout, All contestants for the hunting competition, please gather at the green tent. Damian approached and asked, Wife ready? Iris immediately grabbed her shoulder with a forced smile. Arasela, have a safe trip. She then ran toward Damian, who was bowing, and waved her hand. I shall return in glory. The whole family watched the two of them leave happily. Marquis Hugo and Adrian shouted, Be careful, good luck, dear sister. Soon, all the contestants had gathered in full. Knights and mages stood side by side, joking together. Meanwhile, the demure wives stood opposite them, holding their handkerchiefs ready. Those girls gripped their handkerchiefs tightly. Arriving here, Arasela looked at the surroundings and said to herself, They really are all prepared. It is not like I am about to die, why so serious? Suddenly, from a distance, Nora approached demurely with a handkerchief. I wish you victory in today's competition. She gave a graceful smile, her cheeks flushing as she held out the handkerchief. Please do not misunderstand. I am giving this gift only out of admiration and a desire to support you. Seeing this girl, Arasela paused and realized, Wait, is this the Lady White I met at the last party? Nora was now wearing a smug smile, recalling the scene of her being bullied. Finally, the moment for revenge has arrived. She remembered Duchess Vandermeer cowering under Arasela's lilac flower. The Grand Madam fainted too easily during that purple lilac event. Arasela Hugo. She truly is unique and very calculating. Nora looked at the handkerchief with a satisfied smile. But with her personality, she definitely has not prepared a handkerchief. Currently, Arasela stood in a corner looking awkward and blank. That was the image of Arasela in Nora's head. That smile remained on her lips as Nora cherished her glossy handkerchief and thought further. Take a good look at my superior sewing skills. I will show her that I am more suitable for Lord Vandermeer than a woman who has not prepared anything. But suddenly, Arasela aggressively snatched the handkerchief. Nora cried out in shock, What? Holding the cloth in her hand, Arasela happily raised it high. Oh my, I did not know you respected and wanted to support me so much. Thank you. I shall accept this handkerchief with deep gratitude. Nora clenched her fists in fury. Who said I was giving that to you? At this, she calmed down and looked at her with some contempt. If you were thoughtful, you would not give a handkerchief to a married man. Therefore, you must have intended it for me, right? The other day you told me to just wait and see what you would do. Perhaps you have truly fallen for my beautiful face. The image of Arasela winking seductively appeared. The wound in Nora's heart flared up again as she screamed in rage. What nonsense are you talking about? Immediately, Arasela grabbed Damian's arm. Amidst his embarrassment, Arasela held up the handkerchief and waved it. Anyway, I will be using this handkerchief, Lady White. Now if you will excuse us, we are a bit busy. Nora was left behind so angry her blood pressure spiked. I will definitely take my revenge next time. A handkerchief flew in the wind. Ultimately, Lady White's handkerchief was tossed away. Currently, standing before the host were countless knights and mages. Arasela pouted, her eyes indifferent but watching Damian with deep concern. Lady White might not have been thinking clearly, but I did not expect Damian would almost accept a handkerchief from someone else. She then pulled another handkerchief out of her pocket. Should I give this to him? But then Arasela looked up at the sky gloomily. But I do not want to give away the precious handkerchief my sister worked so hard on. After a moment's thought, Arasela spoke up, Damian, look at me. Hearing this, he glanced over. What is it? Next, she reached up and pulled the hair tie from her head. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she held out the hair tie shyly, in place of a handkerchief. Seeing the scene before him, Damian turned red with embarrassment, his eyes wide as he stood frozen. Then he gently accepted the hair tie. He asked bashfully, his face still red, "Don't people usually give handkerchiefs they embroidered themselves?" Arasela snapped back excitedly, "Do you think I have the free time to do such trivial things?" Damian laughed it off. "No, I was just joking." Then Arasela calmly held out her hand. "Now give me something." Damian held up his hands in confusion. "But I have nothing to give." He looked at his glove and remembered. "Ah." Damian took off his glove and put it on her. "Will this do?" Seeing the gift, Arasela replied, "Not bad." She then gave a bright smile and beckoned. "Let us show them our wedding rings." The ring on Damian's hand sparkled. He looked down at his hand, still feeling shy. Once finished, she bowed slightly and whispered, "Damian, I have something to say." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "What is it?" Arasela stood on her tiptoes. She looked fierce as she whispered into his ear like a threat. "Once we step out there, we are total strangers. Don't act like you know me, because victory belongs to me." Seeing this, Damian also began to get angry. He gave a smile while suppressing his anger. "I hope you can take responsibility for those words." Arasela laughed, treating it as a fun joke. "Right. A knight destined to lose to a mage." From a distance, the others watched them bickering and thought, really, those two? They have come all this way and they are still arguing like a pair of lovebirds. But from the perspective of others, they were being affectionate and happy together. So envious. Interrupting the proceedings, the host began to shout, "Everyone, please gather here. Before we begin the hunt, I will explain the basic rules." A map appeared as he began to explain. "The hunt will take place here in Panther Forest. Over the next 6 hours, the hunting grounds extend all the way to the fence. We have tied ribbons to the animals beforehand. You only need to remove and bring the ribbons back here." Images of cute animals wearing red ribbons appeared. Small animals will be worth fewer points. Then fierce beasts with glowing red eyes wearing blue ribbons appeared. Large, fierce animals will be worth more points. A leopard appeared bathed in an aura. Specially, the mythical beast of Panther Forest, the golden leopard. If you catch the golden leopard, you will receive 1,000 points immediately, regardless of other evaluations. So I hope everyone makes the golden leopard their primary target. Hearing this, Arasela became extremely interested. Having finished, the host shouted to liven the atmosphere. "Are you ready now?" Everyone raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Yes." The host spoke into a paper, "Do you have someone in your heart?" They all blushed shyly and replied, "We do." He added, "Then run straight to victory with your beloved in mind." At this, Arasela smiled confidently and used another ribbon to tie back her hair, looking very ready. Damian also took Arasela's hair tie and tied it tightly to his sword. Then the host declared, "We shall begin the hunt." All the knights and mages began to size each other up warily. He said, "Right now." Instantly they all began to race toward the forest. Damian and Arasela also sprinted toward it. Inside the forest, a rabbit wearing a red ribbon was hopping along. Arasela was currently trying to chase it, shouting, "Stop." After a while, she lost her patience and held out her magic staff, creating a burst of power. It quickly created a magical net that caught the rabbit, startling it. Once done, Arasela reached out toward it. She immediately grabbed the red ribbon with joy. "Go on, sorry for catching you like that." The rabbit looked furious. Finally, Arasela watched the rabbit run into the forest with boredom. "Catching a bunch of herbivores like this won't help me get on the winner's podium. Just as I thought, I have to find the golden leopard. I remember reading somewhere that golden leopards love high ground." A proud golden leopard appeared standing on a high cliff. She stood still with confidence, thinking, "Regardless, I must move forward." Suddenly, from deep in the forest, Frederick spoke up. "It is good to see you here, Arasela." Hearing the voice, she immediately recognized him. "Frederick." He gave a gentle smile and asked, "Where is Lord Vandermeer? Are you alone?" Asked this, Arasela casually placed her hand on her chest and replied, "Today we are rivals. Regardless, I will try to win this hunt." Frederick looked at her gently. "Why, because of the magic tower?" Arasela felt a bit awkward from shyness at that question. "So you heard everything?" His cheeks turned red as he replied, "Of course. I frequently communicate with the Tower Master." Frederick added kindly, "As I always say, I place a lot of expectations on the magic tower. Unlike the knights, it is a source of hope that will bring great changes to the world." Hearing these words, Arasela looked at him happily, thinking, that is right, Frederick has always been interested in magic. He used his power and wealth to pour everything into the magic tower. He cared for and supported the tower more than even the emperor. Frederick then held up a finger to offer a suggestion. If other mages make things difficult for you, just tell me. I will help you. Arasela was a bit flustered. No, that would ruin everything I have worked for. They would definitely talk behind my back saying I only succeeded because of you. He looked worried. Are the people in the tower that mean? Arasela recalled their contemptuous looks. You are finished, and grew angry. They all stab each other in the back and play politics to polish their own records. You can't imagine how much they have made things hard for me, just because I took a few days off to get married. Frederick spoke with a cute, innocent face. In that case, Arasela. His eyes sparkled with a smile as he offered an idea. Should I fire the mean people at the tower? It is not right for someone with your talent to be pressured by such trash. If you want, I can sweep them all away for you. Arasela gaped in shock, her face sweating. Can you not say such dangerous things with such a calm face? Frederick bowed his head slightly and asked, but why must you endure it? You have me. His eyes widened as if he were madly in love as he continued, if you want, I can even help you become the next magic tower master. So just lean on me. At this moment, Arasela's face turned red as she nearly went crazy. You brat, have you been listening to a word I said? She held her magic staff and gritted her teeth in rage. I said I will become the tower master fairly through my own abilities, if you interfere in my business. That is corruption. Are you playing with me? Frederick looked like a scared child. Right. But seeing you suffer. Before he could finish his sentence, Arasela clenched her fist righteously. Life is not meant to be easy. I want to be recognized by everyone. Therefore, I have put in all my effort to prove that getting married won't make me give up. She then held out her pinky finger to make a vow with Frederick. If you are truly my friend, do not interfere in the tower's affairs anymore. I will become the tower master through my own strength. Seeing this outburst, he was so amused he burst out laughing. Finally, the two of them pinky swore. Frederick promised, all right, I won't do it anymore. Finally, they said goodbye happily. Then I will go catch that golden leopard and win this hunt. Good. I hope you win. And so, Arasela headed deeper into the forest. Frederick stood still in a greeting pose, watching her go. Then Frederick gave a cunning smile and said to himself, she thinks just catching the golden leopard will prove to everyone she has not fallen. On this side, Arasela continued to run forward with full confidence. Back there, he was blushing from embarrassment. So cute. Currently, at the leopard forest camp, two soldiers were walking together talking. Pardon me, I see a young noble on the list who has not participated yet, is that right? Hearing this, the other turned his head and asked, who, if they do not belong to one of the three great families, just strike them off. But while they were searching for the name, Sophie entered leading her son, Oscar. I apologize for being late. I traveled from the duchy, so it took quite a while to get here. She anxiously reached toward her son. We are late, but my son can still participate, right? At this, the host stepped out with a paper and said, yes, Duchess. Let me explain the rules. Oscar waved it off dismissively. No need. The young man carrying the items felt his heart drop and wanted to run. Who would think he was actually a noble? Seeing Oscar walk away, Sophie grabbed her dress and ran after him. Oscar, where are you going? He turned his head irritably while walking. Do I really have to go hunting? He sighed. I do not want to do something so barbaric that makes me sweat like this. Sophie followed behind, reaching out and shouting, you must defeat that Damian. Hearing this, Oscar's face twisted as he gritted his teeth, thinking of his face and cursing inwardly. Damian, 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 all she does is talk about him. He immediately turned back in a rage and shouted, who could beat that brute? All he knows is how to use his muscles. Seeing this, she said confidently, don't worry. I have prepared everything. Sophie bowed her head cunningly. There is no better place than a hunting festival to stage a dangerous accident. That brat Damian will definitely not be able to win this hunt. Meanwhile, in the forest, Damian was holding a bunch of blue ribbons, standing amidst a herd of boars. He kept his smoking fist held straight. Perhaps I should go find the golden leopard instead. Having decided, he walked quietly deeper into the forest. At this moment, on a high branch, a hooded figure was watching. In the bushes nearby was a group of masked assassins. 2 hours after the competition began, Arasela was still trudging through the forest. Tiredly, she leaned her staff against the ground and complained, even if the golden leopard likes high ground, is not this place too high? She leaned against a tree trunk in exhaustion. Wait. I need to breathe for a moment. Suddenly, the silhouette of the golden leopard appeared before her. Arasela, her face drenched in sweat, quickly realized. That is. The golden leopard was sitting there, soaking up the sun provocatively. Arasela immediately held out her magic staff, preparing to attack with determination. I will catch it in a heartbeat. Quickly, a powerful purple stream of energy shot straight toward it. That stream of energy pierced through a large flame. The leopard, realizing it was under attack, was startled into a defensive stance. Arasela realized the flame had broken her magic and could not believe it. What? Who dares break my magic? At that moment, Damian peeked out holding his flaming sword and looked at her. Wife. She also called out his name, Damian. Currently, the golden leopard had been agitated and stood up with a loud roar. With that it turned and ran away. Arasela pointed in panic, no my prey. Damian silently glanced at her. He quickly leaped high to chase after the beast, even glancing back to provoke her, try and keep up with that weak body of yours. Arasela stood below and shouted angrily, hey. She then gripped her magic staff and gritted her teeth to calm herself. I really did not want to use this method. Next, she placed the staff on the ground, creating a small magical circle. Quickly, the circle expanded to surround where she stood, emitting a blinding light. On the other side, Damian was still chasing right on the golden leopard's heels. While chasing, he glanced at the trees along the way and thought, perhaps I should cut these trees down to trap the leopard. But at that moment, Arasela flew in from a distance and shouted, startling him, get out of the way. She was standing on a magical circle flying as she shouted, the golden leopard is mine. This was Arasela's magic skill, riding the magic circle. Seeing this, Damian's face went dark with shock. Wait. You can ride that, wife, what on earth are you riding? Arasela was drooling now, her face looking crazed as she thought, it consumes a lot of energy so I have tried not to use it. But if I can win, I will spend a few days recovering in bed. She quickly caught up to the golden leopard's tail. On a high branch, the group in black watched intently. A mysterious figure pulled back a bough and took aim. An arrow was fired, thudding into a tree. Arasela looked around warily. An arrow. She tried to look behind her to find the source. Where did it come from? But at this moment her magical circle began to fade. Arasela realized and looked down in panic. Oh no, my condensed energy. She fell from the height screaming. Damian, seeing this from afar, also panicked. He reached out toward her in concern and shouted, Arasela. Arasela fell straight through the air with no support. Powerful flaming legs made the ground crack. Taking advantage of the momentum, Damian Vandermeer directly leaped up. After catching Arasela Hugo, he asked worriedly, are you hurt, my lady? As soon as she saw him, Arasela Hugo smiled bashfully and radiant. Thanks, Damian. Damn it, I got distracted again. Currently the masked group were pointing their bows at them, speaking coldly now. Fire. Yes, sir. As soon as the words were spoken, arrows were launched. This made Damian Vandermeer's eyes widen in astonishment. A second later, with his sword in hand, he warned, please endure the heat, my lady. Having said that, Damian Vandermeer summoned flames onto his sword. He then slashed it straight forward. Seeing the flames approaching them, the masked group quickly leaped high, shouting, get down quickly. In an instant, the forest was swallowed by smoke and dust. Under the current situation, Damian Vandermeer warned with a grim face, assassins. Stay here, I will handle this. Seeing that, Arasela Hugo could not help but advise worriedly, Damian, be careful. As soon as those words were spoken, she had to use her own power to create a defensive layer, blocking an attack from afar. This caused the masked group to grit their teeth in extreme annoyance. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo asked with full curiosity, there seems to be a powerful mage among them. Should I strike first? Damian Vandermeer immediately replied, I cannot put my wife in danger. They are clearly targeting me, so I must be the one to deal with them. Therefore, please prioritize protecting yourself instead of attacking. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. Before letting Damian Vandermeer leave, Arasela Hugo suddenly pulled his hand back and replied, I cannot put you in danger either. Let us cooperate. We will capture those assassins first and then beat them to a pulp. Upon hearing these words of hers, Damian Vandermeer gave a forced smile and wondered, beat them to a pulp. Arasela Hugo was confused. What is wrong? Do you lack confidence? Damian Vandermeer quickly said. Then let us make a bet to see who takes down more assassins. At this moment, the assassins were surrounding them from all sides. The leader spoke coldly. We have 4 hours. In that time we must kill Damian Vandermeer and Arasela Hugo. Contrary to that terrifying face, Damian Vandermeer and Arasela Hugo now showed clear confidence on their features. At another place, the sound of conversation could be heard from inside. By the way, young master, why are not you participating in the hunt? Everyone is trying to score as many points as possible to crown the woman they love as the queen of the hunt. As she spoke, the young lady showed clear affection on her face. Perhaps you also have a lady in your heart. The white-haired young master did not even bother to respond to those words. He simply turned around and left with a thought in his mind, how brazen to dare question me. Meanwhile, the young lady in the distance still did not understand what was happening and hurriedly called out, young master, where are you going? Meanwhile, the white-haired young master thought with complete composure, why should I join the hunt? Mother will handle Damian one way or another anyway. I would rather spend that time playing with the ladies. As soon as the thought finished, he noticed a young lady not far away. A beauty discovered. Immediately, the white-haired young master approached to greet her. May I join you for a moment? This made Amelia Bennett wonder, excuse me. As soon as the white-haired young master sat down, he asked with interest, may I know your name? Amelia Bennett froze for a few seconds in surprise before replying, I am Amelia Bennett. As soon as the words were spoken, the white-haired young master directly grabbed Amelia Bennett's hand. Then with a sparkling and polite face, he spoke, so the flower I followed as if enchanted is named Amelia Bennett. Meeting like this must be destiny. How about we move somewhere else to talk privately? Seeing him leading her away like that, Amelia Bennett hurriedly reminded him, sorry, I am with a friend. The white-haired young master smiled and said, if you come with me, I promise you won't regret it. Under the current situation, Amelia Bennett was completely helpless. Young master, please wait a moment. The young ladies sitting nearby were also shocked and bewildered by the white-haired young master's current actions. Right at this moment, a voice from afar suddenly rang out, stop right there, young master. As soon as she saw that figure, Amelia Bennett called out happily, Lady Hugo. Iris Hugo frowned and spoke seriously, Lady Bennett looks quite uncomfortable. The white-haired young master, upon hearing her name, was confused and stunned, thinking to himself, why did she say Hugo? Is she the sister of that thug? Meanwhile, Iris Hugo asked with full focus, do you want to die? Do you have anything you want to say to me? As soon as he saw her, the white-haired young master's face turned red, and he shouted excitedly, you are not a peerless beauty, but that dignity, that demeanor, it is exactly my type. Please forgive my rudeness. I was looking elsewhere when the true treasure was right here. The more she heard, the more speechless Iris Hugo became, reminding him with a tired face, is that so? In that case, young master, please return to the hunting grounds. The white-haired young master did not bother to pay attention to that, still adding with full sincerity, that sounds fine, but just now the one being hunted was actually me. The more Iris Hugo heard, the more confused she became, saying, sorry, I do not understand your point. The white-haired young master immediately smiled and explained, I mean, a lovely lady has shot an arrow of love straight into my heart. Lady Hugo, are you currently seeing anyone? Seeing his somewhat excessive manner, Iris Hugo's face immediately turned pale, and she answered while breaking into a cold sweat, no. As soon as the words were spoken, the white-haired young master looked delighted. Grabbing Iris Hugo's hand, he said, it truly is destiny. It so happens I do not have a lover or a fiancé either, so next time let us discuss our future in more detail. Just like that, he composedly intended to kiss Iris Hugo's hand while she was in a state of shock. Immediately, Iris Hugo pulled her hand back. The white-haired young master did not even realize she did not like it and even gave a cheerful evaluation. You really are a shy one, Lady Hugo. See you next time. As soon as the words were spoken, he turned and left with delight, leaving Iris Hugo in bewildered confusion. Something is not right. He must be crazy. Not only did she think so, but the young ladies standing behind and even Amelia Bennett were also pale and shocked. 2 hours left until the hunt ends. Several people lay motionless on the ground, beaten up. Others were tied tightly to tree trunks, unable to move. At the location of Damian Vandermeer's group, he was speaking indifferently. There seemed to be about 4 left. Do you know where the others are? With an exhausted face drenched in sweat, Arasela Hugo immediately replied, my magic perception shows they are right ahead, not far from here. However, since the mage has not done anything since the first attack, they must be plotting something big. Indeed, at this moment the mage was focused on mumbling something. After hearing Arasela Hugo's analysis, Damian Vandermeer seriously reminded her, then I will personally charge in and drag them out. Arasela Hugo hurriedly protested immediately, it is too dangerous. We do not know what kind of magic that mage uses. Damian Vandermeer said if left alone, they might return with a larger attack. This is our chance. Despite his words, Arasela Hugo still felt a bit uneasy and worried, but I feel something is not right. Damian Vandermeer immediately wore a smile and replied, if you are that worried, I will clear the way first. Follow closely behind, my lady. Do you lack confidence in that? Seeing him provoking her, Arasela Hugo was a bit angry and annoyed, saying with a smirk, enough, stop the petty taunting. Let us go. Moving straight ahead, Damian Vandermeer replied loudly, then follow me closely, my lady. Immediately, he was full of focus with the sword in his hand. Seeing him about to attack, the masked group could not help but be full of vigilance, reminding each other they are coming. Damian Vandermeer leaped high with his legs. Immediately, he was in the air in a position to attack the masked group. With a cold gaze, Damian Vandermeer summoned a bright red flame on the sword. With just one strike, he easily sent the group flying. They helplessly took the blow and fell to the ground one by one. Right at this moment, a mysterious black streak suddenly flashed past Damian Vandermeer, leaving him full of confusion. The masked man on the ground, full of mystery, spoke, I did not expect you to walk into my territory on your own 2 feet. Haven't you learned that recklessness on the battlefield will shorten your life? Before the man could finish his sentence, Damian Vandermeer directly charged to attack with the sword in his hand. You talk too much. As soon as he saw him act, the masked man gave a bizarre smile and said excitedly, caught you. This made Damian Vandermeer's eyes widen in extreme surprise. Finding himself restrained and unable to move, he thought in confusion, when did he? My aura's movement has become sluggish. While he was trying to escape the control, the masked man spoke excitedly, I did not expect a swordsman to leave such an opening. It is a pity I have to kill a human with such abundant vitality. Seeing the power in his palm, Damian Vandermeer turned pale and said to himself, it is magic, but it feels disgusting. Don't tell me he is a dark mage. Stenia, the guardian deity of the Setron Empire. Legend has it that long ago, Stenia bestowed mana and aura upon humanity. However, the deity set a single condition when giving these gifts, you must never mix mana, the life force of nature, with aura, the life force of humanity. If this rule is broken, the curse of death will swallow the violator. Yet, there were those who defied that decree, fusing aura and mana to create dark magic. Ultimately, those who broke the taboo were cursed. Their lifespan wore away with every spell cast. Ultimately, those who broke the taboo were cursed, their lifespan wearing away with every spell they cast, swallowed by madness. Those who practiced this dark magic slaughtered the innocent, plunging the world into chaos. In that moment, humans were as if plunged into a dark night. Dark magic was considered heresy, a loathsome blasphemy against the great god Stenia. The Empire now strictly forbids dark magic, hunting down users with absolute ruthlessness. While Damian Vandermeer was pensive in his own thoughts, the dark mage spoke, a pity, I hate to kill a human with such abundant vitality. The more he saw the power radiating from him, the paler Damian Vandermeer became, thinking in confusion, this mana is disgusting. Could that person be a dark mage? Seeing the dark mage about to attack Damian Vandermeer, Arasela Hugo hurriedly used her magic to stop him. Under her power, the dark mage was a bit shocked and surprised. While trying to fight back, he gritted his teeth and thought, he is very strong. As soon as the thought finished, the dark mage deflected Arasela Hugo's power toward a nearby tree. Taking the chance, Arasela Hugo approached Damian Vandermeer and said, you charged in with such confidence. Look at you now. He replied helplessly, I only let my guard down for a moment. While helping him remove the shackles, Arasela Hugo added, I had a bad feeling about him. Turns out he is using dark magic. Look at the complexity of that magic circle. Damian Vandermeer listened to her while staring at the power that was neutralizing his bonds. After completely removing the restriction, Arasela Hugo could not help but remind him, be careful. That magic is fused with aura. It will disrupt your energy flow. If it is dark magic, I might be at a disadvantage. I might not be able to support you from now on. Damian Vandermeer immediately replied, I won't fall for the same trick twice. As soon as his sentence finished, the dark mage in the dense smoke interrupted, and I do not intend to use the same move twice either. As soon as he saw a figure approaching from afar, he wondered, hey, why the long talk? The figure from afar quickly replied, he fought back more fiercely than I thought. I had to go all the way to the mountain peak because of this bastard. Here the precious sacrifice you requested. As soon as they saw the golden leopard, both Arasela Hugo and Damian Vandermeer were full of confusion and shock. The golden leopard, what are you doing? Let go. Seeing them so worried, the one-eyed man tightened his grip on the golden leopard's neck even more, then said with a smirk, oh, how scary. Why do not you calm down? Arasela Hugo said irritably, using an animal as a shield, you coward. The dark mage, on the contrary, was very excited and cheerfully chimed in. The golden leopard is known as the spirit beast of Panther Forest, a legendary creature that only lives at high altitudes, where the energy is pure. Now here's a question. What will happen when I fuel my dark magic with the life force of a spirit beast that has breathed in all that pure energy? As he spoke, he directly cast his magic circle. As soon as he saw that source of power, Damian Vandermeer was confused and worried, thinking to himself, that spell will block my aura. How do we break it? Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo was extremely calm and seriously reminded him, Damian, I will hold back the dark mage. Capture him on my command. At her words, Damian Vandermeer found it hard to understand. Didn't you say you might be at a disadvantage against dark magic, my lady? Arasela Hugo replied, if I am inferior in pure power, I will just find another way. As soon as the words were spoken, she struck her scepter on the ground. Then, while summoning a magic circle, she spoke, just trust me and follow my instructions. This time I will lead the way. Seeing Arasela Hugo so serious, Damian Vandermeer could only obediently follow. Understood. Let us catch him together, dark mage. At this moment the dark mage was also focused on accumulating his power. In an instant a beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing the nobles watching from afar to gossip incessantly. Good heavens, is that a magic pillar? Perhaps this year we truly will see the golden leopard in the hunting festival. Sophie Vandermeer asked with full concern, dear, we will succeed this time, right? Alex Vandermeer immediately replied, of course. Do you know how much money I spent on this? As soon as the sentence finished, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking uneasily to himself, I must succeed whatever the cost. In an instant old memories returned to Alex Vandermeer's mind. That look. I saw it many years ago. At that time he had stood receiving a child. That person was none other than Damian Vandermeer. The more he remembered his gaze, the more terrified Alex Vandermeer became, turning pale. That was not the look of a child. If I do not stop Damian now, sooner or later he will find a way to kill me. Today I must kill him at any cost. At the location of Damian Vandermeer's group, the one-eyed man with a sword in hand charged straight toward them and shouted, you think I will let you interfere? Immediately he clashed with Damian Vandermeer. The one-eyed man mocked in confusion, there is a massive bounty on your head. Why do not you just drop dead? Damian Vandermeer did not respond, only thinking seriously while parrying the attack. That blow was heavy. He is definitely high tier even among mercenaries. However, handling him won't be difficult. Currently, Arasela Hugo was trying to manifest her power to face the dark mage. Looking at her somewhat tired face, Damian Vandermeer thought to himself, the real problem is whether Arasela can hold off that dark mage. At the dark mage's side, he was also using the golden leopard to draw more power. The golden leopard was in extreme pain because of it, wailing piteously. Seeing the time was ripe, the dark mage wore a sinister smile and thought, now. In an instant, the source of dark power spread throughout the forest. It was all moving toward Arasela Hugo. As soon as she saw that, she spoke in a stern voice, you dare. While speaking, Arasela Hugo directly released power toward the dark mage. However, before she could wound him, her attack was tightly coiled by mysterious black flows. Under the current situation, Arasela Hugo could only turn pale and grit her teeth to endure. The dark mage, on the contrary, became even more excited and shouted, "You think you can defeat me with that mediocre magic? You are too arrogant, Magic Tower Mage, you overestimate yourself." Seeing Arasela Hugo in danger, Damian Vandermeer, who was fighting, could not help but be startled and confused, calling out, "Arasela." Because he was distracted by Arasela Hugo, the one-eyed man took the opportunity to attack in an instant, and he gave a slight reminder, "Don't look away. Your opponent is me." At Arasela Hugo's side, the dark magic power had reached her scepter. Seeing Arasela Hugo increasingly pushed into a corner, Damian Vandermeer was extremely worried. Arasela. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo remained silent and motionless. With a face drenched in sweat, she was slowly swallowed by the dark magic power. However, she was not afraid at all, even wearing a smile on her lips. In an instant, Arasela Hugo raised the scepter into the air. Then she easily repelled the dark magic. Under the current situation, the dark mage could not help but turn pale and was extremely stunned. "You just decomposed the fused aura and mana." In that moment, while he was still in disbelief, Arasela Hugo spoke with a smile, "Damian, now." At her word, Damian Vandermeer moved quickly, which made the one-eyed man extremely annoyed. "Damn it." Seeing the situation was not going well, the dark mage hurriedly said, "Protect me, quickly." Nevertheless, Damian Vandermeer was charging there now. He slashed coldly. In an instant, the sword tip pierced straight into the dark mage's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Seeing he could not make it in time, the one-eyed man could only helplessly say, "Hey, let us go." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Arasela Hugo, standing behind him, directly used the scepter to strike his head along with the words, "Shut up." Seeing Arasela Hugo easily eliminate the enemy, Damian Vandermeer, standing afar, was a bit stunned and thought to himself, "I always thought that scepter could be used as a blunt weapon. But to see it used like this with my own eyes." Seeing him pensive in thought, Arasela Hugo hurriedly reminded him immediately, "Damian, tie his hands and take off his gloves." In an instant, Damian Vandermeer pinned the dark mage to the ground, causing him extreme pain. "Hurts, it really hurts." Seeing him keep crying out, Arasela Hugo reminded him, "Stop whining. You played with the life of an innocent animal and intended to take our lives, yet you cry over a few blows. I, Arasela Vandermeer, hereby hand you over to the Inquisition for trial." As she spoke, she showed an extremely terrifying face and gaze. "For scum like you, death is too merciful. I will teach you what it means to live in a living hell." As soon as Arasela Hugo finished speaking, the dark mage suddenly wore a bizarre smile. This made Arasela Hugo confused. "Why are you laughing?" The dark mage immediately replied, "Unfortunately, I am afraid I won't be attending that interrogation." At this moment, his gloves suddenly emitted a bizarre aura. Damian Vandermeer turned pale and spoke, "My lady, look at his gloves." At that, Arasela Hugo immediately replied, "Throw them away, Damian." As she instructed, Damian Vandermeer quickly threw the gloves to the ground. In an instant, those dark magic clouds moved toward the people tied tightly to the nearby trees. It even seeped into the one-eyed man eliminated by Arasela Hugo. At this moment, the dark mage suddenly smirked and spoke loudly, "My contract stipulates that if I fail to kill you, I must end my own life." This made Arasela Hugo extremely confused. What is this magic formula? It is too complex to decode right now. While she was in a panic, the dark mage continued, "Dark magic is a demon that grows on human despair. It smells strong hatred and ultimately ruins the human soul." Arasela Hugo immediately countered, "No, you must face the Inquisition." Seeing her a bit unsettled, Damian Vandermeer, standing beside her, hurriedly reminded her, "My lady, do not touch him." While being immersed in his own dark magic, the dark mage pointed at them and asserted, "Arasela Vandermeer, one day, you too will fall into dark magic." As soon as the sentence finished, his hand gradually dissipated. Before disappearing from the world, the dark mage also tried to add, "See you in hell." Under the current situation, Arasela Hugo was so helpless that she sat on the ground and complained, "Damn it, if the body disappears, I can't even submit a report." Damian Vandermeer hurriedly comforted her, "It is frustrating, but please prioritize your condition first." As soon as she heard this, Arasela Hugo jumped up and asked with concern, "Wait, what about the golden leopard? Where is it?" Pointing in one direction, Damian Vandermeer replied, "The leopard. It ran that way the moment the dark magic dissipated." The golden leopard stood in the distance, watching them intently with its bright golden eyes. Damian Vandermeer could not help but wonder, should I pursue it? Arasela Hugo gave a helpless sigh and replied, let it go. Its life force has been drained dry. It won't live much longer. I do not want to torment that poor creature any further. Seeing her generous heart, Damian Vandermeer smiled and obeyed. Understood, my lady. Suddenly, bursts of bright red fireworks appeared in the sky. In an instant, Damian Vandermeer spoke up, it seems the hunting festival has ended. Let us head back. Before he could walk far, Arasela Hugo called him back with a trembling hand. Damian. Damian asked curiously, what is wrong? With a pale face, Arasela Hugo said tiredly, I think I overexerted myself. Help me up. Seeing her looking like a mummy, Damian Vandermeer was startled and asked anxiously, my lady, are you all right? Arasela Hugo's hand quickly touched him lightly immediately after. The moment she touched him, Damian Vandermeer turned pale and thought to himself, her hand is ice cold. She pushed herself too hard because of that dark magic. With that thought, Damian Vandermeer took off his cloak. Then he spoke gently, my lady, please hold on to this for a moment. While draping his cloak over Arasela Hugo, Damian Vandermeer spoke, even if only until you warm up. Please keep this quiet. Can you walk? Arasela Hugo replied shiveringly, I think sleeping for about 9 hours will be enough. Seeing she still looked utterly exhausted, Damian Vandermeer broke into a cold sweat and replied, in that case, get on my back. We will head down the mountain immediately. Hearing this, Arasela Hugo complained tiredly, goodness, look at my luck. At this age, being carried on someone else's back. Damian Vandermeer reminded her helplessly, hurry up before I leave you behind. And so, he carried Arasela Hugo out of the forest. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo was lost in her own thoughts. He is a knight after all. As expected, his body was born for this. Thinking this, she looked at Damian Vandermeer with a gentle, affectionate gaze. She could even feel his heartbeat. His heart is beating so loud. Is this also because he is a knight? Seeing Arasela Hugo leaning so close to him, Damian Vandermeer could not help but blush from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo was still enjoying herself with a smile on her lips. I see. This is not as bad as I thought. At the ceremonial podium, the host was speaking, and now we shall proceed with the closing ceremony of the hunting festival. The winner is none other than His Highness Crown Prince Frederick, an overwhelming victory in total points. In second place is Knight Damian Vandermeer with 420 points, and in third place the heir of the Davis family, Becca, with 380 points. Damian and Arasela, who scored 0 points while dealing with the assassin, stood listening to the announcement. Seeing Arasela Hugo's pale face, Damian Vandermeer asked worriedly and suspiciously, my lady, why did you only score 10 points? Arasela Hugo replied helplessly, I am sure that in that calculated gamble, he put everything into the golden leopard. Meanwhile, the host's voice continued to ring out, next, we shall proceed with the presentation of the golden laurel wreath. The laurel wreath, sparkling like starlight, was placed neatly on a presentation tray. Seeing it, Arasela Hugo felt a bit disappointed. What a pity. If I had one, the people at the magic tower would not have dared to mock me. At this moment, Frederick was bowing to receive the laurel wreath. However, everyone seemed not to notice that. They shouted with expressions full of panic and concern, look! The golden leopard! It is coming this way. While they were buzzing with gossip, the golden leopard walked straight toward Arasela Hugo's group. Seeing the golden leopard staring intently at her, Arasela Hugo found it strange. What is this? You ran away earlier. You should be resting on the mountain. Why? The golden leopard only gently brushed against her hand. In its eyes at that moment, there was only Arasela Hugo. Under the current situation, Arasela Hugo was suddenly moved and thought, don't tell me you came to bring me honey. At the host's station, having witnessed the scene before him, he spoke up with bewildered surprise, good heavens. Lady Vandermeer has received the golden leopard's ribbon. I never expected a spirit beast of panther forest to approach a human like this. Truly a rare sight. After hearing this, a discussion quickly broke out. So what about the ranking? Does Lady Vandermeer win? No, the hunting time ended, so it is invalid. While everyone was arguing, Frederick declared loudly, declare the victory for Arasela. The golden leopard is a spirit beast that shuns evil and seeks out the virtuous. Is it not? His words left everyone stunned. Your Highness. The other side supported Frederick's opinion. He is right. It has been nearly 10 years since anyone caught the golden leopard. I also agree Lady Vandermeer is the winner. Immediately, Frederick approached Arasela Hugo and spoke softly. Arasela, congratulations on your victory. As he spoke, he presented the golden laurel wreath to her, making Arasela Hugo deeply moved. Frederick. While the two of them were smiling and chatting, Damian Vandermeer stood to the side, staring intently without taking his eyes off them. His gaze was momentarily tinged with sadness. Arasela Hugo did not notice it at all, still asking excitedly, in that case, I can give this laurel wreath to anyone I choose, right? Upon hearing this, Frederick wondered. Do you have someone in your heart already? Arasela Hugo smiled as she took the wreath from the tray. There is someone I have been thinking about. Hearing this, Frederick looked at her with sparkling, expectant eyes. Could it be? However, contrary to what he thought, the name Arasela Hugo mentioned was none other than Damian. She quickly held the wreath toward him. As she placed it on Damian Vandermeer's head, Arasela Hugo said with a smile, a gift for my companion. Just as I thought, it suits you perfectly. Seeing her do this, Damian Vandermeer was deeply moved. With a smile on his lips, he asked softly, is that so? While Frederick's group stood dazed and stunned by the scene, the host evaluated quite calmly, truly a beautiful ceremony for the Vandermeer couple. We officially conclude the hunting festival. May love and luck stay with everyone just as they are with this couple. May Stenia's blessings and grace be abundant. We wish the two of you eternal happiness. Perfect ending. A joyful and happy atmosphere enveloped Damian Vandermeer and Arasela Hugo. At a slum on the outskirts, a young boy in shabby clothes walked in the middle of the road, calling out, Mother, Mother. The streets were deserted without a single soul, only a few scattered bodies lying on the ground. In a dark corner, a teenager was intently writing a letter. To Lady Arasela. A person named Johnny Pattinson of the Fire Eagle Night Squad used dark magic. This happened around midnight on April 2nd of last year. The moment he wrote this, tears fell directly. Despite that, the teenager struggled to continue. Please expose the sins he committed that day and punish him. At another place, right in a crowded area, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, everyone. Arasela Hugo, while handing out newspapers, announced cheerfully, I won the hunting festival, the first mage to win the festival in 30 years. I even made the papers, so remember to read them. Having said that, she spoke sarcastically to the person in front of her. Oh my Travis, how is your plan to trample over me going? This made Travis's face flush with embarrassment. Travis immediately spoke up irritably, why are you so noisy during work hours? Can't you be quieter? Meanwhile, people hearing Arasela Hugo's words from afar could not help but feel bewildered. What trample? Arasela Hugo teased with delight. I still achieved excellent results despite taking leave for family matters. So why is it that you, who rots in the lab all day, can't even reach my tiptoes? The more he heard, the angrier Travis got, shouting Arasela Vandermeer. At this moment, someone suddenly ran toward them, announcing with an extremely hurried face, the Tower Master has summoned an emergency council. Please come immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, Arasela Hugo was full of confusion. Why so sudden? A blue-haired young man replied tiredly. An official accusation regarding dark magic has been submitted. It was sent specifically to you, Arasela. Arasela Hugo asked in bewilderment. Sent to me? Sally, standing nearby, was also suspicious and confused. Why was a dark magic accusation sent to Senior? Arasela Hugo was suddenly immersed in her own worry. Don't tell me. That incident from back then. Immediately, the dark mage's previous words popped into her mind. Arasela Hugo, one day you too will fall into dark magic. Thinking of this, Arasela Hugo hurriedly left immediately. Understood. I will go to the council room right away. The blue-clothed young man replied quickly, yes. Leaving in worry, Arasela Hugo told herself, this makes me uncomfortable. The Magic Tower Executive Meeting Room. As soon as she entered the room, Arasela Hugo received an order from Philip, read it yourself. Arasela Hugo immediately focused on reading the letter sent to her. To Arasela. A person named Johnny Pattinson of the Fire Eagle Night Squad used dark magic. It happened around midnight on August 2nd of last year. Please expose the sins he committed that day and punish him. I beg you to do this personally, Arasela. I beg of you. The more she read, the more silent she became, leaving everyone standing around very confused. Arasela, why have you been silent this whole time? Isn't your name clearly written in this accusation of disqualification? Arasela, if you are already married, should not you focus on taking care of your family? The Magic Tower Executive Commissioner, Fernando, pointed an accusatory finger. I never expected such an unsightly scandal to arise from your husband's own night squad. Seeing him, Arasela Hugo told herself, he is the lifelong rival of Philip, the Tower Master, and also Travis's mentor. He must be delighted to find something to attack me with. Thinking this, she replied with a cold demeanor, I know nothing about this accusation. Furthermore, if it was April 2nd of last year, I had not even met Damian then. Seeing the situation was serious, Philip hurriedly spoke up to intervene. Everyone calmed down. Nevertheless, everyone was still full of questions. Tower Master, how do you plan to handle this? The accusation was sent anonymously. Its authenticity is unclear. They spoke over each other with angry expressions. According to procedure, the applicant must reveal their identity to the temple before submitting, right? This is nothing less than mocking the magic tower. It is not worth a superficial response. Fernando directly interrupted. However, Arasela's name is clearly written in the letter, and it even names a member of the Fire Eagle Night Squad. I believe we should not ignore it. In that case, why not let Arasela investigate herself? If it is a false report, we can track down the anonymous accuser and make an example of them. If her husband's subordinate really used dark magic, she only needs to arrest him. Under their words, Arasela Hugo could only helplessly stare at the letter in her hand. A second later, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. This paper. The quality is too poor. It happened around midnight on April 2nd of last year. Please expose the sins he committed that day. I beg you to do this personally, Arasela. Looking at this clumsy handwriting, it at least did not seem like a joke. After thinking for a while, Arasela Hugo said with determination, fine. I will investigate personally. However, I have one condition. Hearing this, Fernando wondered what a condition. Arasela Hugo stated firmly, give me full authority in this matter. I will not tolerate any interference. Fernando stood up abruptly in mockery. How insolent. Meanwhile, Philip accepted quite calmly. Very well. I agree. Isn't this the season focused on developing magic artifacts? I think giving Arasela such a large privilege will be fair to the other candidates. The more Fernando heard, the more judgmental he became. Fair, then we will also send a mage from our lab. Arasela's lab only has 2 assistants, right? I heard they come from low commoner backgrounds. With such people, is it possible to conduct a proper interrogation? Arasela Hugo was directly provoked by his words. Gritting her teeth in anger, she thought to herself, did he just insult my kids? She immediately countered that, Sally and Rudy are excellent. No external support is needed. Fernando quickly shot back, don't be arrogant. A high commissioner is granting a favor to a mediocre mage. Others could not help but agree. That is right. Is it the tower's rule for a child aiming for the tower master position to dare ignore the commissioners? Don't you realize the more trouble you cause, the harder it makes it for the tower master? Under the current situation, Arasela Hugo could only helplessly obey. Understood. She had to clench her palms, trying to endure her own emotions. With an extremely determined face, Arasela Hugo suddenly spoke, whatever happens, I will behave like a proper mage and prove it with results. Outside the tower, bright sunlight spread throughout the area. Seeing Damian Vandermeer with a face drenched in sweat, a voice from afar called out, I did not expect the commander to become the queen of the hunting festival. Johnny Pattinson spoke excitedly, I saw it with my own eyes at the festival, the scene of the countess romantically giving the wreath to you. In an instant, the image of Arasela Hugo and Damian Vandermeer happy together appeared in his mind. Under the current situation, Damian Vandermeer turned red with extreme embarrassment. Johnny, shut up. Johnny Pattinson still cheerfully added, Commander, I am only saying it out of jealousy. As soon as those words were spoken, Isaac Wind cut in, jealous? I heard you are also about to marry your fiancée. Johnny Pattinson was surprised by that. Has the rumor spread that far already? Isaac Wind said helplessly, what rumor? You have been whispering it in my ear for the past month. Johnny Pattinson immediately reminded him. Then remember to attend the wedding. The conversation between the two made everyone around burst into joyful laughter. While they were absorbed in talking, a strange flag fluttered in the wind. As soon as he saw it, Damian Vandermeer felt suspicious. Wait, what is that? The flag of the magic tower. In an instant, Arasela Hugo appeared. With solemnity she spoke, "Greetings, Commander Vandermeer." Seeing her, he wondered, "Countess, why have you come here?" Arasela Hugo did not answer, only asking coldly, "Where is Johnny Pattinson?" Johnny Pattinson quickly raised his hand and spoke with a bewildered face, "I am Johnny Pattinson." As soon as those words were spoken, Arasela Hugo pointed at him and asked, "You there?" The subordinate standing next to her immediately replied, "Yes." Then she manifested power through her palm. Finding himself suddenly detained, Johnny Pattinson was utterly stunned and confused. "What is this?" Arasela Hugo spoke in a stern voice, "Johnny Pattinson, you are under arrest on suspicion of practicing dark magic. We are escorting you to the magic tower." Hearing this, everyone in the squad hurriedly stepped forward to help clear Johnny Pattinson's name. "Absurd, Johnny, dark magic, do you have evidence? I am asking if you have evidence." Arasela Hugo's subordinate did not bother to answer that, only using his own power while smirking in mockery. "You idiots, you would not understand even if we told you." Immediately, Johnny Pattinson was dragged away amidst everyone's helplessness. "Johnny!" Right then, a flaming sword pressed against the neck of Arasela Hugo's subordinate, followed by a warning, "Stop. This is the training ground of the Fire Eagle Night Squad." That person was none other than Damian Vandermeer. With eyes full of sharp coldness, Damian Vandermeer said coldly, "Daring to mock the Fire Eagle Knights on our territory." Arasela Hugo hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Because there is an official accusation stating Mr. Pattinson used dark magic, we have the obligation to arrest him." Although she said that, Damian Vandermeer was still full of questions. "Even so, dragging him away like this without notice, does not the magic tower know the procedure?" Arasela Hugo replied, "According to the law, a dark magic suspect can be detained without prior procedure, so sheath your sword immediately." The more they heard, the more everyone in the squad whispered and gossiped. "But there should still be etiquette, right? Casting magic without notice, you cowards." Under the current situation, Arasela Hugo's subordinates also directly clashed. "Cowards, isn't it because he used dark magic first? Are you knights so stupid you can't learn something so obvious?" Just like that, the two sides argued incessantly. After a while, Damian Vandermeer could only helplessly give the order, "Johnny, follow them to the tower for now." This left Johnny Pattinson utterly stunned. "Commander, this is unfair. I did not do anything wrong," Damian Vandermeer said seriously. "I know. That is why I am sending you to the tower. Go, confidently prove your innocence through legal procedures and then return." Everyone around also crowded around to comfort him. "That is right. Since it has come to this, clear your name and end it. Look, all the bad luck is gathered before the wedding. Afterwards there will only be good things." Seeing this, Johnny Pattinson had no choice but to comply, speaking with a forced smile, "Understood. I will return safely." While they were comforting each other, Arasela Hugo's subordinates kept mocking them. "Look at them struggling. Their minds are so thick, that is why they have to cling to each other to survive." Arasela Hugo immediately reminded them, "Don't mock them." This left the subordinate confused. "What, are you taking their side because that is your husband's order?" With eyes full of coldness, Arasela Hugo spoke, "I am doing this because you are embarrassing me. Does your lab raise useless brats who run around like executioners?" The more he heard, the more that subordinate was startled and stunned. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo simply reminded him calmly, "When you are ready, follow me." After they carried out the task, Damian Vandermeer approached to ask her, "Countess, how long will the investigation take?" Arasela Hugo replied, "If fast, tomorrow. If prolonged, more than a week." Damian Vandermeer quickly said, "Understood. So later when the Countess is not working about this." Before he could finish, Arasela Hugo interrupted with a grim face, "No. This is my job. It has nothing to do with Commander Vandermeer. Don't think about intervening. Stay away. It will be trouble if you try to create an alibi just because he is a teammate." Seeing that tough attitude, Damian Vandermeer was a bit annoyed and asked, "Countess, are you finished?" Arasela Hugo replied indifferently, "Finished. I am leaving." Damian Vandermeer did not want to let her leave, standing directly in her way and saying, "I have not finished yet. I am the commander of the Fire Eagle Night Squad." Arasela Hugo coldly countered, "Who does not know that? Don't interfere in other people's business." And Damian Vandermeer, with an angry face, hurriedly cut in, "How can a knight commander not care about his subordinates? The attitude of those with you, using magic on a non-resisting person, has crossed the line. Apologize to Johnny immediately, then transfer him to the Magic Tower according to legal procedures. Otherwise, our night squad will file an official protest with the Magic Tower. At his words, Arasela Hugo was directly provoked. Immediately she spoke. Listen clearly, Damian. Article 151 of the Dark Magic Criminal Procedure Code. Regarding arrest warrants and interrogation of suspects. 1. Mages authorized by the temple to investigate have the right to detain suspects accused of using dark magic without a warrant for interrogation at the Magic Tower. 2. To prevent damage caused by dark magic. Restraining magic may be used provided it does not cause physical injury to the suspect. 3. Even if a mage with a temple license enters another public agency or noble territory to detain a suspect, the detention of the suspect shall take priority. The more they heard these words, the more Damian Vandermeer's group looked bewildered and confused. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo helplessly added, "We have followed the law." "Do you have anything else to say?" Damian Vandermeer questioned. "And what about the way you treated Johnny roughly when he did not resist at all?" Immediately, Arasela Hugo pointed toward her subordinate and asked, "Who arrested Mr. Pattinson?" The subordinate replied promptly, "I did." As soon as the sentence finished, Arasela Hugo gave the order, "For the offense of being rough with a knight without my permission, 1 month's salary deduction." This left the subordinate utterly stunned. "What? That is not fair." Arasela Hugo did not bother to pay attention to that, only asking Damian Vandermeer indifferently, "Any other issues?" Seeing him speechless, she immediately left right after. "Let us go. We have a lot to do." Witnessing the current bizarre scene, the knights were stunned and thought to themselves, seriously. No wonder people call her eccentric. After the arrest was finalized, Arasela Hugo quickly rode away on her horse. Because she rode so fast, the people inside the carriage could not help but be jolted repeatedly. Upon arriving at the Magic Tower building, Arasela Hugo asked questioningly, "Mr. Johnny Pattinson, is it true that you practice dark magic?" "Mr. Johnny Pattinson, is it true that you practice dark magic?" Johnny Pattinson asserted firmly, "Absolutely not. I am a man of honor and a proud knight. Which bastard slandered me like this? Let me face him." Arasela Hugo spoke grimly. "We cannot reveal the identity of the accuser according to the law. From now on, only answer what you are asked. Do you remember what you were doing on April 2nd of last year?" At her question, Johnny Pattinson suddenly froze. A second later he wondered, "Why are you asking about that?" Arasela Hugo replied, "The accusation states you used dark magic on that day." Under the current situation, Johnny Pattinson suddenly jerked his head to the side, not daring to look straight at Arasela Hugo as he said, "I do not remember. It has been over a year." Seeing this, she asked nothing more, only stating coldly, "Then so be it. Transfer Mr. Pattinson to a cell. We will keep him in the Magic Tower dungeon until his name is cleared." Hearing this, Johnny Pattinson was utterly confused. "What? I have not been convicted. You can't imprison me." Arasela Hugo coldly countered, "If we release you, you might destroy evidence, right? If you feel wronged, use your time in the cell to recall what you did on April 2nd of last year." Seeing how decisive she was, Johnny Pattinson's face turned deathly pale. He was stunned with bewilderment. As soon as Arasela Hugo went outside, her subordinate reported, "Senior, the inspection of Mr. Johnny Pattinson is complete. He inherently possesses no mana, and the dark magic test results came back clean." "Then is not he innocent?" Arasela Hugo said while intently examining the information sheet in her hand. "It is hard to say for certain. It is true that using dark magic requires mixing mana and aura, but dark magic can also parasitize objects." Rudy could not help but be surprised by those words, replying immediately, "That is right. There was once a case where music boxes infected with dark magic were distributed. I remember the buyers were also heavily punished. But in that case, dark magic was detected in the bodies of those who handled them." Arasela Hugo quickly reminded him, "That is only because we caught it early. Traces of dark magic fade over time. Since the accusation says Mr. Pattinson used it on April 2nd of last year, it is possible it can no longer be detected." As soon as she sat at her desk, Arasela Hugo wondered, "Where is Sally?" Rudy said, "She is tracking down the anonymous accuser. Following your instructions, she is analyzing the paper quality and handwriting in the petition. She said she would focus the search on commoner areas and slums on the outskirts of the capital." After listening for a while, Arasela Hugo gave the order, "Then Rudy, prepare to send witness interrogation requests to every member of the Fire Eagle Night Squad. Send them also to Baron Pattinson's family and his close associates." At her demand, Rudy was shocked, staring wide-eyed and thinking helplessly, "Wait, how many requests do I have to write?" He immediately spoke up, "If we do that, the investigation alone will take forever." Arasela Hugo quickly countered, "That is for the best. Most of Travis's lab assistants are here. This is an excellent way to delay." Slamming the table forcefully, she showed fierce determination and shouted, "Rudy, I will resolve this case perfectly, without leaving a single loophole. Because I need to deal Fernando, that old man, a fatal blow. I heard your subordinates are just useless commoners. What? He dares to look down on my lab. I will pay him back with a humiliation worse than death. Understood? So you work hard too. Go write those investigation requests right now." Under Arasela Hugo's attitude, Rudy could only obediently comply, turning to go to work immediately. "Yes, my lady." And so, while Rudy spent many days writing nearly 300 witness interrogation requests, my next personal magic tool project will be a letter duplicating machine. The mages from Travis's lab, sent by Arasela and Fernando, conducted the witness interrogations. Arasela Hugo's subordinates interrogated with an extremely irritated and angry attitude. In contrast, some people maintained a perfectly professional conduct. A few days later, late at night at Damian's mansion, as she walked up the stairs looking exhausted, Arasela Hugo thought to herself, "It is already 1 a.m. I have only slept 3 or 4 hours. Right then, Damian Vandermeer suddenly appeared from nowhere with a call, "My dear." This made Arasela Hugo jump in fright, screaming, "Damian, are you crazy? Why are you here?" Damian Vandermeer replied, "I waited because I need to talk to my wife." Hearing that, Arasela Hugo was confused. "I have not been home for days. What else do you have to say?" With eyes full of sparkle, Damian Vandermeer said, "Release Johnny." The more she heard, the more Arasela Hugo felt the need to explain. "Be reasonable. I can't do that until he is cleared." Damian Vandermeer quickly cut in, "I heard the accuser is anonymous." They gave a very specific date, but no other details about the circumstances. At his words, Arasela Hugo suddenly froze. Meanwhile, Damian Vandermeer continued to question, "How can I trust the magic tower when you arrested Johnny based solely on that report?" Arasela Hugo struggled to explain. "Even if anonymous, that report is still worth investigating. Furthermore, we have convinced the temple. So whether you believe it or not, dark magic falls under our jurisdiction, so do not interfere." The more he heard, the less Damian Vandermeer believed her, asserting directly, "This is a case of my comrade being wrongfully arrested." With a darkened face, he spoke sternly. "At first, I tried to understand your position as you requested, so I let you take Johnny away. But the knights who went for interrogation say that the mages are using the interrogation as an excuse to mock and insult us." At his words, Arasela Hugo was suddenly startled and utterly stunned. "Did Travis's mages do that behind my back?" Standing before her, Damian Vandermeer seriously proposed, "If you can't release Johnny, transfer the case to us. Otherwise, we will file an official complaint with the royal family regarding this unfair treatment." This left Arasela Hugo feeling very confused. "Is it necessary for you to make everything so complicated?" Damian Vandermeer said calmly, "A knight protects not just his comrades' lives, but their honor. This time I won't back down easily." His resolute attitude made Arasela Hugo, standing before him, startled and stunned. Under the current situation, she could only helplessly tell herself, "What a nuisance. But it is true, I have not managed my people well." A second later, Arasela Hugo said, "Fine. I can't transfer the investigation, so I will share the process with you. I will make everything public and ensure there are no more unpleasant incidents during the investigation. Is that acceptable?" Damian Vandermeer immediately replied, "Not bad." Arasela Hugo added a few more words in return. "Damian, you stop digging behind my back. You know the accuser is anonymous through Roland, right?" Damian Vandermeer agreed immediately. "Fine, I promise. Digging is my specialty." As soon as he finished, Arasela Hugo spoke again, "And one more thing." Immediately her expression changed, and she shouted with a face flushed with anger, "Don't be a coward and run off to tell your subordinates the information I give you. You hear me?" Seeing her like that, Damian Vandermeer did not hold back either, counter-arguing irritably, "Enough, just ensure the investigation is handled properly." Arasela and Damian, putting the honor of a mage and a knight on the scales. 2 days later, at the final witness interrogation. As soon as she saw the scene before her, Arasela Hugo spoke up with a stunned expression, "You arrived just in time." The flag of the Fire Eagle Knight Squad fluttered in the sky. As he stepped forward, Damian Vandermeer introduced himself indifferently, "Commander of the Fire Eagle Knight Squad, Damian Vandermeer. I have come to respond to the official witness interview request from the Magic Tower." Seeing his sparkling appearance, Arasela Hugo's subordinates whispered, "Is that man Arasela's husband? He is literally blocking morning traffic." Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo, flushed with anger, reminded him, "Damian, have you lost your mind? Who comes to a witness interview with such ostentation?" Damian Vandermeer replied calmly, "This is the standard protocol for the Fire Eagle Knight Squad when performing official duties. Perhaps it is a bit too much for the Magic Tower to bear, but with your lack of basic manners, I do not expect you to understand. Just accept it." The more she saw his smug look, the more Arasela Hugo's anger flared. She then lost her cool and shouted, "You are dead meat, Damian Vandermeer. I won't let you get away with this." Current score: Arasela 0, Damian 1. The childish war between Arasela and Damian officially begins. A battle of honor between mage and knight, stemming from the dark magic incident involving Sunny. Despite Rudy holding her tight, Arasela Hugo lunged forward and shouted irritably, "I have never seen such a crazy person in my life, seriously." In the current situation, Damian Vandermeer only said innocently, "Strange, I learned everything from you, dear wife." In the interrogation room, Rudy wrote intently while telling himself tiredly, "This is the final witness interview." Meanwhile, Damian Vandermeer was questioning loudly and firmly, "Why did you summon such important figures to this wretched place?" Arasela Hugo pointed her pen nib directly at him, answering angrily, "Your half-baked knight committed a crime, so what did you expect us to do? We are bored to death here too. Quickly prove he is innocent so we can go home." At her words, Damian Vandermeer asked back in annoyance, "Half-baked? 1 point for Arasela." Arasela 1, Damian 1. Immediately, Damian Vandermeer asserted, "Johnny is one of the sharpest minds in our entire squad. Furthermore, he is sociable, loyal, and an all-around decent man." After hearing this, Arasela Hugo wondered, "So has anyone ever held a grudge against Mr. Pattinson?" Damian Vandermeer immediately countered, "Impossible. No one hates such a good person. He always said he wanted to become a man worthy of his fiancée." Immediately, the image of Johnny Pattinson and his fiancée happy together appeared in his mind. As soon as he finished, Arasela Hugo thought to herself, "This matches the testimonies of other knights." Then she asked, "So do you remember what Mr. Pattinson was doing on April 2nd of last year?" Damian Vandermeer replied, "We were stationed at the border, supporting our ally the Kingdom of Carter by imperial decree. Duchy of Vandermeer, Carter. The war had just ended, so I gave the whole squad a day off." Thinking back, on that day he mentioned he had lost something important. This left Arasela Hugo and Rudy stunned. She gasped and asked immediately, "Important, what was it?" Damian Vandermeer recounted calmly, "We were drinking. The atmosphere was very lively, but he alone looked worried. At that time, even though he was drunk, he still kept an eye on Johnny Pattinson." Recalling his expression then, Damian Vandermeer continued, "I do not remember why he was so tense. I had already had a few drinks at that time." Hearing this, Arasela Hugo questioned angrily, "You have such a low alcohol tolerance, why were you drinking then?" Damian Vandermeer immediately explained, "I only drank to join the atmosphere. You also occasionally drink during meals, wife." Arasela Hugo shot back irritably, "It does not matter how many bottles I drink, so it is not an issue." Right then, Sally suddenly entered, announcing seriously, "Senior, I have completed the task you assigned." This made Arasela Hugo very satisfied. "Sally, you arrived just in time. Damian, you can go home or do whatever you like. I will handle the rest." Seeing her somewhat provocative expression, Damian Vandermeer stood up abruptly in anger. As soon as he left, Arasela Hugo wondered immediately, "Sally, did you find the identity of the anonymous accuser?" Sally replied, "Yes. It is a man named Cecil who lives in the slums, but..." Seeing her hesitation, Arasela Hugo asked further, "But what? Just say it." Sally said with a pale face and hesitation, "That man, Cecil, has the Dilla disease." As soon as they heard about this disease, both Arasela Hugo and Rudy were utterly stunned, thinking to themselves, Dilla disease is not that the plague spreading at the border. Carter. I heard it is a contagious disease with an extremely high mortality rate. Under the current situation, Sally was very doubtful. Senior, what should we do? Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo was still deep in her own thoughts. So that is why he filed an anonymous accusation. A second later, she gave the order. First, the identity of the accuser must be kept absolutely secret. As soon as she finished, she left amidst Sally's confusion. Senior, where are you going? Arasela Hugo answered firmly. I am going to meet Cecil myself. Sally's face quickly changed color. She was panicked and bewildered as she reminded her. It is too dangerous, that is the Dilla plague. There is no cure. Rudy, standing beside her, could not help but agree. That is right, Senior. We should contact the temple instead. Contrary to their concern, Arasela Hugo spoke quite calmly. No. Why do you think Cecil sent an anonymous accusation? Because he knew there was a high chance the truth would be suppressed due to his illness. And in the worst case, his own life could be in danger. He made the best choice possible, wagering his own life to do it. So we must also do our best. After listening to her analysis for a while, the two of them also understood the issue. Even so, Sally could not help but be confused and wonder, so what should we do? Arasela Hugo replied with a smile, just organize the data for me. I will meet Cecil myself to clarify things. Seeing her leave just like that, Sally immediately reminded her, Senior, please return safely. In an instant, Arasela Hugo left quickly with a face full of worry. Hurry before things get more serious. Right then, a hand suddenly held her back. That person was none other than Damian Vandermeer. With a face pale from anxiety, he spoke hastily, absolutely not, wife. As soon as she saw Damian Vandermeer, Arasela Hugo called out in surprise, Damian! Did you pretend to leave just to eavesdrop, you pervert? Damian Vandermeer was a bit startled by her evaluation, answering shyly, you said you would share information. No matter what, you can't go near a Dilla patient. Are you going to go blindly like that? What if you get infected? Arasela Hugo firmly countered, that is my business. And if I get sick, I won't set foot in your mansion again, so do not worry. Damian Vandermeer spoke sternly, that is not what I am worried about. Do you know how terrifying that disease is? The more she heard, the more Arasela Hugo brushed his hand away and asked, how do you know so well? Under the current situation, Damian Vandermeer helplessly recounted his story. Early last year, the village I was stationed in at the border was named Tila. People died every day, piled up like corpses on a battlefield. What I feared most were its symptoms. A Dilla patient's limbs turn black. Then the flesh begins to peel off. Even if limbs are amputated, the coughing does not stop. There is no cure. They vomit blood until they die. As he finished, he placed a hand gently on Arasela Hugo's shoulder and reminded her, your life is at stake. So please do not go. Under the flickering firelight, the two of them stared at each other in silence. After a while, Arasela Hugo suddenly called out, Damian. She directly removed Damian Vandermeer's hand from her shoulder. Then she said with determination, but I still have to go. This left Damian Vandermeer full of concern. Wife. No matter what he said, Arasela Hugo stuck firmly to her decision. I decided the moment I saw Cecil's letter. That letter was written on the oldest, cheapest paper I have ever seen. The handwriting was scribbled, with tear stains as if he were crying while writing. In an instant, the lines from Cecil's letter appeared in her mind. Around midnight on April 2nd of last year, please expose the sins that man committed that day and punish him. I beg you, Lady Arasela, please do it personally. The more she remembered, the more Arasela Hugo asserted resolutely, if it goes on like this, Cecil might die in vain. I can't sit still and watch that happen, right? As soon as the sentence finished, Arasela Hugo wore a face of absolute, unwavering determination. Under her attitude, Damian Vandermeer did not even know what to say anymore. Meanwhile, Arasela Hugo still gently pulled her hand away. Damian Vandermeer could not help but say helplessly, if you get sick, whether I promise or not, I will reveal Cecil's identity. Arasela Hugo quickly replied, even if I do not do it, the magic tower will. The more he heard her words, the more Damian Vandermeer tried to advise her, please stop this reckless action. Arasela Hugo asserted confidently, don't nag. I am very lucky. I will be fine. And for about a month, I will rent a house outside to stay temporarily. Consider it a short bit of freedom for you. I will write letters. Just like that, she turned and left, following her ideals. As he watched Arasela Hugo leave, Damian Vandermeer clenched his palm. With a face showing clear worry, he told himself, please return safely. The slums on the outskirts of the capital. Several pieces of expensive jewelry were placed on the ground. It was Cecil's place. He was keeping them around him. With a lifeless face showing no vitality, Cecil thought helplessly, I can't die like this. I must expose Johnny Pattinson's crimes at any cost. Right then a voice suddenly rang out from outside, is anyone home? This made Cecil wonder. Who is there? A person wearing a black cloak outside the door quickly replied, I know you sent an anonymous accusation, so I have come here. May I come in for a moment? The person speaking was none other than Arasela Hugo. She had used all her speed to reach Cecil as quickly as possible. As soon as he saw the current scene, Cecil's face turned pale, his gaze showing clear bewilderment mixed with fear.